All the streets were littered with lifeless bodies, and the smell of blood permeated the air. The atmosphere was monstrous. People ran in panic, trying to save their lives. Their frightened cries and the pounding of dozens of feet could be heard everywhere. Among all the others was a little boy who was unsuccessfully trying to open a door to hide from the impending danger. Suddenly, the door began to creak at the seams, and a bright red light spilled out, filling everything around it. Another person sat clutching a small knife with trembling hands, hoping that this small thing could save his life. The monsters were already approaching. They were terrible zombies. Dozens of monsters flooded the streets, their bodies disinfected beyond recognition. A little girl clutched the knife in her hands and tried to protect the two children in the sunlight. Suddenly, there was a monstrous explosion, and a strange silhouette appeared before them. In an instant, it incinerated the monsters with its mere presence. Before them stood a man with long, completely white hair. He looked down at the children and smiled kindly. One of the children raised her head, the very girl who wanted to protect the others, and she didn't even know what to say from shock and fear. The man looked at her with kind eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine now." Meanwhile, a strange man with glasses who looked like a professor shouted at the top of his lungs, "You will never become a warrior. Don't even hope for it." Another man was holding the poor boy by the hair and smiling at him. "Well, look at this moron." The same guy was dragging someone, trying to shove him into a rescue capsule, but to no avail. One of the rescuers shouted, "We're not taking him with us. He might be infected. It's too dangerous." At that moment, our hero connected with some kind of system and vowed to change the world with his power. Huge monsters flew in different directions like toys, and the sound of cracking bones and the screams of monsters could be heard. The guy jumped from one monster to another and destroyed them with astonishing speed. He had one large blade in his hands and his whole body was covered with metal implants. People destroyed the monstrous monsters one by one, but the zombies did not stop. However, the rescue team did not retreat. At that moment, the guy looked at everyone with his clear blue eyes and realized one thing: only God can look down on everyone from above. Meanwhile, the city went about its business. A huge futuristic tower rose up to the clouds, and holograms and neon signs were everywhere. People went about their business and didn't even seem to notice that danger was lurking somewhere nearby. Life was peaceful. Meanwhile, a young man sat at the reception desk and begged the director to give him another chance. On the table lay a folder with documents. Apparently, the boy had failed some kind of test. Finally, the director couldn't take it anymore, swung his arm, and threw the stack of papers right in the poor guy's face. The boy stepped back and just cried out. The man finally lost his temper and shouted, "You've tried to pass the exam 6 times, but it's all been in vain." Our hero's name was Lin Wensheng. He was 17, and the poor boy had tried unsuccessfully to enter the military academy, but was rejected time and time again. Finally, he went out into the street and wandered somewhere without even looking at his feet, his head filled with heavy thoughts. Suddenly, Lin felt something heavy hit the top of his head. It was a book that appeared out of nowhere, seemingly out of thin air. Clutching his head, the poor guy cried out in surprise and began to turn his head in an attempt to understand who this insolent person was. Lifting his head, he saw another person hanging above him, a blond man with some kind of energy rings bursting from his hands. The boy waved his hand. His name was Yutao, and he was our hero's younger brother. They didn't really look alike. Lifting his head, Lee looked at his brother. This man immediately had a C rank, although everyone gets a D rank when they wake up. He was truly a genius. The brothers sat down on the curb and started talking. Yutao asked, "So you didn't get the title after all? That's a shame, of course." After taking a few sips of water, his brother smiled and said, "Don't worry, now it's my turn to protect you." In response, Lin just muttered something under his breath. The guy was very upset that even his younger brother was now a qualified warrior. Looking away, he said bitterly, "I'll have to go back to the 22nd district in a couple of days, and I don't want to." His brother looked at him with surprise and even some fear and just cried out in surprise. The thing is, at this time, the world is infected with a zombie virus, and only people with superpowers can cope with it. If you prove yourself, you will gain access to Horizon City. If not, people will continue to mock you. Suddenly, Lin saw a beautiful girl with purple hair and a neat skirt approaching them. She had a very friendly and sweet face. The girl looked around as if she was looking for something and smiled constantly. Her name was Zealand, and at the sight of this girl, our hero's cheeks instantly turned red. Suddenly, his younger brother raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, my brother's wife, come here!" Our hero just cried out, "What are you doing, you bastard?" Zealand saw her acquaintances and, smiling good-naturedly again, waved her hand at them, saying, "Glad to see you guys." Deciding to leave them alone, the younger brother said that he had to go somewhere urgently and already got up from his seat to leave quietly. Finally, he turned to his brother, winked, and wished him luck, saying, "Don't screw up, at least this time." Lin smiled back at him. What a fool. But the guy's cheeks turned red. His brother understood him better than anyone else. Our hero thought to himself that all this time he had been so preoccupied with trying to earn his rank that he hadn't even had a chance to talk to this girl. Okay, at least let's chat before I leave. He scratched the back of his head, but still didn't know how to start the conversation because he was shy. In the end, the guy decided to speak up. I'm glad to see you here. His friend smiled and replied, well, have you awakened your abilities yet or not? The poor guy didn't even have time to answer before someone's strong hand grabbed him by the hair. It was one of the academy's students. He smiled and looked maliciously at the frightened guy's face. Look at our favorite dimwit. This man's name was Wei, and he was quite the bully. Lin tried to break free, but the man held him tight. The others began to gather around. What are you doing? How dare you? Our hero understood that this man was simply jealous of his brother and was trying to take it out on the weak. Suddenly, Wei pulled something out of the guy's pocket. It was a piece of paper, apparently another application to the academy. Seeing this, Lin tried to take the piece of paper, but Wei raised his hand and just mocked the poor guy, laughing loudly. Wei's hand suddenly became as hard as iron, and he squeezed the guy's hair even tighter and pinned him to the ground. Then he twisted his arm and pulled him back. Our hero almost fell to the ground in surprise. The robber's eyes lit up bright purple, and his comfortable voice was heard. I'll just take a look at what's there. Why are you so tense? After reading a couple of lines, Wei couldn't hold back his laughter and snorted. Then his loud guffaw was heard. Hey guys, look what we've got here. He held up the piece of paper, showing it to the others. Read it. I think you'll find it interesting. Still laughing, Wei poked the sheet of paper and held the poor guy by the hair. Look, it took him 6 attempts to pass the exam. How funny. Lin didn't know what to say. He was slowly boiling with rage. It all infuriated him, but the guy couldn't do anything because of his weakness. Meanwhile, Wei continued to laugh. Listen, weakling, are you and this guy really brothers? You don't look anything alike. In the end, our hero couldn't take it anymore and clenched his fist. Listen, you can say whatever you want about me, but don't you dare insult my brother. He wanted to hit his offender, but Wei's face instantly turned to iron, and the boy's fist only made a crunching sound from the blow. He cried out in surprise and began waving his arm to ease the pain, while the others laughed uncontrollably and the offender continued to hold him by the hair. Finally, Wei apparently got tired of mocking him and threw the poor guy to the ground. Get out of here, weakling. Get angry all you want, it won't help you. You were a weakling before, and you'll remain one, the man laughed. Zulan ran up to her friend and tried to help him, but the boy was just lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Deciding to finish him off, Wei poked him with his finger and turned to Zilan. Listen, girl, are you sure you want to date such trash? Ignoring him, the girl continued to treat her friend while our hero just lay there and tried to come to his senses. Wei continued to laugh. Look at her. She's a healer. I've never met anyone like her before. How interesting. Grabbing her by the arm, Wei pulled the girl closer. Leave that piece of trash. Come with me. But the girl continued to resist. Finally, unable to take it anymore, our hero grabbed his pant leg. Let her go. How dare you do this? Before he could react, Lin was immediately kicked hard in the face, nearly losing several teeth. It hurt, but the poor guy tried to endure it. Flying several meters away, Lin just lay on the ground, almost unconscious, while his girlfriend tried unsuccessfully to break free from the grip. Wei smiled. Forget about him. Why are you so concerned about him? He's just a weakling who can't even lift his head. The bully was so excited that he didn't notice someone approaching him from behind. He heard footsteps and then a familiar voice saying, I'll give you a couple of seconds to let her go. At one point, the bully felt an overwhelming aura so strong that even he got goosebumps. Literally a couple of seconds passed, and the bully was already flying through the air, rolling over and kicking up clouds of dust. Finally, he slowed down and looked with surprised eyes at who had hit him. Lifting his head, the guy realized it was Yutao. Well, of course. Who else would come to the aid of such scum? And indeed, his younger brother was standing in front of them, glaring menacingly. I'll give you a couple of seconds to get out of my sight. Stop annoying me. Deciding it was better not to get involved in a fight, Wei raised his hands, and his face became normal, the metal shell disappearing somewhere. Okay, don't get upset. We were just having fun. Looking at his hangers-on, the guy shook his head. Okay guys, let's get out of here. I'm tired of this. The younger brother approached our hero and asked how he was feeling. Lin didn't answer, but just sat there, half bent over. Finally, the guy got up and dusted himself off. Everything's fine, I just want to be alone. Nothing more. The younger brother wanted to stop him and even raised his hand, but his girlfriend just watched him go, not daring to say anything. Without saying another word, Lin jumped up and ran forward headlong. He wanted to hide somewhere so he wouldn't burn with shame right now. There was only one thought in his head as he ran. Why am I so useless? I swore to protect them. Finally, he stopped and thought, okay, giving in to my feelings isn't the best option. I have to do something, anything I can. Meanwhile, something was happening in the city. Somewhere nearby, there was a rumbling sound and a pillar of light rose up. Something was happening there. Looking closer, The guy saw a huge monster that looked more like a mass of energy, with zombies running around it. The thing is, this virus is extremely resilient and spreads very quickly, infecting everything around it. There is practically no antidote for it. No matter how hard people tried, even experienced fighters sometimes found it difficult to deal with the huge monsters. Worse still, there were mutants. Lin moved forward. This was his only chance to prove himself in some way. He would fight this monster and prove that he was capable of something. But he immediately stopped when he saw a pile of mutilated bodies. The sight was horrific, and the smell of blood hung in the air. Stopping, the guy cursed. Damn, the monsters were already close. He had to hurry. Suddenly, to his horror, he heard a painfully familiar voice. Someone was plaintively asking for help. Turning his head, Lin saw his girlfriend, Zilan, lying on the ground, helplessly trying to get to her feet as the monsters approached. A huge mutant was already approaching the girl with wide strides, but she still couldn't get up and just lay there. And then the zombie lunged at her, swinging its paw like a brush, but the girl didn't seem to notice. Completely forgetting his fear, our hero moved forward, armed with a stick, and tried to block the monster's attack. When Zealand finally woke up, she saw Lin fighting the huge monster and couldn't believe her eyes. But in the end, the zombie proved too strong and knocked the poor guy to the ground, pinning him to the earth. Danger was imminent. His friend wanted to apologize, but the cry stuck in her throat, and she couldn't even say a word. Still fighting the huge monster, the guy shouted, "Run away from here! I can hold him off for a few minutes. Save your life!" The zombie opened its wide mouth, and two laser-like beams appeared from its eyes. It was ready to attack. But suddenly, the huge monster's head flew off its shoulders as if someone had severed it. Our hero simply opened his eyes wide in surprise. It was his younger brother together with Wei. They had run to help the lucky guy who happened to be nearby. Coming closer and seeing the two frightened men, Wei snorted. "Well, I had to waste my time on this scum. Are you having fun here?" "Yes." The younger brother approached and said in a serious voice, "The Academy's defenses have been breached. Disaster is imminent." Hearing that a zombie mutant was wandering somewhere nearby, all three cried out in surprise and looked at each other. Angered, Wei barked, "Stop talking nonsense. There are no zombie mutants here. How could he even be in this place?" In a calm voice, our hero replied, "I understand it's hard to believe, but I'm telling the truth, so guys, be careful." The surroundings spoke for themselves. Mutilated bodies of people were lying everywhere, and the air was thick with the iron smell of blood. Turning to the others, Wei shouted in an irritated voice, "What are you standing there like statues for? Come on, quickly, take cover, if this is true." Hearing Lin's cry that they shouldn't do that, the guy turned around. "What did you say, you little brat, or did I hear that wrong?" Our hero continued, "We can't run to the academy, we have to run down the street. What's so hard to understand?" Having completely lost control of himself, the bully swung his heavy fist. "Are you completely out of your mind? Do you want to drive us to our graves?" He grabbed the guy by the collar. "Think about it. The academy is probably full of zombies, and there are people who need to be rescued, and you want to abandon them." Lin continued in a calm voice. "The horde of zombies and the mutant will attack large groups of people. If we run there, we'll have a hard time." Deep down, the bully knew the guy was right, but he just gritted his teeth in rage. Looking at him, Lin continued, "Using your abilities and my brother's, we can break through the ordinary zombies and get to safety." Finally, Yu Tao interrupted the conversation. "Take your hands off my brother. We'll go where we want, and you can go to hell." Looking down at him, Wei growled, "Listen, without your power, we won't survive, so I'm coming with you." And the whole group moved forward. The younger brother and Wei were in front, clearing the way, while the others ran behind, trying not to fall behind. The younger brother laughed, which was to be expected. On the route his brother had described, there were indeed fewer monsters, but the bully just snorted. Meanwhile, Zealon began to heal our hero for some reason. Although he was completely healthy, the guy looked at her in surprise. It turned out that she just wanted to stop the bleeding. The girl laughed and looked at him with loving eyes. The younger one flew ahead and urged the others on. "Come on, guys, the exit is just around the corner." Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. "Look, there's a rescue team vehicle over there. It looks like we made it in time." Indeed, a few dozen meters away from them stood a minibus with tinted windows, waiting for something. All that remained was to get there. Looking at the others, the younger brother smiled. In a critical situation, his brother always finds the right solution. He is a good strategist after all. And at that moment, our hero felt proud of himself. Apparently, he was good for something after all. It was nice to see. The younger brother's face suddenly changed, and horror appeared there. He shouted for Lin to duck behind him, as there was danger behind them. Indeed, a huge zombie mutant was already flying towards our hero from behind, waving its clawed paws. There was a loud crash. In the end, the younger brother covered him with his body. However, a bite mark appeared on his neck. Looking at his brother, Lin cried out when he saw a huge wound on the boy's neck. It was a bite mark. The others were already on the bus, and our hero and his brother tried to get on, begging to be taken with them. However, one of the rescuers shouted in a stern voice, "No way, he's infected. We can't take him on board." Y barked, "Enough of this nonsense. If you're not going to take us, I'll walk away on my own 2 feet. I don't care." Suddenly, our hero felt someone's foot kick him right in the chest, and he and his brother were thrown somewhere to the side. Suddenly, it turned out that it was Zelan. The girl's mood had changed and she pushed her supposed friend back. Lifting his head, Lin looked at her with surprised eyes. "Why are you doing this to me, brother?" He lay next to him, already unconscious. Smiling a predatory smile, Zelan looked at him. "I'm sorry, but you're just a simple soldier, and I want to live, so don't take it personally." The bus pulled away with a roar of the engine, leaving our hero lying on the ground in complete confusion. A feeling of resentment welled up in his chest. Why did this happen? Why did they leave? A huge mutant was already approaching them, waving its tentacles. Would everything end right here? Would their lives be cut short? Suddenly, an image of that very hero from their childhood appeared before the boy's eyes. If only he could become as strong as that man. The zombies were already approaching him from behind, snapping their toothy mouths. Lin unsuccessfully reached out his hand as if he thought someone would help him. The silhouette of the hero from his childhood still stood before his eyes, just as radiant and powerful as ever, but for some reason he was not trying to help him now. It was just a mirage. Suddenly, a bright flash of light shone in front of the boy, so bright that it flooded everything around him with light. Something changed at that moment. Our hero's eyes lit up bright blue, and strange implants appeared on his body. For a couple of seconds, the boy stood there looking at his new body in amazement, not understanding what had just happened. Looking around, Lin saw that the zombies had been destroyed, their bodies lying in pieces on the ground. Could the boy have done this himself? A notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was the system informing him that the operation had been successful. A second later, another notification appeared, saying that the zombies were advancing and there were even more of them. The guy cried out in surprise. Several large mutants were approaching him with huge leaps, waving their clawed paws. It was too late to think. Purely on reflex, Lin jumped aside. He didn't even understand how he reacted, but the monster missed, striking the ground with its huge hands. And for those a few meters away, our hero, having stopped, was still trying to understand what had happened and where he got such strength. After all, if it weren't for the system, he would have become food for these monsters. He had to take advantage of this opportunity. A notification appeared before his eyes again, saying that evasion had been used and the skill could be improved. Two monsters, having recovered, moved towards the guy, waving their paws. They wanted to devour him sooner or later. His eyes lit up bright blue. The system seemed to want him to choose what to do. Okay, it's too late to think. Looking back, the guy saw his brother lying unconscious. If he dodged, Yu Tao would be in danger. He had to take the hit. The image of his girlfriend's face when she pushed him back appeared in his mind again. Now he had to rely only on his own strength. The monsters had already jumped high into the air. Our hero clenched his fist and prepared to fight back. There was simply no other choice. There was a monstrous blow, and one of the monsters flew to the side, thrown back by the powerful blow. Lin looked at his fist in surprise, which was still smoking from the excess energy. Only one question stuck in his head. What did I do? A status window appeared in front of his face, displaying his own photo and statistics. It turned out that the guy had already become a warrior. Suddenly, several crystals flew right into his hand, and the cybernetic implant began to absorb them. Well, okay. It seems there is still a lot to learn. He was still standing in his place, studying the status window, but one thing became clear. He was already a warrior. Turning around, the guy saw that a horde of monsters led by a mutant was already running towards them. It was time to get out of there. He began attacking the monsters one by one, scattering them like toys, and the zombies flew in different directions. At the same time, Lin continued to absorb crystals. With each absorption, his strength grew, and it was physically noticeable. Looking at his status window once again, Lin realized that if the indicator showed the number 2, he would raise his level. Swinging his arm, he struck the ground with a powerful attack, and several zombies flew into the air with a crash. Picking up his brother, the guy ran somewhere to the side. They had to leave. The situation was heating up and couldn't go on like this. The number 2 finally appeared in the status window. His characteristics really did depend directly on the numbers now. At least that much was clear. He was still carrying his wounded brother in his arms. He didn't have the strength to use 2 abilities at once. He had to get out of there. Okay, this would come in handy during the retreat. His brother was still unconscious, but he could hear his heartbeat. In the end, the guys managed to get away from the battlefield. Now, they were sitting, hiding behind some house. Lin was breathing heavily and looking around. His brother was sitting nearby, leaning against the wall. But their happiness was short-lived. A huge mutant peered around the corner and growled heavily. It seemed he had found his prey. The monster's hand glowed with a red laser. In another second, the monster would incinerate the 2 unfortunate souls. As if to make matters worse, the system began to warn of danger, as if it wasn't already obvious. Lin stepped aside and thought about what to do. Things were bad. He had to get out of there. His heart began to beat at an incredible speed, but suddenly a monstrous explosion tore through the space. The zombies began to scatter in different directions, and red dots similar to lasers appeared. Literally a couple of seconds passed, and the horde of monsters was destroyed. Standing in front of them was a group of people. It seemed that they were the heroes. A man with a small beard sighed heavily. Everything was sad here too. This man's name was Liu, and he was the captain of the squad. Another man with glasses reported on the academy grounds. Everything is calm. You can breathe easy. Currently, only ordinary zombies have been spotted. No mutants have been detected. The team gathered closer. The captain asked if there were any survivors among the others, but it seemed that there were none. At least they were unable to search the area. Looking away, the man said heavily that they would have to search the area and find the source of the infection. One of the soldiers grabbed the mutant's head and crushed it into mincemeat. There was a crunching sound, and pieces flew in all directions. Suddenly, a voice came from off to the side. A girl with pink hair was running toward them, shouting that there were survivors. The girl stopped to catch her breath, her face red from running, and she could barely speak. Meanwhile, the two brothers lay in a small crater left by the explosion and tried to hide from the monsters. Lin grabbed his head and looked at his brother. He had managed to drag his younger brother to safety. Unfortunately, the virus had begun to take effect, and Yu Tao was rapidly turning into one of the monsters. His eyes lit up like two spotlights, and a roar escaped from his throat. Our hero thought it was good that he had managed to activate his skill, otherwise they would have been devoured. Looking at his brother, the guy gritted his teeth. He had to get him to the hospital quickly before things got even worse. But before they even had time to understand what was happening, a group of rescuers appeared in front of the guys, and the captain's voice was heard. "Stand still. Don't move." Seeing the people at last, Lin looked at them with surprised eyes and froze. Could it be that the rescuers had come to their aid? The captain looked at the survivors with kind eyes. Well, if he understands our language, it means he's not infected yet. Judging by their vests, they were warriors. Lin tried to calm his brother, who was rapidly turning into a zombie, and remained calm himself. The captain said sternly, "First, answer the question. Have you been bitten or not? It depends on that whether we get you out of here or not." Lin noticed a coldness in this man's eyes. Apparently, he would not hesitate. If necessary, he would eliminate the threat without a second thought. Lying was useless. So Lin straightened up and said firmly, "I'm fine, but my younger brother was bitten and is infected." The captain waved his hand. "In that case, leave him here in the pit. You climb up to us and we'll take you away." Looking at them in horror, the guy shouted, "Wait, but I have a stash. He can be saved. I just need to get to the horizon." The soldier with glasses pointed his gun at him. "Stop being stupid, kid. Get away from the infected one before he bites you, too. He needs to be eliminated." Yun was still lying on the ground and continued to growl. It was clear that he was trying with all his might to resist the virus, but with each attempt, it was getting worse. The guy with glasses continued, "When a strong person turns out to be infected, he will most likely turn into an even worse mutant." Taking aim, the soldier said, "So hurry up and get away. I need to put him out of his misery." Lin realized that no one was likely to listen to him, but he still didn't move. He shielded his brother with his body. He couldn't let this happen. He opened the inventory window. Now he would have to fight them to protect his brother. He couldn't let him lose his life just like that. Suddenly, a strange red dot appeared on the notification panel. "Wait, what is this?" The deputy captain asked in surprise, "What are you doing, kid?" The girl with pink hair just snorted. "You're too harsh on him." Finally, the bespectacled man barked, "If we stand here like statues, we'll miss the mutant." The girl cried out in surprise. Watching the moving red dot, Lin began to realize that they seemed to be talking about the very mutant he was now seeing. Lifting his head, our hero shouted, "Listen, I know where the mutant is." He was still poking his finger at the dashboard. "Leave my brother alone and I'll help you find this monster." The deputy captain couldn't believe his ears. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The captain himself looked silently at the young man. For some reason, he remembered an event from his past life when he himself had sat next to another person who had lost his life. Before his eyes was the face of a girl who was unsuccessfully trying to talk to him. It was his sister. It was very painful for the captain at the time, but he tried to hold on with all his might. Finally, the man gathered himself and said, "There are traces of a battle here in a deep crater. Did you encounter a mutant, kid?" In a stern voice, Lin replied, "Yes, it has already happened. You can see for yourself what happened here." "Okay, I believe you." The captain put his hands in his pockets and nodded. The deputy cried out, "What are you doing, sir?" Catching his gaze, Liu turned his head. "This is my decision as the commander of this unit. Do you have any objections?" Then he turned his eyes to the brothers. "Well, okay, kid. Take us to the mutant. If your brother shows aggression, you know what will happen." Realizing what was going on, Lin said, "Then I'll deal with him myself. No problem." Finally, the group descended to him, and the deputy shouted, "Tell us where the mutant is. If you lie, there will be no mercy." Looking at the dashboard, our hero thought, blue. It was moving with him, so the monster must be somewhere nearby. He pointed his finger toward the academy and shouted, the mutant must be somewhere there. He's still alive and on the academy grounds. Follow me. The girl with pink hair knelt down and began to calculate the route using her abilities. She determined with precision where the monsters were. The entire squad was already standing on top of one of the tall buildings, watching the horde of zombies at the academy. There were no survivors left. Our hero was still carrying his brother, who had almost completely turned into a zombie. Things were bad, and we couldn't do without reinforcements. The captain scratched his head. Indeed, a problem had arisen. The girl with pink hair looked at him. What are your orders? Looking at his team, the man ordered Zhao Bi and Da Li. The cleanup is up to you this time, so get to work. Our hero looked at this team and couldn't help but admire their professionalism and courage. The man with white hair suddenly began to transform. He turned into a real cyborg, his whole body covered with bionic prostheses. Jumping off the roof, he flew down like a stone, completely oblivious to the danger below. Then there was a monstrous roar, and a green beam of energy tore through space and destroyed a dozen zombies at once. The fighter stopped a few meters away and slowed down, looking at the result of his actions. He was truly a professional. One of the monsters tried to attack, but the cyborg easily blocked the blow. The zombie tried to bite him, but its teeth broke just by touching the sturdy exoskeleton. The man threw the monster aside and swung his heavy fist to strike. The monster let out a scream. Armed with a heavy hammer, the man swung and struck the monster with such force that only a wet spot remained. Watching all this, Lin opened his mouth in surprise. This man is simply amazing. He has incredible strength, but he is also very agile. Swinging once more, the cyborg prepared to deliver another crushing blow. Seeing what had happened, the boy couldn't believe his eyes. There was another zombie, but now it was painfully familiar. It was the dean of the academy who had rejected him 6 times, and now he was fighting this cyborg. Lin shouted, if I'm not mistaken, his ability is transformation. He can now increase his muscle mass. Indeed, the monster began to transform before his eyes. His body was covered with strong muscles, and he easily blocked the blow. And now, instead of an ordinary zombie, we were facing a huge monster several meters tall, covered in muscles and spikes. Now Cyborg realized that he was no match for this monster and that it would be difficult to restrain such power. The other monsters were already attacking him from both sides. Suddenly, a shell flew in from somewhere far away. A monstrous explosion was heard and the huge mutant flew apart in different directions. The deputy commander fired his cannon just in time, destroying the monster in one shot. Once again dealing with the smaller monsters, Cyborg reported to the captain that the area had been cleared and the danger had passed. We can move on. His eyes glowed bright yellow, and they had several pupils as if the man himself were a mutant. The commander nodded. Okay, I understand. Now, let's move on. We still have a lot to do. Lin thought to himself that he even felt sorry for the dean for a second. Even though he was a nasty person, he was one of the strongest warriors. The whole team was gathered and discussing something, while our hero just looked at them and marveled at the power of true warriors. He was already lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. His glasses were broken and his mouth remained open in a scream. Lifting his brother onto his shoulder, Lin walked forward with a heavy heart, feeling uneasy about what he had seen. On the way, the deputy captain reflected, judging by all appearances, this man was very strong in the past, because only strong people can become mutants. Turning around, the man asked, "Have you still not lost your faith, kid? Your brother is also strong and may also become a mutant." Without hesitation, Lin said firmly, "I haven't changed my mind. He's still my younger brother, and I can't just abandon him." Sighing, the man said, "Then remember this, kid. There's no shame in asking your elders for help. Stop trying to carry everything on your own." The girl with pink hair jumped up to him and smiled, saying, "You're such a show-off pretending to be so cool here." Suddenly, the captain stopped and raised his hand. "Hold it. Something's burning in the distance. Let's take a look." But then his expression changed and he snorted with laughter. "No, it's Yui getting angry. How could I forget the feeling that a fire had started?" The girl tried to hold back her laughter and the deputy flew into a rage. "Captain, you're hopeless. How can you lead like this?" The bespectacled man immediately turned to our hero and asked irritably, "Listen, why are we taking so long? Is this even the right way or did you lie?" Lin replied calmly, "Yes, everything is fine, brother." The creature on his shoulder stirred and growled softly. And now the whole squad was sitting on the roof. Inside was some strange creature, most likely a mutant. It was time to find out. The captain opened the hatch, and the whole team stared down and froze in surprise. Apparently, there really was something scary down there. Down below, in a large hall filled with people, stood a huge creature with several legs, resembling a spider. The monster stood on the stage, and the scene was quite ironic. The other zombies looked at it as if it were some kind of deity. At the sight of all this, our hero shuddered. "Damn it! This monster attacked the academy and turned everyone else into zombies. This is bad. Patting him on the shoulder, the captain said, "You and Lo Shin stay here, and we'll go and check what happened there." Without waiting for an answer, he and his assistants jumped down and flew straight to the stage. Looking at his indicators, Lin said bitterly, "If only I could use my power, I could help them." Looking at one of the indicators, the guy was surprised. Just a moment ago, it was 0, but now the number had changed. As if sensing his concern, Shin looked at him and smiled. "Don't worry, kid. They're very strong. They'll be fine. Just wait here." She said she was born in the 24th district. There are 26 districts in this city. Roughly speaking, they had known each other since childhood. Almost all of them were orphans, so they had to survive on the streets to feed themselves somehow, sometimes even resorting to looting. Of course, they were lucky to meet these guys, and they supported each other throughout their lives and eventually even became a small family. But the girl understood that sooner or later, such luck could end, because things couldn't always be so good. Danger in the form of zombies haunted them their whole lives, and the guys tried to protect each other however they could. And now that they had grown up, they had become real fighters who no longer posed a danger to the monsters around them. In the end, they managed to fulfill their childhood dream and become protectors for others, becoming much stronger than ever before. The captain, as in their childhood, was the leader of their group and commanded everyone. Roughly speaking, they were grown-up children, but their habits remained. In the end, the huge mutant was defeated. Liu looked at him over his shoulder and exhaled. "We turned out to be stronger after all. Congratulations, guys." Stabbing one of the monsters with his blade, he sighed. "Well, the job is done. We can finally relax." Watching all this from the sidelines, Lin couldn't help but be amazed. It was simply amazing. They had dealt with a very strong mutant with such ease. Looking at him, Shin said that the captain had long been of high rank, but did not want to go to work at Horizon because he did not want to leave us. But then, as if realizing she had said a little too much, the girl gasped. And our hero already understood everything. It seems she likes this commander. Applying her opinion, the girl winked and said, "Okay, let's go down and help the others deal with the small stuff." Inside, chaos reigned. Zombies were scattered in all directions, and the whole team stood safe and sound in the middle of this mess. Finally, our hero came down and looked around, horrified to see the gruesome scene of human bodies mixed with monsters. Suddenly, he noticed something and flinched. Shin asked what was wrong, but the guy didn't answer. The deputy captain came closer. "Are you scared by the sight of these zombie students?" "It's not surprising. It's a gruesome sight." But in reality, it was different. Our hero saw something else and wondered if none of them could see what was happening here. Apparently, it was a system issue. He looked at the next pop-up window. Apparently, he needed to keep what he was seeing a secret just to be on the safe side. The others apparently noticed Lin's confusion and looked at him. The captain called him closer. "Hey, brother, come here." Looking at him kindly, the captain said, "You showed me the mutant and helped me neutralize it. As I promised, I'll take you to the antidote reception point." Looking at his deputy, the captain asked, "You don't mind, do you?" Zhao Yu just snorted. "Okay, it's a deal. We have to be fair." They were still in this eerie place, the bodies of the destroyed monsters inspiring terror. "What are you doing sitting here?" At that moment, Lin felt a familiar feeling from his childhood, when he first met the very hero who saved him back then. He watched the receding figures, kind and strong warriors. Lin wanted to be like them. They were his role models. He looked at the status window. Thanks to the system, it was possible that he could make his dream come true. And yes, the indicators had changed again. The amplification scale was now almost completely filled. Perhaps it was because of the blue crystals he had collected along the way. The boy looked closely. There were also many crystals here, hovering above the bodies of the monsters, but the mutant himself had no crystal. To his horror, Lin noticed that a wave of red and black energy was rising above the captain and approaching. The guy shouted to warn his comrade, his voice echoing throughout the ship. Still not understanding what was happening, the captain turned his head to the side, and several drops of blood fell on his face. The man froze. It turned out that the monster's huge hand had struck Shin's body, and the girl froze in place, instantly losing her life. Seeing his friend in such a state, the deputy cried out in surprise and almost dropped his weapon. He grabbed his machine gun and seemed to have lost his mind from grief. The man rushed forward, trying to shoot, but immediately lost his head with a single blow. His head flew off somewhere to the side, and my eyes froze in horror and wonder at how such a thing could have happened. The captain stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had happened. Two of his comrades had already gone to the other world, but the man still stood rooted to the spot. Armed with his glowing blade, he moved forward with quick jumps to finally destroy the mutant. He swung and delivered a monstrous blow to the monster's body. There was a crunch and a roar from the monster. The man flew to the side. He already understood that the monster was very strong and that he would have to use his body's full potential. The question was whether he would have time. The monster transformed. It became much larger. and it was difficult to even imagine that it would be a candidate. At one point, the man felt a blow to his arm. The pain pierced his entire body, and even he, an experienced fighter, was unable to dodge it. At some point, Dali appeared in front of him and blocked another blow from the monster with a huge hammer. There was a crackling sound from his equipment. The cyborg turned to the side and hissed, "Captain, please run away from here. I'll hold him off as long as I can." The man tried to reach for his sword, but it was too late. His arm hurt terribly, and his body was losing strength. At the last moment, the cyborg said, "We've lived so long only because of you, Captain. Thank you." At some point, the cyborg felt a blow. A huge spike hit him right in the stomach. Life slowly left his body. Our hero stood nearby and couldn't understand how this could have happened. They were such strong fighters, and now they were lying lifeless. It looked just awful. The squad was completely destroyed, and even the almighty cyborg just froze in place like a broken doll. Getting to his feet, the mutant screamed in rage. Instead of a head, he had some kind of flame. Lin looked at his brother, who had suddenly become active. They needed to get out of there as soon as possible, but with his brother, that was unlikely to happen. By the way, I almost forgot about the system indicator. Maybe he would still have time to use his ability somehow. The captain was crawling somewhere nearby. Due to blood loss, he was too weak and blamed himself for losing his friends in an instant. He looked at the monster that was already approaching. "Well, guys, we'll meet again soon. Be sure of that." But suddenly, the man felt someone pull him forcefully to the side. "It was our hero, Lu." He raised his head. "Kid, what are you doing?" The boy just smiled shyly and looked away. "I can't leave you here, Captain." Lifting his tired gaze, Lu couldn't believe his eyes. Was it just me? Or was his strength now at the level of a high-ranking warrior? Lin continued to ask the captain, "How do you feel? Can you walk or not?" The man asked what had just happened. But it was too late to ask questions. The monster had already targeted them and swung its claw, striking right at its target. Thrown back by the blow, the captain fell to the floor, but our hero somehow managed to stay on his feet. It was dangerous now. That monster almost crushed us. Lin looked at the monster with a stern gaze. It seemed he was no longer afraid. He looked at his indicator again. It turned out that the scale showed the level of energy that could be converted, and the level had increased. Meanwhile, the captain became active. "Okay, enough sitting around. You have enough strength to resist the candidate." The guy wondered who else it could be. Lu began to explain that these were monsters that could evolve in unforeseen circumstances. In short, to put it simply, grabbing his sword, the captain continued with the plan. "I'll try to fend off his attack and you strike with all your might." Lin couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had already tried to attack this monster, but to no avail. Where was the option now? But it was too late to think. The monster was approaching with rapid leaps, and decisive action was needed. The captain activated his eyes of truth to their fullest, and two bright white dots appeared on his face where his eyes used to be. Straightening up, he blocked the monster's heavy attack with a single blow and still remained standing. Then he shouted, "Come on, man, there won't be another chance!" His face was covered with wrinkles from the tension. Realizing what was required of him, our hero moved forward. First, he would need to set his evasion to maximum and then attack. Swinging his fist, Lin aimed directly at the monster and gathered all his strength into his fist. There would be only one chance. An explosion was heard. Where the monster had just been, there was now only a crater. The captain stood nearby, breathing heavily, holding a blade in his hands. The mutant was faster and was already standing behind the boy, preparing for his next throw. The soldier reacted immediately and pulled our hero aside at the last moment, grabbing him with one hand. They stopped a few meters away from the enraged monster. The attack had failed, but it was too early to rejoice. There were black spots on the captain's face near his eyes and mouth. He had used too much force and his body was overloaded. Lin immediately began to apologize. He had made a mistake, but the man snorted. "It's my fault. Your ability belongs to the strength class, right?" "I understand." The boy blinked in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Lu began to explain. In short, abilities can be divided into several classes: strength, speed, skill, and energy. If you don't have a weapon, you won't be able to defeat the monster. At these words, the boy opened his mouth in surprise. "So I need a weapon." The captain showed him his blade. "For example, like my sword. But you don't have this weapon yet." "No, you have to go through the appropriate rituals." And then Lin remembered that there was a transformation button on the dashboard. Maybe that's it. He looked at the raging monster. "What if it doesn't work? Then we'll have to grab my brother and get out of here." As if sensing his thoughts, the captain said, "Grab Yu Tao and run immediately." But the boy refused, saying that if they were going to leave, they would do so together. Looking at his fallen comrades, the captain sighed. If you can't protect the people you care about, what's the point of even trying? The silhouette of a hero from his distant childhood appeared before his eyes again. The boy paused for a moment and looked at the captain. "You know, you're right." Lu raised his head and looked at him with surprised eyes. "Kid, what are you thinking?" Standing up, Lin shouted, "Well, in that case, I'll protect you." The captain couldn't believe his ears. As soon as the boy ordered the transformation to begin, his body was covered with some kind of strange suit, and a huge hammer appeared in his hands. Wait, am I a blacksmith? Lin looked at his system in surprise. It looked very strange. Okay, you'll be happy later. The monster is already approaching, snapping its huge jaws and already wanting to devour our hero. Taking the hammer and anvil in his hands, Lin ordered to make him a weapon that could defeat this monster immediately. A ringing blow was heard in the guy's hands, and a strange object resembling a blade immediately began to materialize. The man just opened his mouth in surprise. So you have a system too, kid. A warning appeared in the notification window. Currently, your skills are too low, so the weapon may break. But it was too late to think. It was now or never. The boy took a fighting stance and prepared to fight off the approaching monster. Its wide mouth was already moving towards him. Our hero swung his blade and delivered a crushing blow. There was a crack of breaking bones and a roar from the monster. In just a few seconds, the monster was split in two, and Lin stood there, still holding the blade with hands trembling from the strain. The sword in his hands began to crumble from the force of the blow. It was a good thing he chose to dodge. Everything worked out. The captain still couldn't believe his eyes. Was he imagining things? Or had this guy's strength and speed changed in an instant? Suddenly, our hero's whole body was pierced with pain, and the exoskeleton on his arm began to heat up. The notification stated that the level had been raised, and the title of sorcerer had been unlocked. All Lin managed to do was read the notification. Then he simply passed out. His body was overloaded. His eyes gradually opened, and the first thing Lin saw was his brother standing there as if nothing had happened, completely healthy. Lin put his hands on his shoulder and couldn't believe that it was really his brother. He was smiling and seemed happy to see him. But a second later, instead of a friendly face, the face of a terrible monster appeared. The zombie growled, "You couldn't save me, brother." After that, our hero simply woke up, thank God. It was just a nightmare. Lin breathed heavily and jumped out of bed. Realizing that it was just a nightmare, the guy rubbed his head. He was covered in cold sweat from fear, but so far, everything was fine. He heard the captain's voice from the side. "Kid, how are you feeling?" Startled, Lin cried out and looked at him in horror. "What are you doing here?" The captain stood up from his seat and asked, "Who do you think brought you here?" "Calm down. We're at First City Hospital. We brought you here from the battlefield. You lost consciousness. 3 days have passed since then." With difficulty, Lin immediately began to ask, "Where is my brother? What happened to him? Where did you take him?" Turning around, the man looked at him over his shoulder. "Follow me, kid. You'll see everything for yourself." They went out into the corridor, where there were worried doctors and patients, all looking at them as if the two were some kind of deities and whispering among themselves. Lin smiled. "You're quite a celebrity here, Captain." The man snorted. "It's all thanks to you, you know." In fact, the guy didn't understand anything and just looked at the captain with surprised eyes, but he didn't ask any questions. Finally, they approached the door, where a soldier armed to the teeth was standing guard, and stopped. Seeing the captain, the soldier immediately saluted, but the man ordered him to stand down and entered the door. Lin walked by. He really didn't notice anything, but the soldier glanced at him strangely, as if he were afraid. Seeing what had happened in the ward, Lin froze. His eyes widened and his mouth opened, but no cry came out. His brother lay connected to a multitude of devices, endless tubes extending from his body, and everything around him was enclosed by a glass dome. Lin began to bang on the glass in an attempt to get to his brother, but the captain stopped him. "Calm down, kid. This is the best medical equipment. Your brother is in a coma, but he's still stable." Lin calmed down a little and thanked the man. "It's too early to rejoice, kid. These drugs won't stop the mutation, but at least your brother is safe." Utah was hooked up to a ventilator and lying on a couch. He had sharp teeth in his mouth, but his eyes were closed. He was still unconscious. Now, there was only one thing left to do: become the best fighter and go to Horizon. Before, that would have been impossible, but now everything had changed. Looking at him, the captain said, "As a high-ranking warrior, I can recommend you for qualification." Stepping forward, Liu lowered his voice to a whisper. "But first, tell me about your strange power. You're a very interesting specimen." After a short conversation, the soldier thought for a moment and scratched his chin. "How funny. It's just incredible. It turns out you have a system that can not only transform abilities, but also introduce different ranks to control skills." Lin nodded. "I was surprised at first, too. My abilities are divided into control, release, transformation, and spirituality. They are incompatible." Thinking, the captain looked away. "You're wrong, kid. It's entirely possible. It's been many years since such cases actually happened frequently, and I don't know much about it." Turning his gaze to the large tower outside the window, Liu said, "Such information should be kept in the local archives of the elders. Perhaps you will find the answer there." After that, the man fell silent, his eyes reflecting thoughtfulness and even some hope. Apparently, he was just as shocked as our hero. "Okay, now you need to think about the qualifying exam. It will take place very soon, so you'd better prepare yourself." Lin involuntarily looked at the pop-up window of the system. It would be interesting to see if he could master this thing or not. Well, for his brother's sake, he had to at least try. The exam was scheduled to begin in exactly 1 week, and a large crowd of people had already gathered. The captain and Lin were there too. They came closer. It was an association of warriors who wanted to learn. There were quite a few of them. Turning around, the soldier asked the kid, "Have you managed to master your system yet?" Lin sighed. After a week of practice, it had become much easier. "Great, just don't forget what we talked about." The boy nodded. "Okay, fine, I'll remember." Before that, the soldier said that it was better not to attract attention and not to talk about his system because the hierarchy here was very complex. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a strange voice behind him. Zilan and Wei were standing there. The girl couldn't believe her eyes when she saw her old acquaintance alive. Turning his head, Lin frowned. "So you're here too. I can't say I'm glad to see you." Wei became angry again. "And you're here? Where did you come from? How did you even survive in that hell?" His friend couldn't believe her eyes. She had clearly seen that Lin couldn't have survived among those monsters that day. So what had happened? The bully swung his heavy fist, completely disregarding the rules of propriety. "How dare you show up here?" With one deft movement, Lin blocked the blow with just one palm, and there was a slight crunch. Wei immediately understood what had happened. His gaze changed instantly, and his eyes bulged with surprise. The guy fell to the ground and curled up in pain, letting out a cry. What kind of power did he have? I couldn't believe what had happened. The bully's eyes were now filled with silent horror. Zilan had already started babbling something about how she was forced to do it and how sorry she was. However, Lin didn't even listen to her. He just walked past her firmly and didn't even look at her. "I'll deal with you during the exam." The girl felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him and froze in place, swallowing her tongue. She seemed to pretend that she didn't understand anything. "What are you talking about? I'm glad you're back." The guy stopped. Looking away, she whispered, "I've been worried about you all this time and wondering if we could try again." Turning to her, Lin said in a firm voice, "Listen, do you even have the courage to ask or not?" The girl cried out, "What are you talking about?" Lin smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Don't you want to know where my brother is, or are you not interested at all?" Zilan looked at him in surprise and pretended not to understand, her eyes wide with confusion. The guy's hands clenched into fists. "Listen, I would understand if you had left me there alone, a weakling, but he's alive. And by the way, the fact that you left him there is simply unforgivable." The guy's eyes flashed with rage. Without saying another word, he simply turned and walked away. The captain was standing nearby, but he decided not to interfere in the conversation. Passing by Lin, he said in a firm voice, "We have nothing more to do here." The man just looked at him sympathetically and didn't argue. They headed away. Finally coming to his senses, Wei grabbed his wounded arm. "God, what he had to go through. My whole body hurts now." But he immediately shut up. At that moment, Wei saw the girl's face change. She exuded a monstrous aura, her eyes glowing red. "How dare he talk to me like that?" She bit her finger until it bled with rage, but nothing. This kid will pay for his words. The events moved to the sports field where the contenders were training. You could hear the heavy breathing of people running. Among them was Lin. He was running with all his might and breathing heavily. He needed to get in better shape. Before that, the captain said that he couldn't go any further because he was barred from entering, and he had his own business to attend to. The man gave him some advice. "Listen, kid, the exam consists of 2 parts. The first is a test of physical abilities, and the second is a test of your own abilities." Lin listened carefully and opened his eyes wide in surprise. It turned out that he couldn't use his own abilities there. And now, he was trying unsuccessfully to catch up with the leading runners, but it wasn't working. His breathing was uneven, and his chest began to feel tight. Once again, Lin looked at the system window. Yes, he had such a cool thing, but still he had to pass the exam on his own. Turning his head, he suddenly noticed another girl. She was blonde, wearing sports shorts and a tank top, and she was also training on the field. He felt relieved. Well, at least he wasn't the only weakling, which was a bit selfish, by the way. Suddenly, the girl caught his eye and blushed. "What are you staring at? I'm already 1 lap ahead of you. Stop panting." She sped up and finally said, "If I were you, I would have given up already." She let go of his hands. "Why are you even doing this?" Lin thought for a moment. "No, I can't give up now. It would be too much. I am responsible for my younger brother." Summoning all his strength, our hero sped up. Even though it was hard and his whole body ached, he tried his best. The girl looked after him in surprise and smiled a little. It was amazing that he was still so determined even when he was so weak. In the end, with a heavy heart, Lin finished his run and now stood bent over, breathing heavily. Surprisingly, he looked at the others and couldn't understand how it was that he was the only one who wasn't out of breath while the others were full of energy. Suddenly, something very cold touched his cheek. The guy looked up and froze a little. He immediately jerked back and cried out, asking what it was and why it was so cold. Standing next to him was the same girl, holding a bottle of water in her hands. "What are you doing? Have you gone completely mad?" Lin looked at the girl with an offended look, but she just smiled and said, I brought you something to drink. Of course, he didn't expect you to run up to him. Grabbing the life-saving bottle, Lin felt a little embarrassed, but he started drinking anyway. The girl added as if to spite him, Unfortunately, you're the last one. But still, well done. Our hero choked on the water. Shut up. But the stranger just grinned. You're to blame for this test. Many masters of sports took part in it. Even Zhao Lin was here. He is from the 2nd District and graduated from the academy with top marks. There was also Feng Yufan, a boy from the 3rd District, a young prodigy whose level and abilities are simply impressive. In addition, there is Zhou Zhichang, a rising star who was once part of the combat squad. Strong competitors, aren't they? The girl looked at him more closely. It can be said that all the participants are the elite of the horizon, so don't blame yourself. She pointed her finger at Lin. And I haven't heard anything about you. You don't really look like someone who has undergone long-term training. Remember, this is not an exam that anyone can take. You must understand this well. Our hero shrank and introduced himself. My name is Lin Wenxin, and I'm a nobody from the 23rd District. I'm self-critical, of course, but that's the truth. I have my reasons for taking this exam, and rest assured that I will pass it anyway. After such a confident tirade, the girl just snorted and blushed, barely holding back her laughter. But in the end, she laughed loudly and clearly. Okay, I'm sorry. I just didn't expect such a banal response. That's all. Squinting, our hero looked at her more intently. Who are you anyway, coming here and laughing? The girl had already taken a deep breath to introduce herself, but suddenly she was interrupted by the examiners who were already there. Several people appeared before them, among whom, miraculously, was Captain Liu. Besides him, there was a man with white hair and another person whose face was hidden by a mask. Making himself comfortable among the others, our hero raised his head and looked at us examiners in surprise. The man with white hair was named Li Yuting. He was a legendary fighter of the highest rank. Lin immediately noticed the examiner's intense gaze. What's going on? Why is this man looking at me like that? Could he have noticed the system? Damn, he's still coming here. Indeed, the examiner approached our hero with a steady, unhurried gait. But it turned out that the guy had simply overestimated himself. The examiner approached a blonde girl standing nearby, whose name, by the way, was Yunka. The examiner smiled warmly and said, This time I came here eagerly awaiting your entrance. The girl smiled too and blushed a little. Of course, this time I will definitely live up to your expectations. Hearing her name, Lin was a little surprised. So that's your real name, how interesting. I'll keep that in mind. It turned out that she was #1 in the 1st District, the strongest student, and a candidate for the best students. The examiner looked stern again and looked at the candidates. Okay, I'll be brief. Guys, listen carefully. Everyone stopped and looked ahead with surprised eyes. Something began to happen there. There was a crackling sound and someone's roar. Huge monster heads appeared from somewhere. Everyone fell silent and looked on in horror at what was happening. The examiner spread his arms as if nothing had happened and said, Your task is to destroy all the monsters behind me within a certain time. Hearing this, the others just froze in place. Are you kidding? That's barbaric. The commander just stood and watched everything from the sidelines, and when his gaze met that of our hero, they stared at each other. Lin hissed with rage, Hey, old man, weren't you the one who said that a fairly simple battle awaited me? What is this? Although he didn't show it, the captain was a little embarrassed. Listen, I didn't know this would happen. I'm sorry. The captain looked at the examiner and wondered who had put him there. He's a real monster. He has no mercy for anyone. As if realizing that they were talking about him, Yutan just sneezed and cringed. He knew what other people thought of him. And then he pretended not to understand anything. I've been sneezing a lot today. Is someone cursing me there? Okay, guys, fighting these monsters with our bare hands would be barbaric on my part, so I'll give you some weapons. Men, snap your fingers above your heads, and equipment will appear before you, so please put it on. A strange sphere began to appear near each participant. It turned out to be an ordinary bracelet. It immediately appeared on his hand, looking like a regular wristwatch. But what was it for? It was unclear. The guy had only just thought about this when the watch lit up with a bright yellow light, almost blinding him. He had to cover his face with his hands. Then a strange substance began to emerge from the bracelet, similar to water but more viscous. This thing was as if alive. In less than a second, the strange substance began to envelop Lin's body. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening before he felt his body being absorbed by something. Looking around, the guy noticed that he was now wearing some kind of strange suit that looked like a spacesuit. Yunki received a rabbit costume and immediately began to snort. Ugh, how embarrassing. Why do I need this nonsense? Lin noticed that the indicator had increased by a few %, but he didn't immediately understand what it was. So he immediately turned to the examiner. Please tell me, what is this thing? The man looked at him. Yuting smiled and said, The equipment can increase your current power. The stronger you are, the higher this indicator will be. By the way, you only have 3%. Are you sure you'll pass the exam? Our hero just snorted. Enough talk, you're annoying me. But the examiner just smiled. Usually this indicator is around 10%, but yours is suspiciously low. A surprised cry was heard nearby. It was a blonde girl. Her indicator exceeded 20. The commander looked at her and just snorted. Zhao was standing nearby. It seemed that his indicator was the highest. Everyone else looked at him with surprise and delight. Feng was also nearby. His score was also quite high, but the guy was still upset because he wasn't the strongest. Zhou, who was standing nearby, also had a very high score, with everyone scoring over 20. These people were truly incredibly strong. The examiner just grinned. This time, everyone had really good scores and high amplification rates. And then he looked at our hero as if mocking him. "Listen, kid, you definitely don't want to back out. The bus hasn't left yet." Lin just snorted. "Don't even hope for it." Suddenly, someone screamed. It turned out that Yunqi's score was higher than everyone else's, almost 50. It was a new record. Even experienced fighters didn't have such scores. Everyone looked at her with admiration, and the blonde just enjoyed her glory. Even the examiner whistled. "Wow, it seems we have a new rising star. That's a world record." Lin just snorted. "What a jerk." Jumping up to him, Yunqish continued to taunt him. "See, you loser, how cool I am. So treat me with respect." Of course, where would we be without that? And she has a nasty temper. Lin just sighed. "Okay, we'll get through it somehow. The main thing is that this girl doesn't annoy me." Okay guys, there's no time to waste. The qualifying round is open and people are starting to get ready. The monsters were ready to attack, snapping their toothy jaws and ready to destroy anyone in their path. Filming drones were also flying in the air, buzzing constantly. The examiners would use them to track progress. Raising his hand, Yuting snapped his fingers. "Okay, good luck guys, don't let us down." The battle began. The blonde started scattering the monsters in different directions as if they were toys. She vowed to be the first to reach the highest mark. She had a new ability, and the system immediately asked if she wanted to activate the new weapon. An axe appeared in the girl's hands. A smile spread across her face. "So that's how it is. Quite an interesting weapon. Now it will be much easier." She swung and destroyed a huge monster in one fell swoop, splitting it in two. The battle continued. Zhao swung a huge club and destroyed monsters one after another. All the participants were on edge. They were not afraid of anything and rushed straight ahead, destroying the monsters. Lin just watched everything happening from afar. It seemed that everyone had their own weapon chosen for them by the system. He was also offered to choose suitable equipment. Well, it would be stupid to refuse, so let's do it. But instead of something normal, a small pocket knife appeared in the guy's hands. It was like some kind of mockery. From a distance, he could hear the examiner laughing. "Don't worry, the system just selects weapons according to your strength level." Looking at the commander, the man just smiled. "Listen, that guy you recommended is pretty funny. At least he's funny." The battle continued. Yunqi easily dealt with the monsters and didn't feel any difficulty at all. Turning her head, the girl noticed that our hero was standing there, examining his little knife. "I wonder if everything is okay with this guy." There he is again, standing there, and Raven thinks the girl snorted. "How long can we wait?" Two monsters were already heading straight for Lin, and the guy was just standing there, waiting for something, looking at them. "Okay, enough is enough. It's time to act." Swinging his knife, he destroyed the two monsters with sudden ease. Even the experienced examiner couldn't believe his eyes. What just happened? I didn't imagine it, did I? Only the captain smiled broadly. "Well, watch and observe, surprised. Isn't that right? This guy is not so simple." A week before the test, the captain and our hero had a conversation. The man said that no one should ever be told about the system. Let it be a secret. "And how do you think I'm supposed to pass this exam, since my physical indicators are lower than anywhere else? What's the problem?" Suddenly, the captain jerked and grabbed his hair with his strong hands. "Here we go again. What are you doing, old man?" A strange light glowed in the man's hands. "Now, boy, try to dodge it if you have the strength." Then there was a slight crack, and our hero felt a strong blow to his forehead. The crack was so strong that the poor boy flew to the side at such a tremendous speed that he wondered what the hell was going on. All the poor boy managed to do was cry out and fall to the floor. His head hurt as if he had been hit with a sledgehammer. When he finally came to, the poor boy struggled to his feet and grabbed his head. "Are you out of your mind? I'll never survive this." The captain approached him. "Remember, kid, you'll have to try to activate the system before I attack you, so that no one notices." The captain helped him up and took him by the hand. "That's the only way you can hide it from the examiners. Speed is the most important thing." The man looked at him and asked, "Well, kid, are we continuing or not?" Lin didn't immediately understand what they wanted from him. "I'll train you for a few days so you can learn at least something." Lin realized that now he was definitely doomed. "I didn't survive like this. You're going to kill me." But now, the guy realized that it wasn't all for nothing, because now he could use the system with incredible speed. Now, no one can literally see him. He had to calculate the time to open the system and strengthen himself before attacking, and it worked with mixed results. After all, the training had not been in vain, and he was able to defeat monsters without much effort. Lin seemed to be pleased with himself. The examiner watched all this intently. The man already understood that this kid was not so simple. Turning to Liu, who was standing nearby, the examiner smiled. "He's just like you, brave captain." The captain just snorted. That nickname infuriated him. Looking away, Yuting smiled. "However, don't think that this exam will be too easy. It will only get more interesting from here on out." The captain looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean? Are you up to something again, or is it just me?" At that moment, our hero was already exhausted on the battlefield. The exam had only just begun, and he had to put in so much effort just to defeat ordinary monsters. Okay, he couldn't relax. He gripped his small knife tightly and moved forward, but suddenly there was a loud crash. A monstrous blow struck him. Half of his armor was hopelessly damaged, but luckily it was able to protect the guy's body. A huge monster stood nearby. It was a mutant, much larger than all the other zombies, and it opened its toothy mouth and growled with rage. Looking closely, Lin noticed black flames around this mutant. Could it be that the candidate was too tough for the entrance exam? Liu stood in the command cabin with the examiner. The commander was puzzled. "Why didn't you warn the participants earlier that there would be such a mutant?" After taking a few sips of tea, Yuting just smiled. "Don't worry, it's just a fake. They're nothing compared to real monsters." The man put the cup on the saucer. "Nothing will happen to your precious students, but only those who have encountered real mutants can pass the exams." The captain lost his temper. "Why are the requirements so high this time? It wasn't like this before. Why torture the children like this?" The examiner looked at him and said, "We don't have time to look into everyone's mouths, so every frame counts." After these words, the captain shuddered and looked surprised. It seemed that he was beginning to understand what was going on. The examiner smiled and walked away toward the exit. Information had come in that there was a zombie king somewhere, a rather powerful figure, so the fighters had to be prepared. Instead of letting them die on the battlefield, we'll beat them up here first to prepare them well for real combat conditions. The captain had to agree with himself that the battle was indeed becoming more powerful and dangerous, and he still remembered his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the monster swung its paw at his palm, revealing a huge mouth with a bunch of teeth. It looked disgusting. The other students also encountered the large mutant. Some cowered in fear, while others simply assessed the situation. A group of several students was completely confused and didn't know what to do. A huge mutant stood before them. Either they would all die here, or they had to do something. Lin was lying nearby, thinking about what to do next. They had to use the system, otherwise they would definitely fail the test. Then it would be all over. The guy gritted his teeth. Although if he used his trump card now, he would definitely reveal himself, and then there would be unnecessary questions. What to do? He looked at his hand, which held the stump of a dagger. Even his weapon was broken. Everything was going wrong, as if on purpose. The monster roared with rage and raised its huge paw. Another second and there would be nothing left of the unfortunate students. But suddenly, Yunka appeared from somewhere. The girl reacted quickly and, swinging her huge axe, cut the monster in two. Throwing her weapon over her shoulder, the blonde smiled. "Hey, weakling, are you okay? Look, number 1 has arrived. Save yourself and be grateful." Now the guy looked at her with some admiration. "My God, I've never seen such a talented person before." The other participants also joined in and began clapping their hands. Now, there was nothing to fear with such a strong participant with us. The blonde ran forward. "It's okay, guys. Whoever is brave enough, follow me. Let's deal with these monsters." The examiner watched all this and smiled. No wonder this girl is really talented, and she's also a good motivator. Stopping near the body of the defeated mutant, Lin still couldn't recover. Wait, this monster can't still be alive. Lin thought for a moment. Well, if I can't use the system, then I'll have to find this monster's weak spot and finish it off with one blow. He had already charged his fist with energy. Okay, one blow, and then all the points for destroying the monster would be mine. But before he could even do anything, Yunki beat him to it. With a battle cry, she moved straight towards the monster and killed it with one blow. Then she smiled and winked. Well, that's the end of the monsters. This one seems to have been the last. Don't worry. The poor guy almost cried. Well, you could have left at least one for me. What kind of jerk are you? How can you do that? We're a team after all. But suddenly, he saw another huge mutant appear behind the girl, already opening its wide mouth to devour her. The countdown was on. The events took place a decade ago in the slums when Yunkei was still a little girl. She was bullied by those who were older and stronger than her and demanded that she give them the crystal. The girl clutched the glowing object to her chest and shouted, "Why should I give it to you? I found it first. Besides, I have a name. Stop calling me names." She tried with all her might to defend herself and, even in such a situation, did not seem to lose her fighting spirit. One of the boys pointed his finger at her and laughed. "You don't even know who your father is. You're just some poor orphan." Finally, the girl flew into a rage, her eyes flashing red. "I see you didn't get it the first time. Well, never mind. I'll repeat it so you'll remember." The fat boy didn't even have time to react. His eyes reflected real horror, and all his courage vanished in an instant. And then the girl flew straight at him, swinging her fist like a locomotive. In less than a couple of seconds, all three offenders were lying on the ground, some unconscious, some holding their faces, and most importantly, begging for forgiveness. Yoongi approached them and smiled. Now you know, and next time you won't get off so easily. Now get out of here. Having dealt with her offenders, the satisfied girl, holding the shining crystal in her hands, walked down the street humming a song. Opening the door wide, she smiled and said, "Mom, I'm home," but then froze in place. The first thing she saw was a man standing next to her mother, while her mother sat hunched over in a corner, her body covered in bruises from the beating. Surprised, the girls looked up and asked, "Uncle, who are you?" She didn't seem at all embarrassed by the situation. The man with glasses and a small mustache looked at her and said, "I'm your dad. I came to take you back to Horizon." The little girl just stood there, clutching crystal in her hands. First, she looked at her beaten mother, then at this strange man. Her mother was sitting in a corner, curled up with her arms around her knees, quietly sobbing. Apparently, she had had a hard time. Then, realizing what had happened, the girl jumped up to him and shouted, "Mom, did you hear that? Now I have a dad." The man took her by the head and said, "You don't belong with someone like your mother." Yoongi looked at him in surprise and asked why. It was clear that the little girl was genuinely puzzled. Looking at her over his shoulder, the man replied, "Because this woman who calls herself your mother is just a servant. She gave birth to you without my knowledge." He looked at the hunched girl. "Her dirty blood could stain your honor, so we cannot stay here." Hearing such terrible words, the little girl broke free from her father's tight grip and cried out, "No, I'm staying here. You're saying bad things, father." She approached her mother and hugged her. "I'm staying with Mom. She's the best woman in the world." Her mother just sniffled, wrapping her arms around her daughter. After standing there for a moment, the man snorted and turned away. "Now I understand. Your blood is dirty too. You have no right to bear my surname." And at that moment, a desire was born in the little girl's heart to take revenge on her father and prove that she was strong even without his surname. But now she was an adult. She stood before a monster who was ready to destroy her. She realized she had made a mistake. "Mom, forgive me," was all the girl had time to think. But suddenly, something dark and very fast flashed before her eyes. The blonde didn't even have time to understand what was happening. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. What else could be so fast that she couldn't even see it? The monster grabbed his face and began to scream. Who dared to attack him from behind? "Show yourself immediately. I will destroy you." It was our hero. Now he looked completely different, enveloped in some strange shadow. The boy now looked like a real assassin and moved stealthily. This class appeared completely out of the blue. Now he needed to get used to it a little more to use his skills to their full potential. The monster roared, "Fool, you cannot hide from me!" It opened its wide mouth and released a beam of red energy that began to incinerate everything around it. The energy approached the already dead mutant and began to soak into his skin. The monster began to move, despite the fact that he had already been defeated. People were terrified and began to scream. This simply cannot be. The destroyed monster had now risen again from the dead. It had fully recovered, and now there were two huge monsters capable of destroying the helpless people in a second. One of the monsters opened its mouth. "Guys, dinner is served. You can start." It seemed that the monster was enjoying its triumph. One of the participants, the one wearing a mask, said calmly, "Don't panic. This is just part of the test. Everyone will survive. Stop being afraid." The second participant smiled and said, "You're right. We'll deal with them easily. This is just part of the test for us, so get ready." Fang was already hanging in the air and had prepared several of his laser turrets to fire. All that remained was to hit the target, but there was a protective field there. The guy didn't even have time to react before one of the monsters swung its limb and knocked him aside. The poor guy just snorted. Someone tried to block the monster's blow, but its strength was so impressive that no one could even stay on their feet. But besides that, it had amazing speed that even the strongest contenders were unable to match. Yoongi swung her axe at it, but the blade screeched and bounced off without even scratching the monster. The girl flew up into the air, and the monster was already swinging for its next blow. The poor girl knew that something terrible was about to happen. But luckily, someone caught her in their arms. She didn't even have time to understand what had happened before she was already suspended in the air. It wasn't hard to guess that it was Lin. The guy was holding her in his arms, and now she was relatively safe, although she was discouraged. Looking at her, our hero just smiled. "Get out of here quickly. Leave the rest to me. I'll take care of it." Blushing instantly, the blonde didn't even know what to say. She just nodded her head. It was useless to argue. Even the examiner was a little shocked at how fast the shadow was. But who was this guy, and where did he come from? I didn't even have time to understand anything. Frowning, the experienced warrior looked ahead. This power was similar to that possessed by the zombie king, but that couldn't be. Jumping up, the man ran to the exit, shouting to the captain to follow him to the arena. But Liu stopped him and said, "Wait a minute. Maybe it's just an ability that can be observed. We don't know anything yet. The examiner turned around and barked, "That's not the point. The candidates I created have no ability to regenerate. What's so hard to understand?" As if to confirm this, the doors flew open and a frightened man, one of the observers, appeared. He reported that the Zombie King had appeared in the arena. Both fighters froze and looked at him. It really had happened. As they had suspected, this shadow was the Zombie King. Turning around, the captain and the examiner ran away, shouting for all participants to be notified to quickly get to the safe zone. Wielding his sword, our hero tried to defeat several monsters, which he managed to do without much difficulty. Covered in shadow, the guy approached the last monster. "You're the only one left. I'll deal with you very quickly." But suddenly he heard a voice behind him. "Leave the arena immediately. I repeat, all participants must leave the arena immediately." "Are you kidding me? Okay, screw it. I have to leave." The guy jumped up and headed for the exit, leaving the monsters alone. "But no, first I'll finish you off." The boy swung his arm and struck the monster directly in the body with incredible speed. There was a crunch. He stopped a few meters away, swinging his dagger, and that was the end of it. Having received injuries incompatible with life, the monster screamed, breathing its last breath. Its scream echoed throughout the arena. But suddenly, the boy saw that the monster was still alive. "That can't be. What kind of creature are you?" The monster swung and tried to hit him with his fist, but missed, and a monstrous roar was heard. Our hero jumped aside. "Well, okay, this monster seems to be made of iron. Fine, let's play by your rules. It'll be even more fun that way." Activating his executioner skill, the boy moved forward, swinging his blade. Now he had to strike hard to finally finish off this annoying monster. Jumping up, he swung his blade and aimed to hit the monster right in the head. The monster raised its gaze and hissed. Then there was a crash in the air, and electric sparks flew in all directions, mixed with the monster's roar. Finally, it was defeated. Everything began to dissipate, leaving behind only a faint purple haze. Behind him, he heard the instructor's voice. "Stop and put down your weapon immediately, sir." The man was surrounded by soldiers armed with automatic weapons. He had revealed himself after all, and here was the first drawback of this skill. Lin just sighed. It looked like he was in for a long and tedious conversation. The instructor stood with his gun pointed directly at the student. "Now slowly turn around and show me your hands without any sudden movements." A notification appeared in front of his face. Using the invisibility skill again would cost exactly 1 point. "Do you want to use it now?" "Okay, there's no choice. I'll have to do it." The guy narrowed his eyes and activated stealth immediately. As soon as he said that, an incredible whirlwind appeared in the air, hiding his body from prying eyes. The soldiers, led by the instructor, only had time to blink. The man looked in surprise with wide eyes in front of him. Where did he go? Did he just evaporate? This is some kind of madness. He ordered everyone to search every zombie and comb through the entire arena. The captain stood somewhere nearby. The man looked ahead with a heavy gaze. He saw what had happened, but he didn't want to talk about it yet. He would have to ask the boy about it. When it was all over, the captain was furious. "Are you out of your mind? You saved the girl with your skill and she recognized you. Do you even understand what you've done?" Lin stood before him, head bowed, trying to justify himself. "The situation was critical. Maybe she didn't see me. Who knows, but I couldn't have done anything else." The man sighed. "Do you even realize what you've done? Different rules apply here. She's from a noble family. They might take you away after this." "And that's not even the worst news." The man gritted his teeth. "The thing is, the sensors identify you as the Zombie King. That's the problem." The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean, the Zombie King? Why? I just activated the skill. How is that even possible?" Relaxing a little, the commander exhaled. "It's hard to say right now, but on top of everything else, she's a girl from a noble family." Lowering his eyes, our hero sighed. "Okay, I understand you. I'll be especially careful about these 2 points in the future. I'll take them into account." He shifted his gaze to the system notification. "I wonder how many more surprises this thing will throw at him. For now, it's not a problem." Finally softening, Liu said, "All right, go rest. The exam will continue tomorrow. You need to regain your strength." Turning around, Lin nodded. "Okay, then I'll go. If you need me, you know where to find me." But then he stopped. In front of him stood the man in a business suit. Smiling, he said in a calm voice, "Good evening. I've come to escort you to Horizon." Squinting, the young man looked at the strange man. "Horizon, you say? Who are you anyway? At least introduce yourself first." The businessman smiled even wider. "Please come with me. You'll find out everything there. It's the examiner's order." And then a heavy realization struck the young man's mind. "So, that man recognized me after all. What a jerk. What should I do now?" And as if to make matters worse, the bespectacled man pointed to the commander standing nearby. "He is also coming with us to give testimony." Mr. Liu said nothing, but you could see something tighten on his face. He clenched his jaw but remained unyielding. The man in the suit continued, "Don't wait. Come with me. Enough standing around here." But our heroes just stood there. The events moved to the main center of the horizon, to the very Tower of Babel, which towered over the entire city and was visible from any point. Lin was already standing in the hallway. The businessman said, "Please wait for me in the conference room. I'll give you my attention in a moment. Don't worry. Please, place your hand on the display module." The guy reached out his palm to the touch screen. It was something like a biometric lock or identifier. The fingerprint was recognized, and he was allowed to proceed. All the while, our hero felt that something was wrong, and that he had gotten himself into serious trouble. But what was even more surprising was that when he entered the conference room, he saw all his acquaintances, including that annoying blonde. The girl jumped up to him. "Where did you disappear to after the exam?" Lin calmly replied, "I just left the field. We were ordered to, don't you remember?" But she didn't let up, blushing a little with irritation. "Then why didn't I see you anywhere in the building? You weren't in the dorm either." Trying to remain calm, our hero said, "Well, maybe we just missed each other on the way." People started to panic anyway. It was clear that she had moved even closer, suspiciously saying, "Maybe you can prove what you're saying." But they were interrupted by the examiner. The man's voice rang out clearly from the side. "I apologize for the interruption, but could you please give me a moment of your attention?" Yuting said calmly that there had been some hiccups during the exam, but overall, the results were more than satisfactory. The request to come here was dictated by the extraordinary circumstances that arose during the exam. The guys were standing in some strange room with a projection. For a second, the man's eyes flashed bright red and his voice changed. "So, our organization Horizon has decided to form a special squad called Gecko out of you." Everyone stopped and listened. Lin looked at the man with interest. "So that's how it is. No wonder I was sent here." Touching the touch panel with his finger, the examiner said, "But first, I will announce the results of your test." Yoonki was the most outstanding. She received the highest rank, B+. The girl looked at the others with pride. The others also received a B rank, which was quite good. The boys exchanged glances. Feng, upon hearing his results, smirked and looked sideways at everyone else, as if showing his superiority. And the worst, as it turned out, was our hero, who was only ranked C. Of course, without a system of fairness, his situation was completely dire. Upon hearing the results, Joe just snorted. "The Warriors are getting worse every year." He was clearly hinting at our hero. He tried to remain silent, but deep down he knew that if it weren't for him, only bones would remain of the others. The system made itself known again, issuing a new notification. Now there was a task to destroy the Zombie King. "God, that's all I needed." The guy just sighed, and where am I going to find him? There are only ordinary mutants or monsters there. Next, the examiner introduced the commanders, one of whom was Mr. Liu, which basically played into our hero's hands. And then, to Lin's horror, the second commander was appointed to be none other than Zealand. The girl stood in front of them in a normal dress and smiled. Something clicked inside the guy. "Wait a minute, what's going on? Didn't she take the test with us? How is this supposed to make sense?" But the examiner immediately explained, "The thing is, this girl's experience is comparable to that of experienced fighters, so she's the best candidate." As luck would have it, the girl smiled and looked at everyone with such a good-natured gaze that it made him sick. Here she goes again. But in reality, the girl was not so simple. She was ready to sacrifice any member of the team to achieve her own goals, even human lives. She just looked at these newbies and smiled, knowing that she alone would be enough to destroy all these monsters, let alone this trash. But still, Zealand tried to be friendly, smiled, and said that she would make this team the best in the world, so she hoped they would get along. Watching all this, Lin only frowned even more. Had she used her dirty tricks again to become commander? I wouldn't be surprised if she had. The examiner nodded his head. "Well, okay, I have things to do. I trust you, commanders. I hope you get along with them. Now get to work." After what happened, they left together with the commander. The man was surprised. Did you really only need a C rank to allow a person to participate in real combat? As was evident, the man did not think so. Lin did not have enough combat experience to send him on real missions. As if mocking him, she said, "Maybe we should support him, just a little longer, until he grows up a bit." Lu flew into a rage. "Do you have a conscience or not?" Just then, Yoonki appeared and snorted, "Listen, you've only just gotten a little bit of power, and you're already bossing people around. People like you annoy me." Tension hung between the girls, but Lin intervened just in time. "Okay, enough arguing. If that's the commander's order, then so be it. I'll obey." The guy said the last words through clenched teeth. It was clear how hard it was for him to admit it. As if on cue, the commander turned and said, "That's good. A weakling should know his place, so shut your mouth and obey." Our hero didn't answer. He just lowered his eyes. Yoonki looked at him with obvious sympathy but also remained silent. In the end, they walked away. The blonde started grumbling. "Is it normal that we just took it and left without saying anything? Are you afraid of her?" "Of course not," Lin smiled. "I'm just waiting for a special occasion to meet with the commander. Isn't that obvious?" The blonde's eyes widened. "What kind of special occasion? What do you want? To destroy a few more mutants and bring their heads to the commander?" How presumptuous. Hearing a strange noise, the girl hissed, "Let's be quiet. Someone's moving around. It'll be bad if they notice us." Peeking around the corner, she was horrified to see one of the monsters. It looked very strange with half of its torso missing, and it resembled some kind of tree. The monster stood with its back turned to them, so it hadn't seen anything yet. There was an overwhelming aura around this monster. The guys moved over to it. Yunke said that it looked like a normal zombie. The guys seemed to have moved closer. It seemed to be an unknown species. Armed with her axe, the blonde was already prepared to attack. Everything was fine. Just stand there and watch me deal with him. But before they could even move a finger, the monster was behind them in an instant. Heavy breathing and his voice could be heard. The monster had 3 eyes, one of which was on its forehead. Smiling, the zombie asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Meanwhile, Commander Liu and the others were frightened. It had just become clear that Lin and Yunke had left the training area and their whereabouts were now unknown. Zhao reported this in a confused voice. "That's right, and we've also spotted a high-level zombie nearby." The man thought for a moment and lowered his eyes. "What are those 2 up to now? They're going to get themselves into some kind of trouble and I'll have to get them out of it." The commander immediately ordered 2 students to go look for them. "You're coming with me to search for those 2 until we find them." Zulan didn't move. The girl just stood there watching them run away and wondering what you were up to again, guy. Feng was standing next to her. The girl turned to him and asked, "Why didn't you go?" The student smiled. "You're the commander of the squad, you give the orders." With a broad smile, the boy said in a good-natured voice, "No matter how good the commander is, you are still stronger, so I obey you directly." Hearing such a compliment, Zilan was instantly embarrassed. "Stop flattering me." But then her expression changed, becoming colder and more stern. "All right, go after them and make sure everything goes smoothly." The boy's face broke into a smile. "Yes, Commander, everything will be done in the best possible way." It was clear that he was not so simple. Meanwhile, outside the training ground, Yunke was trying her best to deal with this huge mutant, but he turned out to be exceptionally strong. The monster smiled good-naturedly. "Look at her. So small, yet so strong. It's amazing." The blonde understood that this monster was much stronger than a normal zombie, and even stronger than a mutant. Who was he anyway? Turning around, she shouted for Lin to run away as fast and as far as possible and bring help if he could. Our hero was simply stunned by the surprise and watched, unable to move, his eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, the monster turned around and grabbed the girl, throwing her high into the air. Only her fading scream could be heard. Lifting his head, the zombie smiled. "You will soon be my meal, girl. You know that." Yunke hung in the air and slowly began to fall. Suddenly, Lin appeared in front of the monster and stopped his hand with a single movement. The zombie tilted his head and looked at him in surprise. Our hero smiled. "Sorry, kid, but this time you're out of luck. You'll stay hungry, and if you're lucky, you'll walk away alive." The monster didn't understand anything. How and when did this kid even manage to appear here? Who is he? And why does he have such power? Without waiting, Lin immediately created a powerful hammer and swung it to hit the monster directly. A loud crash was heard. Seizing the moment, he picked up the girl and carried her to a safe place, sitting her down in a corner. She seemed to be unharmed, which was good. Turning his gaze toward Lin, he began to search for the monster. The most important thing was to deal with this beast. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. The monster did not keep him waiting long. It had already appeared from a cloud of smoke armed with some strange blade that looked more like a spiral. It seemed that the zombie was in a bad mood. He swung his weapon and ran quickly toward our heroes, waving his weapon. Changing his form, the guy turned into a real shadow again. A small dagger flashed in his hands. There was a screech in the air, flashes of light shone, and the blow was so powerful that it would have been difficult for an ordinary person to withstand it. But our hero held his ground. The monster smiled. "You know, kid, you're the first person who's forced the Zombie King to really fight." The monster had already prepared a spiral. At these words, Lin froze for a second. "So this is what you're like, Zombie King? I was wondering where to find you." After the blow, Lin flew to the side and instantly assumed a fighting stance, the dagger still in his hands. The battle promised to be very fierce. So this is it. What is the power of the Zombie King? The monster struck dozens of blows in an attempt to hit the boy, but he barely managed to dodge them. A smile appeared on the monster's face. "You can hide as much as you want, kid, but I'll catch you anyway." Suddenly, the ghostly robe disappeared. Lin took his usual form, and the monster stopped in surprise. "Shut up already!" A long blade appeared in the boy's hands, and he swung it for another blow. But suddenly, the monster turned around with a crunch and was already looking at the boy. What kind of joke was this? He easily caught the blade and smiled. The young man had miscalculated a little, but there was nothing to say. Next came a blow that took a lot of effort to block. Lin held onto his blade with all his might, but with every second it became harder and harder to block. In the end, the poor guy flew into the wall and crashed into it with such force that he left a mark there. He was barely breathing. The Zombie King just smiled. "What's the matter, kid? Is that all you've got?" Then I'm bored. Come on, attack me. The guy didn't understand why the hammer could hit this monster, but the sword was completely useless. How did it work? It turned out that this blade absorbed abilities. Now everything was clear. With this skill, it would be easy to send monsters to the underworld after all. Swinging his sword, the guy jumped up and, with a loud cry, crashed down on the monster with all his might. There was a loud crash as Lin hit the energy shield that the Zombie King had put up. The monster just smiled. "Give up, kid. You don't have enough strength. Why are you still fighting?" Our hero didn't understand what the problem was. It seemed like this blade should absorb the ability, so what was the matter? Why was the monster still alive? However, the same energy dome formed around Lin, and the guy froze in the air, finding himself trapped. The Zombie King smiled and easily snapped his fingers. The air filled with energy. And then, a second later, there was a monstrous explosion. The shield worked like a time bomb. Fortunately, at the last moment, the guy managed to slip away with the help of his ghostly garment. But was the monster really unbeatable? Okay, he would only have one chance. He gripped his ghostly blade tightly and activated the next class. A second later, instead of the ghostly garb, he was wearing something resembling a priest's outfit, a regular cassock with a cross on his chest. The Zombie King was surprised. How could he still not understand that this guy could continuously change classes? Funny. Activating his ability, Magic Ray Lin created several symbols from which energy began to burst out like a laser. But even that had no effect. The Demon King easily deflected every attack and dodged. A sphere of energy reappeared in his hands. The monster laughed. "Didn't I tell you, kid, that it's useless?" A second later, people far away heard a monstrous roar coming from somewhere in the distance, and a pillar of light appeared there. One of the first to see it was Feng. He smiled. "According to the information, monsters of this level should be full of treasures, so we should hurry." Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps behind him, and an oppressive energy enveloped the entire space around him. Behind him stood one of the mutant monsters, staring at him with its single red eye. "So we meet again." The monster's mouth was full of teeth. Armed with his blade, Feng wondered where this talking monster had come from. He was on a test, but wasn't he finished? The guy took his phone. He needed to contact the commander urgently and report on the situation. Things were heating up. But the monster didn't give him that chance. Screaming loudly, it moved straight towards the guy and swung its clawed paw. Hiding around the corner, Lin tried not to catch the eye of this monster, who was walking nearby, smiling and saying, "Come out and say goodbye to life. I want to eat." The guy himself understood that he had only just received the priest class, and his magic was still too weak to resist this monster. He had to come up with something. He began to rummage through the system panel. Maybe there was some hidden skill that would strengthen his magic. Anything, even a bomb. Looking closely, Lin realized that the main reason his attacks weren't working was because of the zombie's protective field, which didn't let anything through, and that was a problem. If he could catch it off guard, maybe something would work. But for now, it was only theory. This monster was incredibly strong. Swinging his arm, the Zombie King delivered a crushing blow so powerful that the ground began to shake beneath their feet, and his deep voice could be heard. A toothy grin spread across the monster's face. "Well, I found you. Looks like you're a tough guy." Lin didn't have time to dodge, and a small cut appeared on his cheek. The mask was also slightly damaged. "Damn, monster. How you annoy me. I found a way to finish you off, kid." He returned to his normal form, and the blade glinted in his hands again. "But now we'll see who's who." The zombie just smiled. "Come on, hit me with all your strength. I can't wait to taste you." There was a crack, and a bright flash of light illuminated the space again. Their weapons clashed in a new battle. Seizing the moment, the guy activated his class change. "Now let's see who's going to be laughing last." The monster raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you completely crazy? Changing classes during battle is too dangerous." But our hero already had a plan. First, he would change his class to Builder, so he could take a heavy blow with his hammer. This hammer would make an excellent crystal ball, but he would have to change his class to Priest. A magical impulse was already shining in his hands. And then, for the first time in a long time, pure fear and confusion appeared on the monster's face. When did he manage to understand my tactics? But it was already too late. The magic ball began to absorb energy, gradually increasing its power. Realizing that he had fallen into his own trap, the monster screamed without even thinking about it. "Puppy, you don't have enough strength to defeat me." But it was too late. Having accumulated enough energy, Lin fired a beam directly at the monster. There was a crackling sound, and the monster's body began to crumble. Literally a couple of seconds passed, and after that, nothing remained of the Zombie King, except for the fragments of his body scattered on the ground. Only the remaining skull stared upward with empty eye sockets for the last time. Our hero stood and breathed heavily. Thank God everything turned out okay, and the monster didn't have time to use its abilities, but I did. It was time to check his skills. The system panel showed 5 points. The guy stopped and looked closely. Sure enough, I had previously used one of my skills to dodge the blow, But now everything was clear. Let's take a closer look. Right now, his most used class is Warrior. Well, that's not surprising, since all I do is fight. After changing his class again, Lin became a cyborg. Instead of hands, he now had bionic prostheses, and our hero was starting to look more like himself. His arm was covered in synthetic armor, of course, but it looked very similar to skin, only reinforced. When it was all over, Yunki woke up and approached him on shaky legs. "Listen, Lin, that monster is no longer alive, right?" She rubbed the back of her head. Apparently, she had hit it hard when she fainted. Lin looked at her and said, "Yes, he's finished. I figured it out." But before he could finish his sentence, he heard footsteps behind him. The commander was already there with the others. They ran forward. "Hey, are you okay or not?" The man looked ahead with a worried look. "We've received information that the zombie king has appeared. What's the situation here?" Looking at the monster's remains, Lin said calmly, "Yes, everything is fine. I eliminated him." The others froze in bewilderment. Hearing Feng's voice behind him, the commander looked at him. "Why are you here?" "You see, boss, the chief sent me to you, but on the way I ran into a couple of zombies and had to delay. I apologize." He looked happily at the destroyed zombie king. "Looks like you guys managed without me. What a pity." Finally, Mr. Liu barked, "All right, disperse and deal with the rest of the monsters. Collect everything you can. It will be useful for our research." Feng enthusiastically moved forward. He agreed to help with the cleanup. Lin appeared behind the commander and whispered, "Listen, this guy is acting kind of strange, don't you think?" Once at the command post, the guys ran into their boss. She was very angry because the students had violated the chain of command and left the field. However, they had destroyed the zombie king. The girl said, "If your misdeeds are equal to your achievements, then so be it. I will forgive you, but don't let it happen again." Looking at her, Lin said, "I understand that, but the fact that I destroyed the zombie king can serve as proof of my strength, can't it? I hope you will revoke your order and assign me and my squad to the next mission." Zealand smiled predatorily. "No problem. But first, I need to make some adjustments to the team composition. From now on, you and Lin will no longer be a team. Feng Yufan will be your partner. This is not up for discussion. That is my order. I don't want to hear anything else." The girl made it clear that this was her final word. The others turned around, and the commander said that now they could rest a little. Feng was standing next to her as always. Lin was about to leave when the blonde girl caught up with him and asked in a plaintive voice, "Listen, take a walk with me for a bit." She moved closer and asked in a mysterious voice, "Listen, when you were collecting the remains, did you see the king's purple core?" Looking at her with a completely uncomprehending gaze, the guy thought for a moment. "The core? No, I don't remember anything like that." Looking away, Yunke thought, who could have taken it, or did it just disappear? Strange indeed. After the conversation ended, our hero decided to visit his brother again. He was lying under a respirator, but now he looked much more natural. However, the doctor looked at the visitors with concern and said that the recovery process was too slow and that he needed to be transferred to Horizon urgently. Listening to him, Lin suddenly noticed the news report. It said that the newly formed Gecko group had already achieved a lot of success. The screen showed the commander standing surrounded by microphones, apparently giving another interview. The girl was smiling. Yutao was still lying in bed connected to a multitude of life support machines and seemed to hear nothing. He was still in a coma. A small minibus with black windows was parked somewhere in an alley, and voices could be heard coming from inside. Zealand sat in front of the group and explained the essence of the task. They had to clear the area and would be working in pairs. The girl became stern. "You must complete the task without a single mistake. Is that clear?" The whole team nodded in unison and replied, "Yes." It seemed that the guys were ready to carry out any order. Only our hero looked at his boss with a strange look. Why did she put him and Fina in the same group? It was strange somehow. What was she thinking? But the guy didn't dare ask that question. Now was not the time or place. They would talk later. His partner Feng sat opposite him and smiled strangely. The guy tried to look natural, but something in his expression was wrong. Lin gave him a stern look, but said nothing when he suggested they work together, simply remaining silent. In the end, they had to shake hands. Although it cannot be said that our hero liked it very much. He would have to put up with it for a while. The task began. Lin destroyed monsters with ease. The more zombies he destroyed, the higher his level would rise. The guy grabbed his dagger and looked somewhere to the side. The mood was good. So far, no one was interfering. But suddenly, one of the monsters attacked him from behind. A zombie's scream was heard, and the monster grabbed him by the neck with its hands. Its wide mouth opened, revealing razor-sharp teeth. The monster was ready to bite off his head, but suddenly fell. Turning his gaze toward Lin, he noticed with horror that the monster's head had flown off somewhere. Someone had saved him. He heard Captain Liu's voice from nearby. He came closer and said in a stern voice, "Kid, don't get distracted and stop looking around." The man frowned. "You need to watch your back and not let a single monster get behind you, do you understand?" Our hero was slightly discouraged because his partner was supposed to be standing behind him and covering his back, but where was he now? Just then, Feng himself appeared and looked guiltily at the others. Guys, I was busy destroying a mutant and got a little carried away. I'm sorry. Looking at him, Lin said in a stern voice, Listen, we work as a team. We can't get distracted by other things. His partner just nodded. Lin, of course, didn't believe him and looked at his partner. Listen, I don't care what goals you're pursuing or whose side you're on, but remember one thing. The guy came up close to him. If, God forbid, you try to hurt me, you'll really regret your decision. Looking at him, Feng shuddered a little. Hey, listen, are you going to take my life? You have such a scary look, it gives me goosebumps. Without answering, Lin just looked at him with a scorching gaze, and the mood instantly soured. Turning around one last time, Feng just snorted. Calm down, I'll cover you anyway. It was just a one-time mistake. The rest of the team also gathered around, led by the captain. The man told everyone to be on alert and thoroughly clear the area. Don't leave a single monster alive. Looking at his stats window, Lin was satisfied. Great, he managed to collect some points, which means he can level up. Suddenly, the guy noticed a huge monstrous shadow growing behind him and froze for a second. The huge monster lunged at him at the last moment, but our hero managed to put his hands up to defend himself, and the monster began to snap its jaws. Stretching out her arm, Zilan used her purification magic. The girl swung her arm and launched an energy blast. The huge arrow flew straight into the monster and instantly incinerated it, leaving only a handful of ashes. Not yet fully recovered, Lin looked at her with a frightened gaze. He still looked like a hunted animal. Zilan stood in front of him and smiled strangely, putting her hand forward as if mocking him. After that, Lin froze in surprise. Wait, why did she save me? What kind of joke is this? The guy was about to ask this question and even opened his mouth to do so, but he was interrupted. In a stern voice, Zilan said, Listen, you've gotten too relaxed and aren't even looking around. Enough is enough. She even started to shout. Besides, haven't you noticed that your partner has disappeared? What do you think is going on? Suddenly, they heard someone panting behind them and turned their heads in that direction. Someone was coming out from there. A battered Feng came around the corner. He looked terrible. The guy said breathlessly, This monster jumped out of nowhere. He's a pretty strong opponent. The guy was a little out of it. He said he was following Lin and suddenly someone grabbed him. He couldn't even understand what was going on. Without trying to figure it out, the commander immediately turned to the others and announced a general assembly immediately. Our hero just stood there and watched her leave. The whole situation seemed too strange to him. First, this guy didn't cover for him, and then he disappeared somewhere. The task was completed. With her hands folded across her chest, the girl said, Now we will summarize the results. Listen carefully. Most of you performed well. Yunke and Zhou deserve praise. Well done. But some, like Lin, deserve a good slap on the back for their lack of team spirit and composure. The guy was very upset to hear this because it wasn't his fault, but he didn't argue. The blonde was still looking at him, holding some kind of candy in her mouth, but she didn't say anything. The captain was also there, sipping his coffee. He just sat silently and looked at the guy, apparently puzzled by the situation as well. Suddenly, Feng raised his hand and apologized, because it was his mistake too. Therefore, he would try to work things out with his partner as soon as possible. Turning around, the boss just said briefly, Okay, so be it. I'm counting on you. Watching her leave, Yunka just snorted. What a nasty woman, how can anyone behave like that? Feng himself became sullen with irritation. This girl was getting on his nerves. He had to get rid of her somehow. The boy's mouth suddenly stretched into a smile, revealing sharp teeth that could not possibly belong to an ordinary person. The meeting ended soon, and the captain went out into the corridor and continued drinking his coffee, looking pensive. The man was extremely surprised when, during a conversation with Lin, it became clear that his partner wanted to take his life, even though the guy didn't have a single piece of evidence. Lin looked at the man and said quite seriously, Listen, I've been uncomfortable since this kid started helping me. And besides, last time Zilan abandoned me for her own goals and now she saved me for the same reason. Don't you think that's strange? Okay, let's say her main goal is not to lose anyone on her first mission, but it still seems very unconvincing. I can understand if Feng wants to get rid of me. Maybe he wants to set me up to be eaten by a zombie. That would explain everything. The commander sighed heavily. Listen, kid, you guys didn't have any conflicts or disagreements. So what's the reason? What do you think? Fine, screw it. I'll keep an eye on this kid from a distance. If I see anything strange, I'll let you know. Zilan was sitting in her office at that moment, carefully reviewing the video footage. The entire mission had been recorded on camera. On the screen was a video recording of our hero and his partner walking down a small alley. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared from around the corner and grabbed Feng and pulled him somewhere to the side. The boss looked closely and saw that the video recording proved that Feng's words were true. He had not lied when he gave his testimony, but there was something strange about the footage. Upon rewinding, It turned out that Feng had discreetly thrown a strange object resembling a small pebble to the side. The girl wondered what this glowing thing was, some kind of bait or something, but why did he do it? The girl was unable to finish her theory because the door swung open and the captain appeared in the doorway. He apologized politely and asked to come in. Coming closer, the man said, "This is why I need the archive files of Lena and Fina. I want to study them thoroughly to help the guys work together." Without asking any unnecessary questions, the boss handed him a tablet. "All the data is on this disk. Please study it." After thinking for a moment, the captain said, "Listen, could you reconsider your decision about Lin? I think you're being too hard on him. He's still a rookie after all." Folding her arms across her chest, the girl snorted, "Commander, that's not your concern. I decide on the assignments myself. Your job is just to organize the process." There was no point in arguing. Lin just snorted, "I understand. I still have a lot to do, so I'll take my leave. All the best." When the man left, Zelan thought to herself, "I put this guy in charge of watching Lin, but what is he doing? He's completely lost his mind." Getting up from her seat, she decided to go ahead and report this to the examiner, but she didn't notice that she was already being followed. Night fell. Feng was still wandering the streets near the embankment, thinking about something under the light of a street lamp. Suddenly, the guy took a strange object out of his pocket that looked like a stone with a rune painted on it in red glowing paint. He swung his arm and threw the strange stone into the water. There was a splash, and for a couple of seconds nothing happened. His face broke into a toothy grin again, and a strange sound like a rumble escaped from his throat. "Come out." And in that very second, huge monstrous creatures resembling mutants began to emerge from the water. It turned out that they were his puppets. The main tower of the horizon towered over the night city into the sky, illuminating everything with its neon lights. In one of the offices, Zealand stood with the examiner and looked at the monitor, where she saw a strange video recording. "Well, what do you think about this?" She snorted and said, "I doubt it. I'm sure this guy has some kind of ability to summon zombies. Maybe he just wanted to find out the source of the noise." Looking at her over his shoulder, Yuting asked briefly, "Why would he need that?" Spreading her arms, she said, "To be honest, I don't know myself." Yuting asked if the commander was aware of the situation. Shaking her head, Zelan replied, "No, but I think he probably noticed it too. It would be logical." Looking at her, Yuting ordered her to get closer to this person and keep an eye on the boy, just in case. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang. She took out her smartphone and looked at the screen, her eyes widening in surprise. The face of one of the soldiers appeared on the screen. With a stuttering voice, he reported, "3 giants are attacking the organization's building." Zealand showed her smartphone, which had a danger sign on it. She had just received an emergency notification from the commander and was sending soldiers there. Hearing that it wasn't time yet, the girl wanted to say something, but her voice stuck in her throat. A smile appeared on Yu Eaton's face. "Listen, if your newbie was able to destroy the Zombie King, then there's no need to worry so much." Meanwhile, the huge monster was already destroying the local infrastructure, staring with burning red eyes and roaring. The soldiers tried to restrain it, but they were unsuccessful. With every passing second, they suffered defeat. The monster was very powerful. Jumping up, Yunki swung her weapon. "Yeah, I don't care about reinforcements. We'll manage on our own." She struck the monster directly in the head with her axe. But to her horror, the weapon shattered into small pieces. The skin was too thick. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "No, it can't be. He blocked my attack." The poor girl couldn't get her bearings, and the monster threw her aside with one big lunge. Looking at the broken piece of her weapon, the blonde sighed, "At least the attack was blocked, or else I would have been finished." Opening its wide mouth, the huge monster released a beam of monstrous energy. Just in time, our hero appeared, put up some kind of strange shield and blocked the attack. It was difficult, but he held on. Still stunned, the blonde looked at him. "What are you doing?" Lin barked. "Run! Get out of here! The shield won't hold out much longer." And as luck would have it, the metal armor cracked, leaving the guy unprotected and sending him flying back several meters. The monster was already preparing to launch its next attack. It clenched its huge fist and growled, opening its wide, toothy mouth. What a mess. Okay, I need to activate the system, turn into a sorcerer, and then do something. But he didn't have time to finish his thought. The commander appeared in front of him, put out his hand and blocked the monster's monstrous attack with a single movement. Lin stood frozen behind him, still stunned, and they simply watched as the commander fought the monster alone. Opening his mouth, the man barked, "Listen to me carefully. Everyone except those who are busy destroying this giant. Lin will take care of what's nearby." The guys exchanged glances but did not argue, although their faces showed clear fear for their lives. It was a great chance to prove themselves. Lin looked at the others. "Okay, trust me. I won't let you down." The rest of the team also moved forward toward the mutant standing nearby, while the commander bought them a couple of minutes. The monster, enraged, was already preparing its next attack, opening its gaping mouth. It had accumulated enough energy to fire. and then it released a huge beam of red energy that incinerated everything around it. Our hero was standing right there. He applied all his knowledge and instantly transformed into a mage, releasing a blue beam of energy. After all, his training had not been in vain. The guy stood and blocked the attack with a single movement. Now he was much stronger than ever. The wounded monster growled and opened its mouth. Apparently, the monster did not expect such a strong attack against it. The guy was a little upset. He had only damaged its arm, so what was he going to do with this monster now? Recovering instantly from his injury, the zombie began to advance with renewed strength, his eyes glowing with rage. Our hero's eyes widened even more. What regeneration! It was recovering faster than he could attack. There was a crash at the last moment. Lin managed to jump aside, and the monster's heavy paw landed a few meters away. The mutant was still trying unsuccessfully to catch the boy, but he was faster, thank God, and managed to dodge. Changing his class to assassin, the boy was once again covered in shadow and began to move much faster. He had to choose the most stealthy and fastest way to get to him. Looking at the monster, Lin had already made a plan. If it attacked too quickly, regeneration would be useless. Changing his class again, Lin moved forward, now much faster. The boy was preparing to deliver a crushing blow. He needed to sever its head. A long blade appeared in his hands. This thing would definitely help. He just had to aim carefully. Swinging his blade, he decided to put all 10 points into the counterattack. The monster had already raised its enraged head. There was a crack as Lin delivered a crushing blow, and the monster's head flew off its body and flew in the opposite direction. Zilan appeared on the street. The girl also heard the noise and came out to see what had happened. Stopping in a small alley, the girl suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name. Looking closely, she finally recognized who it was. Wait a minute, it was Feng, but something was wrong with him. The guy had turned into a monster, exactly like the one Lin had defeated once. Smiling, the monster said, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you come to my aid." Meanwhile, Lin managed to separate the monster's head from its body. It seemed that the monster had been defeated. Okay, he's done for. Now let's deal with the rest. Hope appeared in the boy's chest, but suddenly, something unexpected happened. The monster began to regenerate. Its head grew back and even split into 2 parts. Frozen in place, Lin looked up at it. Just think, now it has 2 heads, which means twice as many problems. Hesitating, he didn't even notice how the monster had already swung its huge paw and hit him. Flying several meters away, the guy exhaled. Okay, physical and magical damage don't affect it, so it's going to be difficult. But suddenly, the monster froze in place. It didn't attack, it didn't move at all, like a statue. What was going on? Looking closely, the guy thought, "Listen, you think I'm too weak, so you decided to play tag with me. I see." Changing his class to assassin, Lin used stealth. Okay, now let's run and see how fast you are. Using his vision, our hero was surprised to notice that this monster's regeneration center was in its stomach, not its head. Using his stealth, the guy realized that he needed to hide his attack and aim straight for the stomach so that the monster wouldn't notice him. Approaching with long strides, Lin was already preparing his powerful attack. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, he would finish off this monster after all. The dagger was overflowing with energy. It was the effect of the executioner's ability. All that remained was to hit the right spot, and then the blow thundered. Hitting it right in the stomach, Lin jumped aside. Well, now everything should be fine. The monsters were still in the same place. The spot on its stomach began to throb from the excess energy. The mutant stared at its body in horror. How was this possible? Lin noticed with horror that the dagger had broken, but he had hit exactly the right spot. So what was going on? It was too late to think. The monster was even more powerful than before and was swinging his arms around trying to hit something. Another blow threw our hero far to the side, and he crashed into a nearby pole. The poor guy flew several dozen meters, kicking up dust. The blow was so strong that it even took his breath away. Having already spotted his prey, the monster approached with a leisurely gait, already sensing victory. But suddenly, instead of attacking, the huge monster froze in place again and began to look around with its heads. Wait a minute, this is just like last time. Lin froze and looked closely at what was wrong with this monster. Why wasn't it attacking? Suddenly, he noticed several torn wires from which electricity was oozing. Could that be the reason? Thinking about it, Lin remembered that there were several power poles near the house where he had just been. Changing his warrior class again, Lin put all his points into counterattack and armed himself with a huge blade. Now let's try something. Seeing that the enemy was attacking, the monster opened its toothy mouth and released a beam of red energy again. Zilan stood nearby and fought the monster, who just a minute ago had been an ordinary person. The zombie laughed. Yes, there's no place for you to hide. You still think you can fight? How ridiculous, just give up already. The poor girl tried with all her might to hold on, but the monster's strength was on par with that of the zombie king. Just think about it. Suddenly, the enemy turned and threw his powerful fist right at her face. Zealand didn't have time to react. A second later, the monster's powerful fist flew straight into her face, and the girl, unable to stay on her feet, flew to the side. The blow was so strong that the poor girl almost lost consciousness and now lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Her whole body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and it became clear that she had no chance of defeating this monster. The monster, as if sensing the weakness of its prey, came closer and smiled broadly with its toothy mouth. Then, with one movement, it grabbed the poor girl by the neck and lifted her off the ground. Zilan tried unsuccessfully to break free. The zombie laughed. "How can you even call yourself a commander? You're just a weakling." Zilan still hadn't lost hope and looked at the monster with a fierce gaze. "Let me go, monster," she said, but tears were already visible in her eyes. On the other side of the battlefield, our hero tried unsuccessfully to pierce the monster's armor and fended off attacks with his sword. The two-headed zombie destroyed everything around it with astonishing speed. It seemed as if it had no weak points at all. After dodging another blow, our hero seized the moment and ran straight towards the monster. He had a powerful stun gun in his hands, and the guy put all his strength into one charge. There would only be one. There was a crack as the stun gun released a powerful energy wave and directed it straight into the monster's body. The monster froze for a second, and steam began to pour out of its enormous body. The monster twisted its two heads. Meanwhile, the zombie king had already caught the poor girl and was smiling. "Well, goodbye, Commander. This is where your life ends." But before he could raise his hand for the final blow, someone grabbed him so tightly that his bones cracked. Turning his head, the monster saw Lin. The guy was looking down at him. "Who are you planning to say goodbye to? Maybe you'll tell me too." After destroying his opponent, the guy saw that his regeneration organ was just an ordinary crystal. After defeating the monster, the red crystal began to crack and turn to dust. Picking it up, our hero finally broke the strange crystal, permanently depriving the monster of its ability to regenerate. The system immediately reported that the monster clearing task had been successfully completed. "Would you like to upgrade your equipment? Your level has also increased, by the way." "Okay, that's even better." The guy narrowed his eyes and decided to change his equipment after all. And now the zombie king looked at him in horror. "How did you survive? You should have been dead already." Without answering, Dean simply swung his fist and hit the monster right in the jaw. There was a crunch of broken teeth. The blow was so powerful that the monster couldn't stay on its feet and flew somewhere far away, crashing into the wall and letting go of the girl. The poor girl, still trembling with fear, cried out, "What's with your equipment? Who are you?" Our hero just looked at her, and Zealand immediately shut up. "Well, he can't have such an overwhelming aura. Who is he anyway?" In a calm voice, Lin said, "You'd better get out of here if you want to survive. Enough of your heroics." In response, the commander only remained silent, gritting her teeth in rage. She herself understood that she had lost, and disgracefully at that. Yuting sat in the command post with a dozen soldiers, watching the battle unfold. The squad was still fighting. Of the three giants, only one had been destroyed. Two remained. The soldiers shouted that Liu had sent numerous requests for help. "Why aren't we doing anything?" In the end, the instructor agreed to inform them that the nearest Ebola unit was already on its way and that he would arrive soon. The man smiled and thought to himself, "Lin, you seem to be an increasingly interesting specimen." Meanwhile, the monster had already gotten to its feet. "How funny. Initially, I just wanted to avenge my eye, but it turns out you have the same power as me, kid." The monster was missing one eye. Apparently, our hero had knocked it out. "Fine, I'll just eat you, and we'll become one and enslave this world." In a calm voice, Lin replied, "You'd better think about how you're going to get out of here alive, if you're going to get out at all." A smile spread across the monster's face again. "No, kid, you don't understand. I'll just eat you, and that will be the end of it." Finishing his monologue, the monster leaped up and began to approach with quick jumps. He wanted to strike, but Lin blocked him with a single movement of his hand without moving from his spot. Then, swinging his arm, he threw the monster to the ground with such force that the earth began to shake beneath their feet. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring everything, but our hero noticed that there was nothing down there. It turned out that the monster had wriggled out of his grip and was now behind him, preparing to strike. At the last moment, Lin put out his hand and blocked the monster's attack, its claws scraping against the metal. Flying several meters away, our hero remained on his feet and kept an eye on the monster. The zombie had already flown up and was preparing its next attack, striking almost without pause. A blade began to appear in his hands. "Okay, it's time to end this. This monster is starting to tire me out." The flying monster approached at breakneck speed and was already preparing its powerful attack. As if nothing had happened, Lin created a small red sphere of energy in his hand, which began to gain strength. It was black magic. Opening its only eye, the monster paled with fear. "What is this? This can't be. Where did you get such power?" Without answering, the guy put out his hand and fired a beam of energy right into the monster's face. The monster jumped aside. "Wait a minute. In the memories of the Zombie King's crystal, This guy could only use magic after changing classes. So why was he using it directly now? What had happened? The Zombie King couldn't understand what the reason was. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, Yumki was trying unsuccessfully to fight one of the titans. But the girl was still too weak, and for those a few meters away, she still tried to get to her feet. The monster was too strong at the level of the Zombie King. Turning her head, she saw Zhao lying nearby. The boy was too badly injured to continue fighting. Their numbers were dwindling. The huge monster had already raised its foot to crush the unfortunate boy, its huge tongue dangling in the air. But at the last moment, the instructor appeared in front of her and blocked the monstrous blow with a single movement of his finger. The man smiled. His eyes flashed blue. Finally, even the instructor had joined the fight. With one finger, he was able to knock the monstrous monster to the floor. The blonde didn't even know what to say. So that's what professional strength is like. Looking at her, the man smiled. "Leave the rest to us. I'll take you to a safe place." With a trembling voice, Yunka thanked him. "Thank you, instructor. You saved my life." The girl was scared out of her wits. Somewhere in the distance, they heard footsteps approaching. Zilan was also scared and was shouting something. Looking at her, the man was surprised. "Listen, why did you arrive so late? I've already figured everything out." In a breathless voice, Zilan began her report. "Listen, Feng blocked my way. He turned into the Zombie King. That's what happened." The two men looked at her with completely uncomprehending eyes and asked the same question in unison. The girl continued in a trembling voice. "Right now, Lin is busy fighting, but I managed to break free and run here for help." The instructor couldn't believe his ears. "So you're saying that this guy is fighting the second Zombie King in a row?" Zilan nodded. "That's right. I also thought he was somehow connected to him, but I couldn't understand where such strength came from." Meanwhile, the Zombie King was already quite exhausted. He was breathing heavily and trying to attack. Standing in front of him, Lin just snorted and said, "Is that all you've got? It's not even impressive. I was hoping for more." The monster clamped down with his fangs. "Why did this guy hide his strength when he took my eye? And where did you come from?" Lin stood in front of him, holding his blade and preparing for the next attack. The monster realized that the only way out was to wait for the right moment, strike with all his might, and then retreat. He pulled out the ghost blade, and the blade flashed. In the light of day, it was completely purple from the darkness. Making a monstrous leap, the flying monster swung its blade for the next attack, but our hero did not move. With one movement, he parried the attack, metal screeched, and the Zombie King was almost knocked back. Blocking the attack with a single movement, the metal began to creak, and even the Zombie King felt the overwhelming pressure. They began to fight with full force, and even a monster like the Zombie King could not withstand this attack. In the end, Lin managed to grab the monster by the neck and squeeze it tightly. The Zombie King just wheezed, "I underestimated you, kid. But if you destroy me, the other Zombie Kings will also start to act, and then you won't be able to escape." The guy was still holding him by the neck. Without listening to this nonsense, he simply swung his sword and severed the monster's head from its body with a single blow. "You talk too much. It's starting to tire my eyes." The guy's eyes still glowed with the same bright blue light. It was all over. Behind our hero, footsteps could be heard and someone's voice said, "It seems you've become stronger, young man. Isn't that so?" Turning his head, Lin already knew who was standing there. Smiling, he asked, "Have you also decided not to hide your power?" "Yes, Commander." The captain stood behind him. The man already looked completely different. Power literally emanated from him. Behind him lay the body of the defeated monster. Lu became serious and lowered his head. "Listen, kid, don't let your guard down. You can't be sure that no one is watching you." Gritting his teeth, Lin said, "Now is not the time to think about that. We need to help Yunka and the others. They may be in danger. The monster is still at large." But suddenly, the instructor's voice was heard from the side. He was walking with the others. The guys were safe, but for some reason, a soldier was standing nearby. In a stern voice, the instructor said, "I'm suspending the mission. You're coming with me to the horizon for further investigation." Our hero just sighed. "Well, as they say, remember the ray of sunshine? Here comes the sun. Just what you needed." Boring. The captain wanted to stand up for our hero, but the instructor interrupted him, saying, "No need to explain. We'll sort it out at horizon instead." Looking at the boy, Yuting added, "I can find out everything myself just by asking, can't I?" The guy moved incredibly fast, his eyes burning brightly, already preparing for the next attack. The Zombie King swung his arms to strike in any way he could. The monster roared with rage. But the guy easily blocked all the attacks as if it were a simple joke for him. The monster was powerless. The instructor watched all this with a stern gaze, trying to understand how this could have happened. Finally, he turned around and ordered everyone else to return to base. "Lin can handle this without your help, can't you see?" The blonde wanted to stop the commander. "Listen, shouldn't we help him? That monster looks strong." Hearing that it didn't matter, the girl froze and looked ahead with surprised eyes. But how could that be? Yuting looked at her irritably and said, "To find out his potential, I must first see how strong he is." Our hero, however, seemed completely oblivious to these conversations and simply continued fighting, destroying monsters. Using his dark magic again, Lin created that very sphere of red energy and prepared to attack. The monster did the same and smiled with his toothy mouth. The zombie king seemed to be enjoying himself. And then they collided nose to nose, and there was such a powerful explosion that the earth began to crack from the energy. The king smiled, surprised. "Isn't that right? After my recovery, I can copy your attacks." Lin couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? How strong is this monster? It's simply beyond comprehension. It was time to strike. The monster opened its wide, toothy mouth, bite, and a mass of energy began to appear there. With great difficulty, our hero managed to block the attack with his blade, but it was already difficult. Meanwhile, the leadership sat in the command headquarters. Zelan sat at the computer and watched everything from the drone. Strangely enough, this image showed no signs of combat. Everything was calm as usual, so what was going on? The men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with genuine confusion. How was this possible? Coming a little closer, Lu suggested that maybe it had malfunctioned or something was preventing it from transmitting the image. The instructor thought about it. Strange, of course, when I monitored the situation on the horizon, I received exactly the same data about 3 giants, no more. Looking at the girl, he asked, "So you're saying you accidentally ran into Feng when you went to help?" Zilan nodded. Thinking, Yuding narrowed his eyes. "Yes, maybe you and this guy know how to hide your true aura, but you can't hide destruction and explosions. Maybe it's just some kind of skill of the zombie king, let's say, to hide the results of his actions." Lu looked at him. The chief snorted. "Are you saying it's magic or something like that? What nonsense." The girl's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as if she had understood something. Yuting said calmly, "Listen, maybe that's exactly what happened. The king created a parallel dimension to fool us. I can assume that within this space he is capable of being reborn an infinite number of times. Then that's a problem." Looking at him, Liu asked, "Should we even tell the boy about this? He should know, it seems." Suddenly, Zilan interrupted the conversation. "No way Commander is watching this. We have to find out everything." Liu was indignant. "But we're a team. Are you crazy?" In the end, Yuting interrupted them. "Stop arguing. Even if we told him about it, it's unlikely that the boy would be able to find a way to defeat him." At that moment, the zombie king lost his life once again with another powerful blow. Standing in front of him, Lin was already quite tired of this. This zombie constantly regenerates endlessly. Seeing his opponent rise again from the dead, Lin's eyes widened. "When will you finally get tired of this? I'm sick of it already." The zombie king got to his feet and put his head back on. "Kid, you seem to have forgotten that I can do this." Armed with his ghostly blade, Lin prepared to attack again. "Okay, now I understand his weak spot. It's his head. But I've already decapitated him twice. So why is he still alive? It doesn't make sense." "Okay, let's try again." He sprang from his place and began to advance on the zombie king with incredible speed, putting all his strength into the blow. They missed each other. The zombie king looked at the boy and just smiled. The monster laughed. "So, your tactic is to hide at first and then strike from behind. How predictable you are, it's even boring." Lin looked at him with fierce eyes and did not respond while the monster rejoiced. Once again, the boy changed his class, putting all his points into reflecting the attack. The zombie king just sighed. "Here we go again, he changed classes. How many times can you do that? You're so annoying." Swinging his sword, our hero launched another powerful attack in an attempt to destroy this monster right now. It was an unexpected attack. This time it should definitely work, he thought. There was an explosion and the boy stopped a few meters away. But even this time, nothing happened. The zombie king raised his severed head, which was still smiling. As if nothing had happened, the monster put his head back on his neck and smiled, his eyes lighting up again. At that moment, Lin didn't even know what to do. The monster had recovered for the 3rd time. A smile spread across the zombie king's face. "You seem to have a memory problem, kid. You forgot again that I have the ability to regenerate." They stood facing each other in a hopeless situation. The monster kept regenerating, and our hero tried unsuccessfully to finish him off. It was a vicious circle. Lin looked at him with wide eyes. "So you regenerate. Now I understand everything." This was the 2nd time he had mentioned his ability to regenerate, which meant that Lin had been wrong all along. His ability was not regeneration, but rebirth. The guy gripped his sword more tightly. Seeing his hesitation, the monster laughed. "Accept it, boy, and calm down. Become my lunch. Isn't that a great fate?" Closing his eyes, Lin began to think hard. That's why the system failed to detect the weak spot. It's all just an illusion. Now I understand everything. An aura began to appear around his body, suppressing all living things in its path. The earth shook. The king of monsters smiled. "Excellent, kid. You've unleashed all your power. Now I'm going to have a nice lunch." They moved toward each other at an astonishing speed. Another second and these two would collide. The zombie laughed. "What? Are you going to try to chop off my head again, as predictable as ever?" Looking at him from under his eyebrows, Lin smiled. I've already figured out your trick, so that's the end of that. At first, not understanding anything, the Zombie King looked at him with surprised eyes. What did you say, little one? Making a lunge, the guy flew straight at the monster armed with a blade just like last time. Swinging his blade, the zombie smiled. Okay, I'm tired of watching your trick. It's starting to get boring, you know. At that moment, Lin changed his class to Builder again to block the spear attack with his hammer. And immediately he absorbed the force of the blow, and a sphere of energy appeared in his hands again. It was a dark crystal enhancement. The Zombie King opened his eyes. Now I've been caught. His sword was just a decoy, and his main attack was the crystal. Looking at him with blue eyes, the guy smiled. Well, now let's double our absorption. There was an explosion, and a huge crystal formed in that spot, reaching up to the sky. From the command post, Zilan finally saw a monstrous explosion in the very place where a second ago there had been nothing. Commander, look, there's something there. The man immediately moved closer to the hologram and began to stare intently. Seeing the changes, Yuting immediately ordered his Ebola squad to move to the location immediately. While on the battlefield, Lin flew away. God, please let it work this time. Countless icons with notifications immediately began to appear in front of him. The system notified him that the task had been completed and new weapons had been unlocked. What kind of case is this? Our hero looked up and glanced at the notification. Now I have new armor or something. But before he had time to properly examine his gift, someone's barrel appeared in front of his face, and a cyborg began to materialize in the air. A second later, the guy was surrounded by soldiers. One of them said clearly, "According to the commander's orders, we must take you to the laboratory." Giving everyone a contemptuous look, Lin just snorted. God, these guys seem to have been lying in wait nearby. What a bunch of rats. He had to go to the Horizon Tower after all. It still towered into the sky and holograms floated nearby in the air. Lin walked down the corridor, surrounded by several soldiers armed to the teeth, feeling somewhat uneasy. Soon they crossed paths with a man in a medical gown who introduced himself as Dr. Hu and invited them into his office. In a stern voice, the researcher said, "You need to undergo a standard physical assessment procedure. Please follow me." Looking at him with distrust, Lin nevertheless agreed. Did they really want to examine him? Was he a guinea pig? A few moments later, the young man was lying on an MRI machine, surrounded by several research center employees. The whole situation seemed a little strange to him. Lin glanced at the doctor and then at the nurse standing nearby, but said nothing. Although, looking at it from a distance, the professor was just busy adjusting the equipment. Maybe Lin was really overthinking things. By the way, he should go see his brother and check on him. It seemed like he was feeling better last time. But before he could finish his thoughts, he heard several clicks as the guy's hands and feet were shackled. And now the friendly doctor was pointing a gun at him. The last thing he said was, "Now you're finished, Zombie King." Frozen in place, Lin just stared in surprise at the barrel near his face. What nonsense are you spouting? Meanwhile, Commander Liu was conducting another training session for the new arrivals, chasing them around the training ground. The man was running himself when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him, someone addressing him. Yunki was standing in front of him. The girl blushed slightly with embarrassment and asked permission to speak. Coming a little closer, the girl asked, "Listen, do you know a lot about Lin? Could you tell me about him?" The deputy looked at her and snorted. Since when does a young lady from a noble family care about ordinary people? Offended by this nickname, the girl cried out, "I'm not a young lady. I have nothing in common with my family." While the two were talking, someone was watching them intently from the window. A familiar white head of hair and glasses appeared. A voice was heard. The man asked, "Why wasn't I told about this guy? I want to know about him." He turned and looked at Zilan. The girl stood with her head down, looking somewhere in front of her with guilty eyes. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, our hero was trying with all his might to save his skin and used his class change. The gun flew out of the doctor's hands after the first shot and landed somewhere nearby. The man jumped aside, now holding a long blade in his hands. The doctor seemed to be not so simple. He began to fight with the guy in an attempt to get to him somehow. But our hero was not so simple. All this time, Lin didn't understand anything. "I'm not your enemy. Why are you attacking me? What's going on here?" The doctor continued to shout, "You are the Zombie King, so you must go to the other world. That is the order." Gritting his teeth in rage, Lin asked through clenched teeth, "Whose order is this? Could it be Commander Yujin? Did I guess right or not?" In the office, Zilan offered her deepest apologies because the commander-in-chief didn't have time to report on the situation properly. Standing in front of her was Mr. Yoon, a man wearing the same glasses and staring sternly ahead. Lena finally managed to disarm the doctor, and the guy responded with a powerful blow right to the jaw. "This is definitely a conspiracy, I'm sure. Then it would explain everything." Lin looked ahead with furious eyes. "I should ask a couple of questions." But first, he had to get out of there as quickly as possible. He pressed his finger on the touch panel to open the doors. As soon as the door opened, a cyborg fully clad in combat gear appeared before him. The poor guy didn't even have time to move a finger before he was knocked to the ground with a powerful blow. Lin tried unsuccessfully to break free. "Let me go! What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice came from the side. "Why is it so noisy here? What's going on?" Lifting his head, the first thing our hero saw was Yujin's stern face. He was clearly dissatisfied. The doctor finally came out of the laboratory. Coming to his senses, he apologized, saying that the commander-in-chief was difficult to deal with. The doctor apologized, saying he hadn't controlled him well, which led to several conflicts. Watching all this from the sidelines, Lin was boiling with rage. "You're lying! You tried to kill me!" Yuting crouched down in front of the guy and began to speak calmly. "Listen, if you cooperate with us, this will all be over soon." Finally raising his head, Lin shouted, "What are you going to do, you madman?" Still calm, the commander replied, "I just need to tell you that it's better for you to cooperate with the investigation, yes." Looking at him with a furious gaze, our hero continued to shout, "But this madman wants to send me to the other world." Getting to his feet, Yuting ordered the guy to be taken to another office. "I'll keep an eye on him, but remember something." The man paused for a couple of seconds and said in a quiet voice, "If you don't cooperate with us, you'll regret it, and you will never see your brother again." His face was cold and impassive. It seemed that this man was not joking. He could do anything. Hearing about his brother, our hero immediately shut up. "Now this is serious. They're just blackmailing me." Meanwhile, Yu Tao was lying in a hospital ward with one of the staff in a spacesuit standing next to him, pressing buttons on some devices. The younger man was slowly coming to. Now he no longer looked like a monster, but rather like a normal, tired person. The employee in the spacesuit looked at the awakened guy and asked, "So, are you awake now or what?" Seeing that the subject was conscious, the scientist put his hand to his temple and gave permission to enter. He had finally come to his senses. Several more employees in similar spacesuits immediately entered the room and said that they had been instructed to transfer the gentleman to a confidential center for further rehabilitation. Yu Tao, who had just regained consciousness, did not understand anything. "Can you please explain what this means?" The employee said in a stern voice, "Unfortunately, we do not have that authority, so please follow me." The boy already understood that this was serious and that these people were not joking, so it would be better to agree. Meanwhile, Lin was lying in the laboratory again, on the same machine that had nearly taken his life a few minutes earlier. The same professor was standing in the command center again, now with the commander, but they did not see any genetic malfunctions or mutations. Yuting still couldn't understand. Then where did he get the strength to defeat several zombie kings at once? The researcher began poking his finger at the touchscreen. "You know, during the examination I slightly underestimated him." The man waved his hand. "This guy's results are at the A level, but earlier he was assigned to the C level, apparently by mistake." The commander looked at the indicators. They were simply enormous, and even he got goosebumps. Without taking his eyes off the graphs on the screen, the man asked how you could even explain this from any point of view. After thinking for a moment, the scientist said in a less confident voice, "Based on everything we've seen, it's some kind of flash in the subconscious. Maybe some kind of stimulus that gave him strength, or a past trauma, or anything else. You can't deny it, and usually, people go through a normal awakening process and then become stronger as they train. But this specimen, because he was unable to awaken his powers in time, suddenly gained supernatural abilities. This is an exception to the rule." The scientist looked at the commander with a slightly puzzled look. Apparently, this was the first time in his life that he had encountered something like this. Thinking it over, the commander suggested that perhaps it was due to the rescue of his younger brother and the constant feeling of guilt, and now all of this had come out in the form of ability. Hu agreed that this seemed to be the most logical explanation. The commander thought for a moment. "You know, this is quite interesting." Then turning around, the soldier ordered a mock battle to test his instant explosive power. The guy was finally released from the device, and the commander's voice rang out, "Listen, we're going to stage a mock battle to test your ability level." The scientist said you must use all your abilities to the maximum so that we can see how quickly you can deal with the threat. This time, our hero did not object. He simply replied briefly that he understood everything and was ready to begin. The monster appeared instantly behind him. Lin decided to just pretend to cooperate with these people and then see how things went. Preparing to attack, our hero kept thinking about how he could reach his brother and finally get out of this hell. He approached the monster and delivered his most powerful blow with that very dark magic, and a monstrous explosion rang out. A cloud of dust rose into the air, and the guy jumped aside. The monster was destroyed in just a few seconds. In the command center, the scientist was horrified. His face changed, and his eyebrows crept up onto his forehead. This is simply impossible. From the moment the monster was detected to its complete destruction, only 15/100ths of a second had passed. It was unbelievable. Turning around, the soldier invited the doctor to come with him. I wanted to ask you something. On the way out, the scientist ordered one of his employees to mark all the data as top secret and send it to the commander. The soldier lifted his mask and nodded. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. He began typing on his keyboard, composing a text. It was an email with a report on everything that had happened. For a second, the man's eyes flashed purple. The letter was sent marked top secret. An armed soldier stood guard at the door marked Room 23, guarding the entrance day and night. Inside sat our hero. In front of him was a tray with food, a peach, some kind of bun, a few cookies, soup, and a glass of either milk or water. The scientist reassured him. Don't worry, the food isn't poisoned. You can eat it without fear. Lin just snorted. Yesterday you wanted to send me to the other world and now you're bringing me food. How can you be trusted at all? Lin looked at him with contempt in his eyes, his memory still fresh with what had happened in the laboratory. Softening a little, Dr. Hu said, Yesterday I made a mistake and jumped to conclusions. I apologize. You see, my wife and daughter were killed by monsters, so I've hated monsters ever since. Don't get me wrong. The man turned and headed for the exit. Let this be a reminder to you because you know how painful it is to lose loved ones, right? Without answering, our hero simply followed him with his eyes. It's good that this man is the chief doctor. I need to get closer to him and find out about my brother. Lin began to speak. Okay, that's not important right now. How is my brother? When can I take him home? Hu turned around. The commander decided that you needed to take care of yourself first. By the way, be ready at exactly 10 o'clock. We will continue testing your ability. Following him with his eyes, Lin thought to himself, so that's how it is now. You've also decided to tighten the visiting rules. I see. A short time later, they were standing on the training ground. The doctor explained that first you would have to destroy the ability. In order to obtain sufficiently accurate data, I will remain here and record everything in the protocol. The commander watched all this with a stern gaze and was surprised. Does the professor really want to stay there on the battlefield? He's too confident. Behind the reinforced glass in the cabin was a huge monster. He was still recovering from the anesthesia, but the staff still had to be evacuated. Finally, the monster came to, punched the glass, and roared with rage. Breaking free, the huge monster moved straight towards Lin. The guy stood motionless, simply waiting for the right moment. Then, in a split second, he transformed into an assassin, covering himself in shadow to hide his presence. In the next second, he analyzed the monster's physique and identified its weak spot. While the candidate swung his huge arms, the guy jumped back and found himself with his back ready to attack. The dagger absorbed all the energy. It could all be decided with one strike. All that was left was to deliver it. There was a crack, and a bright flash appeared on the training ground. Our hero had hit the target. The monster stopped and opened its mouth, roaring in pain. Finally, the huge zombie fell to the ground and rolled toward Lin with a crash. He jumped back. Then he turned to the professor standing nearby. Well, are you satisfied? Everything is ready. Holding a small tablet in his hands, the man looked at the screen. The monitoring system showed that the monster had indeed been eliminated. He pressed a small button on the remote and said that in order to make sure for himself, he had to get closer. At that moment, the huge monster stood up as if it had been resurrected, thick black smoke coming out of its mouth. One of the soldiers in the command center looked at the commander. Look, the monster's core has mutated and resurrected. Yuting didn't say a word in response. He just continued to watch every movement. So that's your plan, Dr. Hu. Watching all this, Lin gritted his teeth. Oh great, another monster with resurrection skills. How annoying. The candidate, seeing his prey, immediately rushed at the doctor, opening his toothy mouth. He intended to devour him. But at that moment, our hero approached and with one precise blow separated the monster's head from its body. There was a crunch. The boy looked at the frightened scientist. Doctor, are you okay? Are you alive or not? Instantly losing his fighting spirit, Hu looked at the boy. Yes, everything is fine, thank you. Go back to your room and rest. We'll clean up here. On his way out, the doctor met Commander Yuting, who sternly said, It's not good to change candidates during the test. Still with a frightened voice, the doctor replied, It was the best way to determine whether his powers came from the zombie or not. The soldier sighed. And so you decided to feign weakness to test his human feelings. Yes, many do, of course. Listen, have you ever wondered what you would have done if it really was a power coming from the mutants and devouring you? The doctor replied sternly, I would simply accept my fate and use my abilities as an executioner to go to the other world with them. In response, Yuting just remained silent and looked after him with a stern gaze. Our hero raised his hand and examined it closely. It turns out that the system allows magic to be automatically attached to the dagger right during the test. He narrowed his eyes. Consciousness can directly manifest itself in abilities. Now that's interesting. Suddenly, the doctor's face appeared on the small screen. The man said, Get ready, now I'll take you to your brother. The guy was surprised. The professor handed him a small blue card. It was a virtual ID card. With it, he would be able to get into the training center. This place was called Sky City Research Center, which was kept secret even from the government. Here, research was conducted on monsters and anomalies. People entered using these virtual ID cards to confirm their identity. In addition to all this, there was a retinal scan to confirm identity. It turned out that our hero was dressed up as a medical worker, allowing him to enter under the guise of staff. And now the guy was standing in front of reinforced glass, watching his brother, who was constantly surrounded by scientists. Professor Hu appeared nearby, wearing a mustache to hide his identity, which made him look slightly comical. Yutao looked quite cheerful and even smiled. This guy was very strong and successfully fought the virus. Looking at him, Lin asked, "Listen, doctor, why did my brother want to be transferred here? Are our conditions really that much worse?" After thinking about the answer for a moment, the professor said, "Perhaps it was Mr. Yutong's order. To be honest, I don't fully understand it myself." In the end, they ended up in the parking lot. The professor said they needed to return as soon as possible and prepare a plan for the next investigation. Suddenly, our hero felt something cold pressed against the back of his head. It was the barrel of a gun. Behind the guy stood an armed soldier in a skeleton suit who ordered him to raise his hands immediately and not make any unnecessary movements. Our hero just sighed. The doctor's followers are so weak that they betrayed us as soon as we left. The professor intervened. "Listen, please hear me out. There has been some misunderstanding. I am his attending physician." However, the soldier did not listen to anything and simply knocked the doctor down with one sharp movement, pressing him against the hood of the car. The man just looked up and didn't even understand what had happened when they managed to appear here. I just turned away. Now he began to worry. Aren't these the commander's men? So why did they capture us? In the end, the professor agreed. All right, I won't resist. We'll go with you. Please let me go." Looking at the guy, the professor said, "Don't be afraid. They won't touch you with a blade like me, and they won't send you away either, so you can eat in peace." Our hero stopped and said, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" But the guy seemed to be starting to understand. The soldiers led them to a nearby car and ordered them to get in immediately. The situation was heating up. A strange device appeared in his hands, resembling some kind of cone, and began to vibrate with energy. Suddenly, the professor swung his arm, and what do you think appeared in his hands? A lightsaber from Star Wars. What a twist. He swung and tried to strike, but the guy dodged at the last moment, and the blade whizzed right past his face. Naturally, our hero did not sit idly by. He immediately activated the system and put all his strength into a counterattack. Obviously, it was a feint. The boy's fist flew straight into one of the soldiers. There was a crack, and the fighter couldn't resist. Under pressure, he flew to the side at such a speed that he blended into the surroundings, and a heavy rumble was heard. Two men dressed in research suits immediately ran in the opposite direction to save their lives. A few seconds later, the two were already behind a large column, hidden from view, and for the moment, they were safe. But our hero was determined to destroy the enemy. However, the professor said that Skyrim City had its own rules. The man became serious. This place could be visited by others besides the elders and high-ranking officials. For example, rich aristocrats with a lot of money who want to awaken their inner power, so to speak, VIPs or powerful assassins. They are like the golden youth, obeying no rules and subject to no one's jurisdiction. No one can tell them anything. The professor frowned. But if you use your power or hurt any of them, the Council of Elders will not sit idly by. He peeked around the corner. As for your abilities, kid, you need to keep them a secret. It seems there are traitors here. In the end, our hero couldn't take it anymore. Come on, tell me everything. What is this investigation and these traitors? What do you want to do with me? The professor looked around the corner. Listen, I'm not responsible for this. If you want, you can ask the commander directly. The man continued to look around. The problem is that these soldiers have camouflage, so we can't just see them. Lin immediately changed his class to see those who were hiding under the mask. With the help of infrared vision, he managed to see two figures hiding not far away, near two columns. Becoming invisible, the guy said, "Professor, I think I found them." The man turned his head, trying to understand where the voice was coming from. Seeing the doctor's surprised face, Lin said, "Yes, don't be afraid. I just activated my skill. They can't see me." The professor opened his mouth. Becoming serious, Lin whispered, "Listen to me carefully now. I'll distract them, and you get out of here. We'll meet outside." But before the guy could finish his sentence, someone's heavy fist flew into his face and broke his glasses instantly. Frozen in place, the professor just watched with surprised eyes, unable to understand what had happened. One of the soldiers armed himself with a sword and tried to strike, but the professor blocked the attack in time. He had to come out of invisibility. Lin rubbed his face with his hand, and this kid, who was quite quick-witted, immediately exposed him. But it was too late to think. Another soldier was flying straight at him, swinging his fist. Nothing good was coming. The guy jumped aside. The soldier crashed into the ground and hit the concrete floor. They started fighting each other. The guy tried to defend himself, but his opponent was too strong and fast. Besides, he was very smart. He swung his fist for the next blow, and the suit began to buzz and was covered with neon lights. Our hero realized that he had to act quickly, otherwise he would definitely be sent to the other world. He tried to strike, but the soldier dodged at the last moment, stepping aside. There was a whistling sound, and he was already behind him. What a bastard! Lin turned his head to the side. I can't predict his movements. Why is he so fast? Another powerful blow was heard, this time with the soldier's foot. He attacked again and again, not giving our hero even a second to catch his breath. Who are they anyway? Lin felt someone's hands clasped around his neck. The soldier grabbed him and pulled him close. Suddenly, there was a muffled shot. A pistol with a silencer fired a bullet from its barrel. It immediately flew into the head of one of the cyborgs, and blue liquid poured out and the man fell. Finally free, Lin stood up and looked at his defeated enemy. The cyborg lay on the ground, electric sparks emanating from him. Turning his head, the guy saw a man in a shirt standing next to him with several soldiers. The man said that they had come to take Lin away on the commander's orders. This melee weapon was created with the help of artificial intelligence. The man said he would take it away for further research. Lin did not respond. He just looked at the strange man with distrust. The situation took an unexpected turn. When they returned home, the guys were met with the commander's fury. The man shouted, "What the hell were you doing going in there without permission?" The man was furious now. "Now that our sample is gone, all our work is down the drain. Do you even know what you've done?" The man bowed his head, looking guilty as he stared ahead. "It's my responsibility. I apologize for my mistake." Meanwhile, someone else was approaching them. The stranger had a large scar on his face and seemed to be smiling. In the command center, the deputy spoke to Zealand. "Listen, our target is still in Skyrim City and has not yet returned." The man was extremely puzzled. "This guy is just a regular Punisher. Nothing will happen to him. Are you sure or not?" The girl waved her hands and tried to pull herself together. "Calm down already. What does he have to hide? Stop worrying so much." Looking at her suspiciously, the man asked, "Isn't that what you were talking about with the commander-in-chief?" Zealand finally lost her temper. "Watch your language. Captain Yuting wants to study him." Apparently, the guy's abilities raise a lot of questions. Folding her arms across her chest, she continued, "When everything comes to light, the others will also be held responsible." The captain said nothing, slammed his hands on the table, and leaned over the girl so she moved away. The man's face became furious, and his eyes flashed with menace. "Listen to me, girl. If anything happens to him, you'll pay." Zealand shuddered slightly and gritted her teeth in anger. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before. Leaving the office, the deputy ran into Yunka, a girl who seemed to have been lingering near the office for several minutes, eavesdropping. Their eyes met, but they said nothing to each other. The captain simply turned around and walked quickly down the corridor. Entering the room, the blonde greeted the captain. "How can I help you, Miss Zealand?" She clapped her hands cheerfully. "Have a seat." She asked in a friendly tone how the training was going and if everything was okay, but the blonde wanted to get straight to the point. Not expecting to be interrupted so quickly, Zealand froze in place and looked at her subordinate in surprise for a few seconds. Then she smiled. "All right, your arrogance is on par with what I would expect from someone from a noble family." The blonde looked at her and narrowed her eyes. "How do you even know about my family? Why are you so well informed?" Smiling, the boss said, "Your father came to the base a few days ago. We talked for quite a long time. He asked me to take care of you. What a loving parent." "Well, I'm sure I can handle this task." The girl leaned closer and smiled. The boss smiled. "Whether you appreciate it or not is up to you, but at least now you know." Yunki just snorted. "You know, I have no connection to my family and I don't care what they think. See you soon. I have to go." Not letting her leave the office, the boss put her hand on the girl's shoulder. "Listen, stay away from Deputy Liu and don't get involved in anything." Stepping out into the hallway, Yunki stood by the door for a few more minutes. It seemed to her that her boss's words made sense. It was unlikely that her father had come here out of warm feelings. The girl stood and stared ahead like a statue. Most likely it was because of Lin. Although no, that's how it is. First, it's worth checking and then reporting to the gentleman. One of the research assistants was checking IDs and notified the doctor that he was already there. Upon entering, the employee reported that the investigation into the disappearance was in full swing. The doctor nodded his head. "Excellent. Now, all you have to do is copy the important information and put it in the secret bunker." The employee nodded. The man thought to himself that it seemed they had discovered a problem that needed to be addressed. But the man had already thought of a plan. He would collect all this data and pass it on to Yoon's family, and they would pay him a hefty sum. Looking at the screen, the doctor continued, "The secret investigation into the boy's disappearance had been revealed very recently. Just in case, I'll pass on some top-secret information to you, since you're my oldest employee, and I trust you." A knife was already beginning to appear in the man's hand, but he still couldn't bring himself to strike. The doctor, as if not noticing this, continued, "Get to the bunker and then we'll figure it out. Here, take this." The man was already thinking of attacking when suddenly a gun barrel appeared right in front of his face. The doctor had seen everything coming, and they froze in that position, the traitor with a knife in his hand and the doctor with a gun to his head. Still holding the weapons in his hands, the doctor said, "You've been working on two fronts for a long time, haven't you?" Your excessive persistence gave you away. The man just smirked. They offered me a lot of money. I wonder if you would have refused in my place or not. Just don't pretend to be a saint, Doctor. The black minibus sped along the busy highway, picking up speed after the attack. The doctor and our hero returned to the institute. The boy took out his smartphone and received a message from the doctor. They used encrypted communication because there could be traitors here. The man drove the car and wrote discreetly, "I already guessed who the traitor is. When I return to the institute, I will talk to the gentleman." He looked out the window so as not to attract attention and wrote to the boy, "Pretend to be missing and don't show any signs of existence. Here's what we'll do." The doctor said he would pretend to be passing on top-secret information and thus expose the criminal. Looking at his phone, the boy typed a message asking, "Doctor, do you need my help or something?" A message immediately popped up on the phone. "Don't worry, I don't need help. I can handle it myself." Turning his gaze toward Lin, he typed another message. "Be careful, doctor. From the moment I saw you, I thought you were just an ordinary doctor. By the way, I have a plan." Looking at this message, the doctor was a little surprised. His eyes widened slightly, and now the professor was standing with a gun in his hand and saying in a stern voice, "Now you're going to come with me to the interrogation room and tell me everything." Dropping the knife from his hands, the criminal smiled slyly. "Okay, as you say, boss. You're the boss here, right?" "Yes." But suddenly he clenched his hand into a fist and aimed a punch directly at the doctor standing nearby while he hesitated. The man did not have a time to react and received a powerful blow to the jaw, flying sideways and hitting the wall. In the end, his neck began to twist under the pressure of the air, which meant that he was indeed facing the Punisher. The traitor smiled. "What a fool. Did you think I was just a spineless research assistant? How naive." With a quick movement, he took the flash drive with the data. "Well, now I have all the information. I don't need you anymore. Say hello to your daughter, old man. You'll see her soon." The doctor wheezed, pressed against the wall and already suffocating. However, just as the criminal was about to open the door, there was a monstrous explosion behind it, and the door frame flew off, knocking him to his feet. Our hero stood in the doorway, now looking completely different, black energy streaming from his body, his eyes burning like fire. The traitor instantly came to his senses and growled, "That was a really powerful blow. I need to deliver your body safe and sound, so I'll try not to break it. That's how I make more money." He folded his arms in front of him and began to concentrate an incredible amount of energy. Behind him, two huge blue hands with long claws appeared and reached for the boy. Instantly arming himself with a blade, Lin was ready to fight back. He was well aware that this man would not give up so easily. Swinging his blade, the hero launched a stream of purple energy directly at these ghostly hands, which instantly crumbled to dust. The traitor couldn't believe his eyes, his pupils narrowing in fear. How was this possible? He had relied on them to strengthen his power. The man hesitated too long, and the energy wave hit him right in the stomach. His piercing scream could be heard. He died almost instantly, his body falling to the ground with a loud thud. The doctor, still pressed against the wall, finally began to speak in a weak voice about it. "I was hiding the gentleman." In general, he finally came to his senses and coughed. Lin ran up to him. "Tell me immediately what is going on here. What kind of experiment is this?" There was a loud thud as a frightened Yuting burst into the room with a couple of orderlies. "Call an ambulance immediately." The man looked at the doctor. "Didn't you agree with Lin's plan? So why didn't you follow it? What's the matter?" Clearing his throat, the doctor tried to smile. "Sir, there's no need for an ambulance right now. This is the best solution." The commander finally began to understand that this man's original goal was to end his life along with that traitor. Sitting down next to him, Lin said, "Doctor, wait a couple of minutes. The ambulance crew will be here soon." But the doctor no longer wanted anything. He smiled weakly. "Listen, kid, your power really is connected to the zombies. I wasn't wrong at first. At first, our hero didn't understand why everything was happening this way, how his power could be connected to these monsters." In a weak voice, the doctor continued to explain that it might be related to an experiment conducted many years ago before you were born. Suddenly, the doctor coughed, but continued to speak. "Mr. Yuting, rest assured that this boy's power is very reliable." Life gradually left the scientist's body. Lin looked at him with frightened eyes and cried out, "But it was too late." Suddenly, a message appeared on the commander's communicator. "Abnormal activity of enemy candidates has been detected in one of the areas. The Gecko team is currently fighting." Looking down at him, the boy stood up. "Captain, let me return to the team." "They must be short-handed." Lin was completely serious. His eyes spoke for themselves. The guy was ready to fight right now. Sighing, the man finally agreed. "All right, go ahead. But if I have to examine you again, I'll contact you immediately." The guy didn't object. Having received permission, Lin immediately disappeared behind the door, and the captain ordered one of the doctors to transfer the bodies of these people for autopsy and finally call the medical examiner. "And also, let the people from the committee come and inspect the site and sign the soldiers on the screen." He nodded. The message ended, and one of the cyborgs appeared behind the man. The captain was still extremely serious. He turned his head and said in a stern voice, "Keep a close eye on this guy, and if anything happens, report it immediately." Meanwhile, in that very area, a battle was taking place. One of the Gecko group swung his stick and hit the monster. The battle was in full swing, and the heroes were trying to cope with the influx of monsters, but there were too many of them. Among them was Yunki, a girl who swung her axe and destroyed monsters one after another. They were some kind of flying bugs, but they were large and dangerous enough to destroy an ordinary person. Deputy Liu appeared next to the girl and said, "There are too many bugs. There must be a queen nearby that is producing these monsters." Zilan appeared behind him and ordered the two to go and find out where the queen was. "There must be a matrix center here, so find it." The rest would draw the monsters to themselves with their firepower. Without arguing, Liu and Yunki immediately set off on their search. The girl ran out from around the corner but didn't notice one of those huge nasty bugs approaching her. Only at the last moment did she notice the danger and instantly raised her axe. The flying monster crashed into the blade and began to snap its toothy mouth. Despite its seemingly small size, it was very strong, and even an experienced hero had difficulty dealing with it. The girl frowned. "This beetle is very strong. Damn it, if this continues, I'm done for." But suddenly, the monster's body burst into pieces, and her deputy appeared behind her and helped her at the most crucial moment. The man looked at her and said in a stern voice, "Are you okay? Be careful next time." The girl lowered her eyes and immediately remembered the captain's words about staying away from this man. But now it was too late to think about that. Liu looked in the direction where the sounds of fighting could be heard. It seemed that the neighboring street was also restless. There were even more beetles there, a whole swarm flying straight at them, accompanied by a nasty buzzing and clicking of their mouths. Armed with his sword, the captain said, "I will break through this horde with the power of fire. Step back." Without waiting for an answer, he stuck his blade into the ground, and immediately a wall of fire appeared, which began to incinerate everything around them. They even had to close their eyes to avoid being blinded. The blonde girl cried out, "Has he really not used his abilities to their full power until now?" Having finished with the rest of the bugs, Liu got to his feet. "Okay, the queen must be somewhere nearby. Let's go there." Yunka nodded. The two of them headed forward. There were no bugs in sight, so they had to seize the moment. They would only have one chance. After running a few meters, the two stopped in front of a huge monster. They heard a monstrous roar and looked up. In front of them stood a huge monster. It had no wings, but behind its back was another mouth on a long neck. It seemed to be the queen. Raising her frightened eyes, the blonde asked in a trembling voice if this was what they were looking for. Goosebumps ran down her back. However, the commander just shook his head. "No, it's just a larger specimen like a warrior or something." Suddenly, the air was filled with vibrations and hundreds more of these bugs appeared in the sky. It seemed that the main monster was attracting them with its voice. Our heroes found themselves literally surrounded on all sides by flying monsters in the air, and I could hear a buzzing sound. A long neck with a toothy mouth immediately stretched out and began to snap as it approached them. Suddenly, there was a crack, and the head flew off to the side. Yunke jumped back in surprise and screamed. "Who did that?" The girl began to look from side to side. Could it be that reinforcements have been sent to us? But then she immediately closed her mouth. Hovering in front of her in the air was none other than Lin. The guy looked completely different, like a real monster, with some strange wings surrounding his entire body. The captain raised his head and snorted. "You've upgraded your equipment again, haven't you? Okay, why am I not surprised?" The monsters were approaching, their piercing buzzing growing louder and louder. It seemed like there were thousands of them here. Lifting his head, our hero looked at his opponent, who seemed completely indifferent. He sped up and began to climb upward, and a huge horde of monsters followed him in a group. Turning around, Lin looked at them sideways and used his cleansing magic. There were quite a lot of monsters, but even that wasn't a problem. Swinging his arm, the guy launched a firestorm right at them. Everything around them was covered in fire. In the middle of it all stood the captain, holding a shield. The blonde hid behind his back and didn't even dare to squeak. She just watched in horror and amazement. She had never seen anything like this in her life. In the end, it all ended as quickly as it had begun. The smell of roasted meat hung in the air. The guys looked around and saw that the monsters had been defeated. The girl came closer and looked at the body of one of the mutants. It wasn't moving and was slowly turning to ash. The captain looked from side to side and sighed. This was only the first wave. There would probably be more to come. Turning around, Lin said in a stern voice, "The captain is right. We can't relax. There will only be more monsters, so everyone get ready." He added that when he was upstairs, he saw that the Matrix Center was on the corner 2 streets away from here. "Go there, I'll cover you." Suddenly, another furry monster appeared from somewhere and roared with rage as it approached them. Seeing the danger, Yunke screamed to warn her comrade, but the captain remained calm and only opened his mouth slightly. It turned out that Lin didn't care at all. With one hand, he stopped the monster's attack, and there was a loud crash. The guy looked at them calmly and, smiling, said, Leave this big guy to me, and go on ahead. I'll take care of this. Without arguing, the two fighters turned and quickly walked away. Lin could only hear the sound of their receding footsteps. A second later, the guy changed his appearance and was once again covered in darkness. The assassin's appearance was best suited for this battle. Deciding to use his slashing skill, Lin struck his blade into the air, raising a cloud of dust and the sound of chitin cracking. Our hero began to examine everything around him. In search of the monster, he could only hope that he had managed to kill it with the first blow. Behind him, he heard footsteps and a voice again. It was Zelan and the others. The girl ran closer and asked if everything was okay. Stopping a couple of meters away from them, the girl raised her eyebrow in surprise. "You're back, but how?" Lin repeated in a stern voice. "Please, destroy the Matrix Center. We need reinforcements as soon as possible." Without saying anything, the guy ran in the opposite direction. First, he had to deal with the blonde and find out what they had said about her family. The commander stood there, completely baffled. But why did he come back at all? Could it be that the commander-in-chief still didn't know anything? While the two were chatting amiably, Yunke fought several monsters at once, splitting them with his axe. His deputy appeared behind him and asked, "Are you okay, girl?" She stopped and looked back. "Everything seems to be fine, but there are too many bugs. Where are they all coming from? It seems like there's no end to them." The queen was standing close enough, but there were huge monsters nearby that made it difficult to break through. She was too heavily guarded. One of the big, muscular bugs started destroying everything around him to protect his queen, and the guys jumped from side to side. Pushing off one of those walls, Yunki prepared to attack. She had to finish off these monsters quickly and deal with the beetle. Swinging her axe, the girl jumped off the wall and prepared to strike. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Now you're finished." But one of the beetles crashed into her axe, and now she had to deal with him too. The blonde tried to hit it, but it was all in vain. The beetle fighter was too heavy. Flying several meters away, Yunka slowed down and prepared to attack again. There were just too many of them. One of them had already been defeated and was screaming somewhere on the ground, but it was too early to relax. The girl adjusted the bow on her head, but did not notice one of the monstrous monsters approaching her from behind. At the last moment, a blow thundered, and a rapid wave split the monster in two, instantly decapitating it. The girl's eyes lit up with joy. Help had finally arrived, and it was none other than Lin. The guy stood surrounded by his metal wings and looked down at her. "Are you hurt? Are you okay?" Coming closer, the blonde began to speak quickly. "Everything's fine, it's just that these zombies are too fast, much faster than the others." Coming closer, Zelan ordered everyone to get ready for battle immediately. "Soon we will destroy the queen and end this madness." The guys exchanged glances. This candidate was huge, much bigger than any of the others they had seen before. I wonder how to deal with him. Coming closer, our hero said, "I suggest you go to the border zone. I'll take care of the bugs here myself." Suddenly, Yunki's plaintive voice was heard. "They may be candidates, but you're unlikely to handle them alone. Don't overestimate yourself." But to her surprise, the commander agreed. "Excellent suggestion. Let's do that. Everyone, gather immediately. If anything happens, report it to me immediately." The deputy looked at her as if asking, "What are you doing, lady?" But no one was going to argue anyway. The rest of the team turned around and quickly ran away, leaving our hero alone with the monsters. Opening the notification window, Lin ordered his weapons to be prepared. This was going to be a very difficult battle, and they would have to give them a good beating. Armed, the guy thought with annoyance, "It's a shame these monsters can't talk, otherwise they would tell us a lot of interesting things. For example, how would you like to go to the other world?" A huge blade covered in flames appeared in his hands, and the battle was about to begin. The huge creature swung its monstrous limbs in an attempt to strike, but the guy was faster. While in the air, Lin noticed that the monster's strength and speed had increased significantly. It must be fueled by energy. Behind him, he heard the sound of an open mouth approaching, snapping its teeth. At the last moment, our hero managed to block the attack with his blade, and a piercing screech rang out. Bouncing off the ground, Lin rose so high that no one could reach him and prepared to attack again. Below, the monster raged, its long neck with a toothy mouth already approaching rapidly to grab its prey. Suddenly, the system sent another notification. A high-level skill was available and could be used right away. There was no time to think because the monster's mouth opened and a beam of red energy burst out, incinerating everything around it. Instantly repelling the attack, the guy moved forward. It was time to end this. This monster was starting to infuriate him. Several sparks cut through the air and headed straight for the monster. It roared with rage, but our hero simply stopped a few meters away. He stood and looked at the defeated mutant, holding his huge blade in his hands, which had already stopped glowing with flame. The notification said that a new skill called Sea Devourer was available. It was capable of absorbing the monster's energy and returning it several times stronger. A smile distorted the guy's face. "Just in time, you're actually useful after all." He stood in his place while several monstrous creatures moved straight towards him at tremendous speed. Now let's test how this thing works. He had already armed himself with his blade to attack. It would be difficult, of course, but we would manage. His body became translucent and began to glow with a strange purple light. The implants covered absolutely everything. There was a loud crash. A monstrous mouth opened in a scream of pain and rage, its teeth gleaming in the daylight. The deputy and the blonde, who had already moved some distance away, suddenly heard a rumble behind them and saw a pillar of energy rising up. The guys exchanged glances. Yunka smiled. It seemed that our boy had figured everything out, so there was no need to worry. Only the boss was very alarmed. She needed to report this to the boss as soon as possible. She jumped up and ran forward, saying that she was going to meet Lin. "You stay here and keep moving." Watching her go, Yunki raised an eyebrow in surprise. Since when has our boss been so kind? It's even strange. But the girl was already running, her heels clicking on the ground. She had to meet him as soon as possible to find out everything. There would only be one chance. She kept thinking about it, because the investigation should be a thorn in her side, but somehow this guy had only gotten stronger. She stopped a few steps away. Apparently, she would have to speed up the plan a little, otherwise everything would go down the drain. A video call appeared on the screen. It was Mr. Yoon. He asked how things were going. Zealon reported that the Matrix had been decrypted as planned. In addition, he had become much stronger. The man smiled. "That's even better. We need its power to prevent this from happening. Keep up the good work. Then gather the remains." He looked at the screen displaying the data. "The information we obtain will be very important for future research." He put down a small glass with some kind of drink, and a girl's voice rang out, "But sir, what if he refuses to cooperate with us?" After thinking for a moment, Yoon said, "Then we'll just send him to the other world. Either he'll be ours or no one's." Meanwhile, our hero had already figured out the Matrix Center, so now we understand the power of the Seed Devourer. Several notifications appeared in front of him about the completion of the mission and the fact that his level had risen. If you do the math, he'll get an unimaginable amount of points if he defeats the boss because the progression will increase. The words of the now-deceased doctor immediately came to mind. His power is indeed connected to zombies. Okay, first he had to get out of here so as not to get into trouble. Lin walked forward quickly. It was time to return to the others. When he met the commander, a very interesting dialogue took place. The man asked, "Such a powerful force was activated by research, wasn't it?" Looking away, the guy sighed, "I don't know yet, but most likely my power and the Yoon family are somehow connected." He didn't have time to finish because he heard the voice of his boss. She was walking forward, surrounded by other students. "Wow, here's our hero who destroyed an entire army of candidates." Zealon smiled. "I'll have to ask the captain to reward you. After all, you deserve it and did a good job." She came closer and said, "Everyone has gathered here today to hear your heroic story about how you saved us all." Already quite tired, Lin just sighed irritably. It wasn't worth it. It would have been better to spend the time training, wouldn't it? Slightly annoyed, Zealon just snorted. "Listen, I'm still the commander, so I'll try to watch my language and choose my words carefully." Well, our hero just walked by. "Okay, as you wish. It's good that you're a sincere person after all." The girl just looked after him with an irritated look. The deputy stood nearby and didn't say a word. Although Zealon didn't show it, she was very annoyed inside. "Have you decided to destroy all these monsters to show that you can ignore me?" Her eyes flashed bright blue for a second. "When you become useless, I will get rid of you, and it will be painful and very hurtful." And now, at the training base of the Gecko group, Yunke was jogging. The girl was panting and running forward, paying no attention to anyone. Then Lin appeared next to her and immediately asked, "You're training here alone, right? Do you mind if I keep you company?" The blonde was a little surprised, but wow, this is the first time you've talked to me outside of battle. Amazing. The guy asked, "You weren't at the meeting, why didn't you come?" Speeding up a little, her friend replied, "It's boring there. It's better to run during that time." When she asked how things were going in Skyrim, our hero just sighed. "Nothing special. Just the usual daily research and interrogations. It's boring." Looking at him from the side, Yunke nodded understandingly. "I see you don't really want to talk about it. Okay, I won't. But it's still very strange that they asked you about this investigation." The guys continued running. "So what's the reason?" After thinking for a moment, Lin replied that after the attack by the Zombie King, our beloved boss suddenly complained. Hearing this news, the blonde screamed, "She had the audacity to dump her problems on someone else. I'll finish her off right now." Continuing to run, Lin sighed heavily. "If I hadn't saved our captain, she would have been eaten by the Zombie King, and then there would have been more problems." After thinking for a couple of seconds, Yunka said quite seriously, "If I were you, I wouldn't touch her, but I wouldn't save her either." She held out a bottle of water. "You know, many of the Punishers would like to stay there, and you could too." They stopped and started talking. The blonde said, "Your brother is being treated here. You could have stayed here to look after him too." After pausing for a couple of seconds, Lin said in a firm voice, "You know, my goal is to become the strongest executioner in the world. Only then will I move." And it's not about research or some kind of illness. He froze for a couple of seconds, as if he was gathering his thoughts. Looking at him, Yoongi couldn't help but think that in a world like this, such thinking was quite outdated. I wonder why he is so persistent. Lin, still holding his bottle near his face, said, "And on top of everything else, we're still a team, so we have to work together, don't we?" They were interrupted by the voice of the gramophone, informing everyone to gather in a certain area for a patrol operation that could not be postponed. After a while, the whole team was assembled. Zilan reported that, according to the latest reports, suspicious zombie activity had been detected in one of the areas. When she ordered everyone to focus, our hero wondered if it was too reckless to fight alone. Yunka. This order also seemed rather unusual, and what was even stranger was that Yu Ting himself had said this, which was interesting. There was no time to ask questions. They were given the order, and the whole team focused and ran to patrol a specific area. On the way, our hero felt that there was something strange about this, that something was definitely wrong here, and they knew it. Moreover, upon arriving at the location, the young man did not sense the aura of zombies. Everything was clean and calm here. The system window was also in perfect order, so even the system did not sense the presence of a foreign body. So what was going on? Stopping at a vacant lot, Lin wondered if this was really an order from the commander-in-chief, and if he wanted to capture him, why was everything so official? Turning his head, the guy saw Commander Lu coming out from the side and reported that there was nothing suspicious here. Exchanging glances, the men thought to themselves, "The fog is thickening. It's quite strange. Something is definitely wrong here." And besides, an experienced fighter said that it seemed like someone was following them. And all this time, Lin looked at him and tensed up a little. Not far away, Yoongi was also on patrol. She asked, "Listen, isn't this a false alarm? There isn't a single zombie here." But suddenly, something fast and black flew a few meters away from her. The girl immediately became alert and got ready. She noticed that something had flown by, but it was too fast. Maybe it was a regular zombie, or at worst, a king. Before she could react, the poor girl felt someone grab her by the neck and throw her to the ground, followed by a blow. And now she was lying unconscious. And a strange silhouette in black clothes with glowing eyes towered over the girl's body. It was definitely not a zombie. Meanwhile, Lin was talking to Captain Lu, warning him to be careful with Yu Ting. "This man is unlikely to let you go so easily. He's up to something." Our hero tensed up. Behind him, a camera drone was already buzzing. "Listen, do you think he's following me?" But suddenly, a voice came from the drone. "Attention, mission complete. Everyone return to their starting positions." In the end, the team was in place. Zilan reported that it was indeed a false alarm. I received a message. Not noticing Yoongi Lin nearby, he tensed up. "Wait, where's the blonde? She was with us. Where did she go?" The commander reported that she had been sent to another team. We had already been informed of this, so don't worry. Of course, our hero didn't believe it. He was still a little worried and asked to see the video from the drone. Zilan was indignant. "Don't you believe me?" Without saying anything, Lin rushed towards her and swung his fist to strike her. It all happened in a split second. The commander reacted quickly and defended herself with her magic, and the blow hit her energy shield. The girl was unharmed, but she was thrown back several meters and struggled to stay on her feet. Goosebumps ran down Zilan's spine. Even through her protective magic, she felt the overwhelming power. If he had hit her, it would have been bad. Stretching out her hand, the commander was indignant. "How dare you attack me? Do you even realize that this is a war crime?" Swinging his sword, the guy was already running towards her. "Listen, you sent us out on patrol alone and now one of the squad members is missing. You have no right to call yourself a commander." But at the last second, the deputy intervened, grabbing Lin's wrist with his strong hand and stopping him at the last moment. The man looked at them with menacing eyes and said in a calm voice, "Come on, stop this circus." The indignant guy wanted to argue and even opened his mouth to do so, but the commander interrupted him. Lu sighed. "Listen, she has status and technique. If you continue to interfere, do you think you'll be able to stay on the team?" Hearing this, Zilan smiled with satisfaction. "It's good that at least one of us understands what's going on." Standing up to her full height, the girl said in a stern voice, "All right, everyone, gather around." The deputy commander approached the guy and whispered to him, "Listen, because of the competition with her, you will never be able to see your brother. Do you even understand what I'm talking about?" Our hero did not respond but simply gave him a menacing look. I understood that he knew everything. The event moved to the Yun family's private testing ground, a well-hidden underground complex with only a dome several dozen meters high rising above it. Inside, Yoongi was lying on a soft sofa breathing heavily. She was scared, her whole body trembling with surprise. Suddenly a voice was heard. Her father approached her and looked down at her. "Well, you're finally awake." Hearing the familiar voice, the girl immediately jumped up. "What are you doing here?" Fear and rage glistened in her eyes. Looking around, she finally realized that she was in some strange place and began to examine what kind of place it was. The man frowned and said in a colorless voice, "We haven't seen each other in so long. Don't you want to say dad or something else that children usually say? Standing up, the blonde said, Does that even make any sense? Her father just snorted. You're just like your mother, stubborn. The man did not answer the question about what kind of place this was, but simply turned and walked to the door, inviting her to come with him. Come on, you'll see everything now. They approached a large glass window that offered a strange view. The girl still couldn't recover. Inside, on some kind of training ground, stood a huge beast with no head, only a mouth from which protruded a long, spiked tongue. It was a zombie. Next to it, one of the fighters was jumping around, swinging his sword, fighting with all his might and flying up like a bird. One blow was enough to send the monster to the other world. It seemed that for this strange man, such pastimes were something ordinary. Looking closely, Yunki opened her eyes in surprise. Interesting. He's quite strong, able to take down such a monster with a single blow. Her father looked at her and said, This man is at the same level as you. Yunka looked at him with surprise in her eyes. So you're raising them in captivity, you monster! Her voice was filled with anger, rage, and fear. Her father just sighed. I'm not interested in monsters, but the rich people who have a lot of money are interested in them. The girl didn't understand anything. You see, rich people find it very interesting to watch the battle between the Punishers and the monsters. They pay good money for it, and the participants get much more than for a regular order. Inside one of the participants, a heart was beating. It was bright red, just like the crystal inside each zombie. The man smiled. And the participants can also take the crystals. You already know about them, and reunite them with your heart. Isn't that cool? After these words, the girl shuddered with her whole body. What does it mean to unite with a zombie? Are you working on these projects in secret from everyone? Well, you understand. If the zombie wins, it can devour the heart of its opponent and place it in another, stronger Punisher. The girl was already trembling with rage, her voice overflowing with anger. We destroy monsters to protect people, and you're having fun with them here. Her father sighed and looked at her. I get money for this research. Come join us. It's better than hunting zombies in the slums. But the girl had already turned away. I'll never do that. It's better to get rid of him before it's too late. She pointed her finger at her father and shouted, Take me back to where I belong right now. I don't want to be in this damn building anymore. Coming closer, the man smirked. Listen, you don't have any special relationship with that guy. What's his name? Lin, I think. The man stopped and smiled at his daughter, while the poor girl clenched her fists. Now it was clear who his target was. Without the slightest hesitation, she shouted, No, we're just teammates, nothing more. Why would you even think such a stupid thing? The man's face broke into a smile. Is that true? Then here's my question. If something happened to you, do you think he would come to save you? Or would he forget about you? Already having taken out her huge axe, Yunki prepared to fight back. What are you going to do? Tell me immediately. The events moved to the Gecko base. All the windows were dark, no lights were on, and there was a deathly silence everywhere. Commander Liu was lying on his bed in his room, but he wasn't sleeping. He was just staring stubbornly ahead, holding his sword in his hands as always. Getting up from his seat, the man sighed. It was time to go on night patrol, although he really didn't want to drag himself out into the middle of nowhere. Passing by Lin's room, the man stopped. The door was slightly ajar, and he decided to check what was going on inside. Going inside, the man shone his flashlight on the unmade bed. Everything seemed to be as usual, but the guy was not there. Looking closer, Liu shone his flashlight to see what was going on. Meanwhile, Lin himself was in Yunka's room, looking around to see what was wrong. All the clothes were in place. The guy even looked in the closet, and the bed was made. He looked around. Something was strange. Everything looked as if no one lived there. Everything was perfectly clean. Shining his flashlight on the table, he saw that her personal belongings were also untouched. Her cosmetics were in place, and her laptop was there too, as if she had simply taken it and disappeared without taking anything with her. Lin frowned. There were no signs of a move. It was obvious that the commander was hiding something, but he just had to figure out what. He decided to look for some clues and had already stepped out into the corridor when he suddenly heard someone's slow footsteps behind him. Stepping out onto the training ground, Lin shone his flashlight around, but apart from traces of yesterday's battle with the commander, there was nothing here. No traces of a car or a person. He continued to examine the surroundings. He remembered the captain saying that someone was following them. Could it be that the same person stole Yunke and ran away? At one point, something shiny caught his attention. A strange object lay nearby, glinting in the light of the flashlight. Suddenly, the guy discovered a strange thing. A small sphere with some kind of mark on it. It was a family crest. This was strange. Our hero shone his flashlight on it to get a better look and see how this thing had ended up here. He was too absorbed and did not notice someone's soft but firm hand on his shoulder. In a second, Lin turned around and was ready to attack, but it was only the commander standing behind him. The man sighed and looked at him with tired eyes. Listen, it's late. What are you doing here? Why did you come here? Lin asked tensely. Are you following me? The man sighed. I just went out on night patrol and didn't see you at your post, so I decided to check. It was useless to lie, so the guy told the whole story. I looked around Yunki's room but found no traces, nothing at all. He showed me the family crest, but instead, here on the training ground, I saw this thing. What do you think? Looking closely, the captain grunted. Her own family kidnapped her? That doesn't make sense. Lin nodded. I thought that too at first. The guy whispered, maybe she knew some family secret that couldn't be revealed to anyone, so they decided to steal her quietly. Thoughtfully, Lu said, she hasn't been in contact with her family for a long time. Why would they wait so long for her to grow up? They could have stolen her right away. And besides, something has changed since you returned last time. You dared to talk back to the commander, and now you're worried about this girl. The soldier looked closely. Your trip to the research center was much more than just some experiment, wasn't it? Deciding not to hide anymore, Lin exhaled. Yes, you're right. The trip to the center brought many changes, but I learned something. My power is connected to this girl's family. So that's what it was, Commander. You wanted to find a lead, but Zelan disagreed with you, and you had a conflict. Am I right, Lin? He nodded in agreement. He clenched his fist, which still held the family crest. I must go to this family immediately and save the girl. The soldier looked at him and sighed heavily. Kid, do you even have any idea where to look for her? Scratching the back of his head, Lin said, I have no idea. Lu exhaled. Then where are you going to go? You'll just get lost within 4 walls. Fine, to hell with you. I have a couple of connections and I can help you find the girl, since you're so attached to her. Becoming serious again, Lin said, Thanks, Commander, I won't forget this. The next day, everything went on as usual at the team's training base, with sparring taking place again. The commander was training 2 top performers and watching their every move, correcting their strength. Footsteps were heard behind him, and a voice spoke. It was Zelan. She was wondering why Lin hadn't come to training today, which was strange. As if nothing had happened, the deputy turned around. You see, yesterday he received news that his brother's condition had worsened, so he went to Skyrim and will stay there for a while. Strangely enough, the girl did not object or get angry as usual. She simply nodded and allowed the training to continue. Turning away, she tried to hide her smile, but it was quite noticeable. Zelan was glad that everything was going exactly as the commander-in-chief had predicted. Yesterday, she spoke with Mr. Yoon while no one was looking. The man said that the insect eggs you sent were very valuable. Thank you for the samples. Yoon laughed and said that her fears were unfounded and that there was no need to worry for now. He left a small hint. And now that hint lay in the family home. The poor girl was in a daze and muttered something about Lin definitely coming, while her father just smiled. A dozen soldiers armed to the teeth were already on duty near the house where the poor girl was being held. The area was well guarded. Not even a fly could get through. All the soldiers were dressed in the latest technology, wearing armored exoskeletons and carrying the newest models of weapons. Lin peeked out from the nearest bushes. He had gone to hell after all, and could already see that the villas in this city were guarded by private armies. This was interesting. The guy was in his blacksmith's outfit and wondered if they were really that afraid of a zombie attack here. He used his skills as an engineer and builder to examine the layout of this base. One of the walls was definitely the eastern one. The ghost outfit reappeared on his body. He had to maximize his assassin abilities to get there unnoticed. But wait, the guy thought, if the detection system picks up on his stealth, that's going to be a big problem. Still invisible, the guy jumped out of the nearest bushes and slipped past the soldier. He had to come up with another way to get in. It took only a split second for him to knock out one of the fighters with a blow to the back of the head. Only a dull thud was heard. Soon, the guard lost his exosuit. Lin came up with a brilliant plan. He stole it. Now, the guy himself looked like a real fighter, wearing the same helmet on his head. It was impossible to tell right away that there was a spy among them. It looked like a villa, but in reality it was some kind of base or laboratory or who knows what. In any case, it wasn't that simple. The guy continued to study the hologram, but his thoughts were interrupted by one of the guards who appeared from around the corner. Hey, listen, why aren't you at your post yet? Right next to him lay a man who had been knocked out. Our hero looked at the guard and replied in a stern voice, I'm sorry, I'm going to my place now. This is bad. He might notice. Looking away, Lin saw the poor guy he had just knocked out. He would have to hide his body in the grass so that, God forbid, no one would see it. The guy went with his other guards deeper into the building. He needed to find a spot where he could climb into the house and find the girl. One of the fighters put his hand to his temple and ordered Roger to conduct a routine inspection of the entire territory and the hospital courtyard. Then he looked at the guard standing next to him. You're coming with me. Patrolling the courtyard is your job. The guy didn't argue. So far, everything was going smoothly. Our hero followed the guard, and as long as he wasn't noticed, he would have to keep hiding. Although all this seemed strange to the guy, he kept walking and tried to remain silent so as not to give himself away. Why is everyone so relaxed here? The computer monitor showed an image of 2 fighters. The gentleman's voice was heard. As I thought, this guy came to save you. His father, of course, saw everything and brought the girl over and sat her in front of the monitor. Watch this show. It's especially for you. The blonde looked at her father with frightened eyes and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you going to take his life?" The man just smirked and twitched his mustache. "No, I'm not some kind of vandal. Besides, this guy is pretty strong and I need people like that." Of course, it all depends on whether this kid understands anything or not. The man looked at the screen and smiled. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed somewhere in the distance. Something was happening there. They should go check it out. Without waiting for an answer, he jumped up and ran around the corner, leaving his comrade completely baffled. The guard put his hand to his temple and reported, "Boss, everything is going according to plan. It looks like he's bought it." Sitting in the command center, the man smiled. "Excellent. Return to your position. Let everything take its course." Yunka continued to look at him. "The performance is about to begin." Her father looked at her sternly. "Watch closely. You'll like it." The girl was very frightened and stopped being angry, looking at her father with hope. "Please don't touch him and don't hurt him." The smile spread even wider. Hearing such strange words, the man said, "You said you hardly knew him, so why are you asking me to spare him now?" After that question, Yunki's cheeks turned red and she became a little embarrassed. "It's just that during the battle he saved my life several times, and besides, he has a younger brother to take care of." Turning away, her father just snorted, "Fine, you'll remember that when you see his true power. Let's see what you say then." Meanwhile, our hero had already made his way to one of the exits and was trying to open the armored door. There was a blind spot here, so they should have noticed him. But suddenly, a strange man approached him, swung his fist and tried to hit him, but the guy blocked it in time. The helmet shattered after such a powerful blow, and his face was revealed. The guy was very annoyed. It was one of the soldiers or just Mr. Yoon's henchmen. The man smiled. "I completely hid my breath, but you still noticed me." Our hero stared at him intently and wondered who he was and what he was saying. Why did their boss take a liking to me? Without explaining anything, the strange stranger turned around and simply said, "Follow me, sir. He has been waiting for you for a long time." At that moment, Lin felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't even know what to say. "Wait a minute, you mean they knew I would come to rescue the girl?" So they had planned everything. A few minutes later, they were standing in a small elevator, moving somewhere. Lin wondered if he thought everything would remain a secret and he wouldn't be exposed. What if this man deliberately kidnapped his daughter, knowing that I would come for her? It seems a little strange. And then there's this man who found me. He gives off a strange energy. Of course, he's trying to suppress it, but it's still very noticeable. Lin pondered. Even his own system couldn't determine this man's level, which meant he wasn't so simple after all. The elevator was moving very strangely, sometimes accelerating, sometimes slowing down, and the guy couldn't even figure out where they were going. There were too many questions, and suddenly the lights went out and everything was plunged into darkness. It was impossible to see even the tip of one's nose. And then a bright light hit his eyes. He even had to cover his eyes with his hand so as not to go blind. They had risen somewhere very high. The cabin with the passengers flew right onto the roof, which offered a beautiful view, but it was too late to admire the scenery. Suddenly, a notification appeared right in front of his face. Lowering his eyes, Lin tensed up. He was already subconsciously expecting some kind of trick. Finding himself in a strange place, our hero stepped outside on shaky legs and immediately asked what kind of place this was. Two holograms appeared before them. One of them was Mr. Yoon, and the other was his daughter. The man spoke first. "So we finally meet. I'm glad to see you." Our hero immediately asked, "Where is Yunka? What happened to her?" The guy was very worried but tried not to show his anxiety. Without answering, the man just smiled. "You've come to the very center of events. Rejoice, sir. You should like it. You have an amazing power. With it, you can easily defeat the executioner in front of you and save your friend. Isn't that wonderful?" Still bound, Yunka couldn't even move. She just looked at her companion with frightened eyes. Her cheeks reddened, not from embarrassment, but from fear. The man stood in front of our hero and smiled. He was ready for battle and clenched his powerful fists. It was clear that he would not leave so easily. The master continued, "And if you can't, this man will take your power?" Lin fell silent and looked at him with furious eyes, trying to control himself. The host smiled. "Well, let's begin. I will gladly watch your battle." A sly smile spread across his face. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately rushed into battle, swinging their fists, instantly closing the distance and preparing to strike. There was a monstrous crash as the man struck with such force that debris from the roof flew into the air. How did he manage to gather such momentum? Our hero only managed to jump out of the way at the last moment, otherwise he would have been reduced to a pancake. Lin was a little shocked. Where did such strength come from? For the first time in a long time, the guy was really scared. This man's speed was truly beyond belief, but where did it come from? The man continued to chase him with the speed of a predator, swinging his fists and destroying everything around him with his powerful blows. His hand was covered with electrical impulses. The man smiled. "Listen, stop hiding. This is a place for fighting and you're acting like a rat." Lin shrank and frowned with rage. His suit began to change. "Fine. If you want to fight, so be it. I won't hold you back. He switched to engineer mode. His entire body was covered with an exoskeleton, and a huge, heavy hammer was already visible in his hands. A smile distorted the stranger's face. So it turns out you can change your modes. Very interesting. This will be fun. Our hero was already starting his counterattack. He pushed off the ground and, swinging his hammer, ran straight at his opponent to finally crush him. The guy swung his hammer, and silence hung in the air. His eyes lit up bright blue again. The enemy didn't even try to dodge. He simply put out his hand and blocked the blow with one powerful throw without even moving from his spot. Then he charged his fist straight into the guy's stomach. There was a sharp crack, and our hero felt his consciousness leaving his body. Watching this nightmarish scene from the sidelines, Yoongi was horrified, while her father just smiled, seemingly amused by the spectacle. He just snorted. It seemed that the counterattack was too slow and the movement too stiff, which is why he was hit. Meanwhile, our hero just lay leaning against the wall. After such a powerful blow, he couldn't even move his hand, and his whole body ached incredibly. His opponent was already approaching with swift leaps, like a wildcat. It seemed that this time he was determined to destroy his enemy. Another powerful blow thundered down. Lin, lacking strength, didn't even have time to dodge or react. His body was crushed to the ground with incredible force. The enemy lifted him by the throat with one hand and grinned. Well, it's only a matter of time before your regime changes, isn't it? You're not so strong anymore. Yes. His eyes burned bright purple, and a sarcastic smile spread across his face. It seems my master was wrong about you. You are weak. But suddenly, a voice was heard behind him. There stood our hero, dressed in assassin's clothing. Who would have thought that playing with a puppet would be so much fun? The man's face changed. Fear and surprise flashed across it. How is this even possible? Where did you come from? Then he saw with horror that in his hands was not the real Lin, but just a doll that dangled limply like a toy. He froze for a couple of seconds. Our hero began to explain from the very beginning. He realized that his opponent was quite strong, so he decided not to rush into battle, but simply created a puppet as a distraction. He used it to absorb all the power and then switched to sorcerer mode. Well, isn't that genius? The opponent flew into a rage. Are you kidding me? Stop mocking me. Rage boiled in his body. He could no longer tolerate such mockery. A dark sphere of energy appeared in Lina's hands. It was black magic. Now he would begin to absorb energy. As soon as his opponent got close enough, the guy fired a powerful impulse at him. The air filled with energy, and there was an explosion. Not a single muscle twitched on his face. He just watched as his opponent crumbled to dust from such a powerful blow. In the end, the strange stranger fell to the ground, his head severed, and our hero simply looked down at him and snorted. The blonde, still tied up, was already rejoicing. Wow, he won with one blow, and her father was surprised. Did he really not use his full power? The hologram reappeared, and the man spoke. Mr. Lin, you cannot win this battle without using your full strength. You understand that, don't you? The guy looked at him. Swinging his sword, he looked at this fortune teller and said in a stern voice, I've already defeated your chain dog. Now give me the girl as you promised. Hearing these words, the blonde blushed, her cheeks quickly turning red. You fool, who did you call mine? Her father just smiled. Well, sir, turn around and see if you really have defeated him. His eyes flashed with rage. For a second, our hero froze and turned his head. Something was indeed happening behind him. He could hear footsteps and rustling. The enemy suddenly began to move, even though he had no head. And instead of a skull, he had a strange red and black fire spreading across his face. Now, there was no longer an unusual human head, but some kind of strange face with a single eye. It was the candidate. He smiled and laughed. Literally, a few seconds passed before the man turned into a huge monster and was already moving towards the guy. Now you're done for. At that very moment, Lin remembered, wait a minute, this monster has two heads, just like the monsters we defeated earlier. The blonde looked at her father and cried out, this is the result of your experiments, isn't it? I understand correctly that you crossed a human with a monster. Her father just hissed and put his finger to his lips. Watch carefully and don't interrupt. Now the most interesting part is about to begin. Don't miss it. The monster had already approached the guy and struck a blow. Lin tried to block his fist with his sword in one swing, and there was a crack. Dodging at the last moment, he jumped up and prepared his fist for a powerful blow. The enemy was much stronger than expected. Oh well, screw it. Lin narrowed his eyes. I do have the Sea Eater. It will definitely destroy him, so I just need to wait for the right moment. The monster twisted its two heads. Only one question remained. Would such a massive skill be useful against a single enemy? Well, now we'll find out. The monster smiled, and its hand was covered with some strange white crystals. Well, boy, what are you worth? Now I'll make you twice as happy. It began to move at an incredible speed, so fast that even the human eye could not see it. The monster smiled. It seemed that this battle brought it immense pleasure. Approaching in a fraction of a second, it unleashed all its power. There was a loud crash, and stones flew into the air again. Thank God our hero managed to jump out of the way in time. He was already in the form of an engineer. The monster smiled. You really are arrogant if you can hide like that. A system notification immediately appeared in front of the guy. If you defeat this monster, you will be able to unlock a new skill. Bloody Doctor. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Wait, I have a puppet, so I can use it and defeat the monster. The monster was already approaching him with huge leaps and laughing with its two heads. I will destroy you in one fell swoop. Don't even hope to get away alive. Swinging a huge hammer, the guy got ready to strike, but my zombie puppets were already on the move. It's time to get to work. As soon as he struck the ground with his hammer, purple sparks flew everywhere. Everything around trembled from the excess of power, and the air was filled with electricity. A second later, arms, legs, and heads began to emerge from the ground. They were zombies with red eyes, crawling out one after another. The enemy easily dealt with them, destroying them with a single blow, but he was extremely surprised that the guy could resist at all. Our hero just smiled. How funny you are. Do you really hope that these ridiculous zombies can defeat me? Folding his arms, Lin ordered to use all his skill points. Behind his back, monstrous wings appeared again, and a purple mist spread around him. The monster smiled. Its two heads began to grin like wild beasts. It was the devourer of the seas in all its glory. A second later, a huge energy wave was already moving towards the guy, igniting everything in its path, but he did not move from his place. A monstrous roar was heard. The gentleman watched all this with his daughter. The man was stunned and couldn't take his eyes off such a monstrous sight. What kind of power was this? Yoongi was trembling with impatience. Do you think the Punisher could possess such power? How foolish you are, girl. She sincerely hated her father. The man just smiled. So, what is the purpose of such power? Do you want to create people like this guy? Very clever. After the blow, the guy remained unharmed. He just stood there and stared at his opponent with a fierce gaze, ready to fight at any moment. He tested his skills. The Sea Devourer could be used a few more times. At least there were enough resources for that. The hologram of the gentleman appeared right in front of him at that very moment. Congratulations, you can take your girlfriend just as we agreed. Behind him, the same elevator appeared. With this thing, sir, you can go down to the underground bunker. She will be waiting for you there, don't worry. His father smiled. Well, you should get along if you like each other so much. I hope everything will be fine. Lin still looked at him with distrust. He thought this man would deceive him at the first opportunity, so he had to be prepared for any outcome. Still tied to the chair with an energy rope, Yoongi looked at him and snorted. Father, do you think this is funny? Do you think this is some kind of game? The man smiled maliciously and looked at her. Let's see if your knight in shining armor can save you. Then you'll get your answer. Meanwhile, after taking the elevator down to the underground mine, Lin found himself in a strange bunker. The walls here were made of impenetrable iron, but there was nothing else. Only emptiness, and that was all. Suddenly, he noticed someone's legs peeking out from around the corner. It seemed that someone was lying there, seriously injured. At first, the guy thought it was Yoongi and ran forward, but it was another girl with bright blue hair. She was lying in some rags and was unconscious. Her eyes were closed, and a small stream of black liquid was oozing from her mouth. It wasn't Yoongi, but someone else. But she also needed help. Looking closer, the guy decided that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't leave her in that state. He had to help the poor girl first. He had already picked up his hammer to break the heavy chain, but suddenly something changed, and the air filled with vibrations. Lin heard a strange, growing hum that penetrated his brain and grew louder with every passing second. In the end, it became so loud that he couldn't bear it anymore. His whole head was literally splitting apart. The guy bent over in half and screamed. At the same time, a strange power appeared in his body that he could not control. His head continued to ache, and it felt as if something was awakening inside him. Our hero had no idea what was happening when suddenly, something started happening behind him. There was a loud bang and a bright flash lit up the space. Seeing this, the blonde girl screamed in fear and horror. Something was wrong with Lin. What was that sound? The girl was very scared and didn't know what to do. The fact is that in previous battles, it was discovered during experiments that the leader of the mutants can emit a strange sound at a particularly high pitch. It comes from his larynx and spreads throughout the perimeter, creating waves that affect human consciousness. The man explained that this sound resonates with other mutated creatures and can amplify their attacks several times over. If the guy's body has zombie power, the sound will make him bloodthirsty. He looked at his daughter and smiled. This girl lying there is just bait unless she hasn't realized it yet. Funny, isn't it? The man grinned. It would be great to see him destroy her with a single glance. I'm looking forward to it. It will be an exciting sight. His daughter flew into a rage and screamed, "You're just inhuman, a real monster! How can you do this? She's a living person!" The poor girl tried to break free, but suddenly jerked and fell to the floor, now lying on the ground, bound by a strange whip. Her father crouched down and looked at her, still smiling. "You know, my dear daughter, even with your strength, you cannot break these locks, so don't even try." He stroked her head. Yoongi flew into a rage. She looked at her father with eyes full of hatred and wanted to destroy him, but there was nothing she could do. Just enjoy the show. The girl looked at the screen where her friend was turning into a monster under the influence of strange sound waves. The boy's body changed beyond recognition. Covered with a strange purple flame, his eyes also lit up like two spotlights. Now he looked like a monster. A strange purple energy beam appeared from his hand and, breaking free from his palm, rushed straight forward, tearing through space. Hearing a monstrous roar next to her, the girl finally came to her senses and opened her eyes, suddenly seeing something terrible. Our hero stood in front of her, already swinging his arm to strike. The poor girl began to scream, "Please, let me live, don't touch me." She folded her hands as if in prayer, hot tears already streaming down her cheeks. "I have a younger brother to take care of." Hearing about her younger brother, Lin paused for a second and froze in place, as if something human had awakened in him for a moment. Then the poor guy doubled over, clutching his head, which had started to hurt again. Damn, what was happening to him? The girl clenched her teeth in fear, and the only phrase she could hear in her head was, "Save your life." Not resisting her instinct for self-preservation, she gathered all her strength into her fist and ran away, screaming, "Someone, please help me!" But suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed her shoulder from behind. The poor girl screamed and couldn't move anymore. Approaching her, Lin had already lost the last remnants of his humanity. What an appetizing human specimen. I wonder which part of you I should eat first. Realizing that her days were numbered, the poor girl began to cry and beg, "You can eat me, but please don't touch my brother. I promise to take care of him." Still bound, Yoongi began to scream. Hoping that her friend would at least hear her now, she begged him to resist this action. "You're still human." Suddenly, the image of her younger brother flashed through our hero's mind again, who had promised to protect him no matter what. In that same second, the guy found himself in a strange place surrounded by a constantly changing space and glowing cubes, like some kind of matrix. A painfully familiar voice came from somewhere. "Lin?" You turned your head and saw your younger brother. "What are you doing here? What is this place?" Coming closer, Yu Tao explained, "This is Skyrim, and I came to take you away." Our hero froze. "Take me away? What does that even mean? Explain." The younger brother smiled and said casually, "I already spoke with Commander Yujin. He wants us both to stay here." Looking up with a confused expression, Lin couldn't believe his ears. "You really talked to him? And he said that?" The boy still couldn't believe it. The younger brother spread his arms and laughed. "That's right, brother. You can stop thinking about that girl Zealand and Queen Zombie. You're now super cool, just like you always dreamed of. Isn't that great?" A smile spread across our hero's face, and his strange voice could be heard. "So you're not going to protect me anymore?" "Yes." Yu Tao smiled, "Of course. This place is heaven on earth. There are no dangers here, so there's no need to protect you." At that moment, Lin approached him in one leap and stabbed him in the stomach. "Really, little brother? Thank you. I am very grateful to you." The younger brother flew to the side unharmed. Apparently, he was no longer human. It was immediately clear. His body began to deform at an astonishing speed, and instead of a normal person, a monstrous creature began to appear. "You're still weak. Come on, show me what you're made of." And now our hero stood in his new guise as a bloody doctor, wearing a spacesuit and a respirator on his face. Notifications from the system appeared in front of his face again, and the guy immediately realized that this place was just an illusion. It couldn't be true. This weapon can create artificial noise, but the question is how to get rid of it. His eyes flashed with new fury. The monster, now completely transformed, smiled and said, "I would like to play with you some more, of course, but my main task is to merge with you. Now we will do that." It looked like a huge mutant covered in neon lights, with two large glowing blades in its hands. The monster was already preparing to attack. A second later, everything began to deform. Instead of bright blue, red cubes appeared, and that same nasty noise hung in the air. Grabbing his head again, our hero cursed. "That sharp sound again, how disgusting." The monster had already flown up. "Listen, don't you want to merge with me and become part of something very powerful?" He was already preparing his powerful attack. "You know, after the merger, you won't have to be afraid of that nasty sound anymore. Try it. You'll like it." But suddenly, the monster stopped when he saw a huge energy wave approaching him. Gathering his last strength into his fist, swung his weapon, and a small dagger appeared in his hands, glowing with a bright white light. Grabbing his body, the monster stepped back. "How is this even possible? You can't physically move here and resist this sound. Who are you?" Approaching him, our hero just smiled. "This is called cheating. Have you heard of such a thing?" The monster did not understand and only growled. He opened his toothy mouth, and a bright purple mist began to pour out. The monster coughed and filled the air with his screams. Lin began to explain, "You see, I smeared anesthesia on your forehead, and at first I was confused by the strange noise, but now you see a hypnotic implant has been implanted in you. Unable to resist any longer, the monster grabbed his head and began to scream, "Get out of my head!" The guy's eyes lit up bright blue. "No way, you're going to slowly pass away and it's going to be very painful. The noise won't go away." Back in reality, the guy's hand finally loosened and released the girl. The poor thing fell backward. She fell to the ground with a loud thud and cried out in surprise. But fortunately, she was alive and relatively unharmed. The girl looked up in surprise, as if she couldn't believe her luck. She was fine, and it seemed that this man was fine too. Having dealt with his inner demons, Lin approached her with a leisurely gait. He still couldn't get used to the absence of noise, but now he was conscious. Yunkus saw this and smiled broadly, delighted. "I knew you could do it. I knew I was wrong about you." Her father was furious but didn't show it, although inside the man didn't understand how this was even possible. Without the control of sound waves, he did it. How is this possible? Turning to her father, the blonde shouted, "Let me go right now." She tried to break free from the strong locks again. "I'm not interested in your perverted research. Let me go right now." The girl tried to break free and shouted, "I also know that if I report this to the Council of Elders, they are unlikely to punish you." Suddenly, her father's voice interrupted her, and the girl shut up immediately. He looked at her with a fierce gaze. "All right, I'll let you go, but I can't let this guy make his own choice. So now you'll go down to the testing ground, and we'll wait for him there." Yunki realized that resistance was futile. She couldn't do anything anyway, so she had to agree. The girl just stared ahead with angry eyes. Finally coming to his senses, Lin leaned toward the stranger and tried to calm her down. "Everything is fine. Nothing will happen to you. I came here to save you." The blue-haired girl still couldn't believe her luck, because just a minute ago she had seen a bloodthirsty monster in front of her. A few minutes later, Lin and the girl had already made it to the surface. The girl clung tightly to his back with her hands and held on as best she could. The professor and his daughter were already waiting for them there. The man clapped his hands. "Congratulations, sir. You have demonstrated tremendous strength." Not wanting to listen to all these flattering words, Lin replied sternly, "Enough of this talk. I'm taking this girl and Yunki, and then we're leaving here. This is not up for discussion." The man narrowed his eyes. "Wait a minute. This girl is my experimental material, so you can't just take her and leave like that." Looking at him, Lin began to get angry. "Are you suggesting that I leave the poor girl here for your monstrous fusion experiments? No way." The guy understood perfectly well what would happen to this girl if she stayed here. This professor would definitely turn her into a monster, or force her to fight monsters. As if reading his thoughts, Yoon waved his hand. "You're wrong, kid. Monsters have evolved a lot since they first appeared. The power of the Punishers will be enough. So that's why I'm researching them, to create a universal soldier, so to speak. After all, we'll be able to defeat all monsters without even trying. Isn't that wonderful?" He waved his hand. "Even though this technology isn't perfect yet, you've given me hope for success. That's to your credit. Agree with me, and you will remain safe and sound with your brother. Moreover, you will receive the highest quality goods." The man smiled. Our hero was still standing there thinking. Now he was in doubt, and the girl with blue hair just looked at him in horror over her shoulder and begged. Meanwhile, someone spoke in a weak voice. "It's no surprise that your abilities are growing so fast. You've been working for the Yoon family from the very beginning." It was Deputy Captain Liu. The man was pinned to the wall. Standing next to him was a strange girl with a strange growth growing out of her body. It was Zilan. Meanwhile, Captain Yuting said in a stern voice, "Come here. I'll show you something. You'll like it." The younger brother's eyes looked incredulous and somewhat fearful. He didn't seem to understand what was going on. On the screen was a battle between two monsters. The captain asked, "What do you think of this carrier?" The boy said, "Speed and power are excellent. It looks like he can change his mode of operation." "Yes." The boy looked at him with strange eyes. Why does one of the combatants seem so familiar to him? The next second, Lin's face appeared on the screen, and the captain explained, "This man is your brother, don't you remember? Try to find out." Yutayo looked at him in surprise and froze in place, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. The boy was stunned. The captain continued, "Your brother was involved in the case where the leader of the raiders was killed. I just got the report." The boy couldn't believe it. He tried to deny everything, because my brother is not capable of such a thing. He is kind. He simply could not destroy his leader just like that. It's nonsense. The captain didn't listen to him. "Listen, kid. This man has supernatural abilities and an investigation is underway. You're not leaving this place until the results come in." The younger brother looked at him with disbelief. He still couldn't believe that his own brother was capable of being such a monster. It sounded like some kind of deception. Meanwhile, accompanied by the professor, our hero and his girlfriend were moving through the experimental center. The man explained what this place was. He placed his hand on the biometric lock and the door opened. The guy watched this scene, thinking that it was some kind of mistake. The professor looked at him and smiled. "Our first collaboration will take place right here. Make yourself comfortable and feel at home." They went inside. The doors opened. Lin was still ready to fight at any moment. He tried to look around. Everything around him seemed strange. Two huge muscular men were fighting in the ring. One of them punched a red-haired girl in the face with his huge fist. The powerful blow sent her flying sideways, and she slid across the ring for several meters. Only a muffled groan could be heard. But suddenly, the girl's neck began to lengthen at an incredible speed, and now she had turned into some kind of monster. The girl smiled. "You didn't eat breakfast? I thought there would be something interesting, but you hit like a real girl." She got down on all fours like some kind of wild beast, her eyes glowing bright green, and dozens of sharp teeth appeared in her mouth. "Such a soft fist, old woman, you're not enjoying this at all. Try to entertain me." Seeing such a strange sight, our hero froze a little. Is this person elastic? Why does her body stretch so much? Another result of some experiments? The professor interrupted their battle. "Wait a minute, guys, I've brought you a newcomer. Please love and cherish him." "Okay, be kind to him and continue the competition for the captain's position." They all stopped and looked at the professor. "Try not to screw up." The man looked at them seriously. Our hero stood next to him and still couldn't understand what the hell he was doing there. The man, a fighter, stood up and narrowed his eyes. "Listen, where did you pick up this kid? At a dump or something? Although that girl next to him looks pretty good." Yunki looked at him with distrust and now with some disgust. It seems she began to understand what kind of hole she had just fallen into. This place is full of perverts. The muscular man, seeing the beautiful girl, immediately rushed towards her. "Let me touch you," he said. She was already prepared to fight back. At the last moment, our hero reacted and with one swing of his arm stopped the insolent man, knocking him face down onto the ground. The girl, who looked like rubber, stuck out her long tongue. And this guy was pretty good. I even like her slightly reddened cheeks. Looking at the two of them with a fierce gaze, Lin advised in a deep voice to keep his tongue locked if he didn't want to say goodbye to his teeth. The muscular man muttered something under his breath. Apparently, he was furious and not used to someone standing in his way to the coveted prize. The professor looked at them sideways. The strength of this muscular man was much greater than that of the girl. I wonder where they had met before. He dealt with him so easily. Our hero was still holding his opponent by the head, and the professor wondered if his abilities would improve after the battle. Frightened Yunkei stood nearby, trembling with fear. Lin had already saved her life 3 times, and the girl felt very uncomfortable. A strange feeling arose in her chest. Looking at the man named Pan, the professor snorted, "Listen, you still underestimate your opponents, that's a problem." The man only snorted once, which didn't count. He threatened our hero with his fist and said, "I will definitely teach you a lesson in politeness, kid. You can be sure of that." The professor interrupted him. "The rules are very simple. You will fight each other for the position of squad leader, and I will see how strong you are. Whoever pins him down first will be the captain." "Well, any questions or shall we begin?" Our hero just looked at him suspiciously. Pan cracked his knuckles. "But it's okay, kid. I'll teach you a lesson in politeness. You'll kneel before me and beg for mercy." Suddenly, Lin just snorted. Too much trouble for one person. "Are you sure you want to attack alone?" The professor looked at him in surprise. In a second, the guy changed again, covered in a ghostly haze, and holding a purple dagger in his hands. "Come on, attack me all together, and I'll see what you're capable of." The muscular man immediately changed, his body transformed, and several glowing spikes appeared on his back. "And you, young man, seem too arrogant to me." A second later, he turned into a huge monster with sharp teeth. "Now I'll teach you to be polite to your elders. Believe me, you won't like it." His powerful fist slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and causing a rumbling that shook everything around. But our hero seemed to have vanished. At that very moment, Lin delivered a swift blow to his opponent's stomach, and the monster folded in half like a doll and flew to the side. Seeing her partner lying unconscious on the ground, the girl was a little surprised. How could you let yourself be hit? At that very moment, she turned around, sensing someone's presence behind her. Her eyes showed confusion and even some fear. It took our hero only half a second to pin her to the ground and completely immobilize her. He loomed over her like a black shadow. In a calm voice, the guy said, "You should be thankful that I'm using the back of the knife, otherwise you'd already be buried." Remaining pinned to the ground, Sue just clenched her teeth and hissed, "Improve as much as you want. It won't help you anyway." Suddenly, something started happening behind him. The guy sensed someone's presence and jerked to the side to parry the next attack. He lunged forward and struck one of the attackers with such force that he was knocked out instantly. There was a crunch, and knocked-out teeth scattered on the ground. Next, another participant received a powerful blow to the solar plexus and bent in half like a toy doll. And now our hero stood near his defeated opponents, who lay on the ground, moaning quietly, unable to even move. The professor and his daughter stood nearby and watched. The girl felt a strange sensation, as if he had become even stronger than before. Having finished with the rest, Lin said in a calm voice, "Now, Professor, do your best, because I have already proven my sincerity, haven't I?" The man looked at him and replied, "Follow me, kid. I'll take you somewhere you'll like." Our hero had barely taken a couple of steps when an enraged Pan appeared behind him, already raising his fist above the boy's head. Don't be so cocky. But suddenly, the professor put his hand forward and released some kind of invisible burst of energy right at his opponent. A second later, the huge man froze in place like a statue, as if something had clicked in his head and he couldn't move for a second. Then he fell to his knees with a crash and screamed. The pain was incredible, piercing every cell of his body. The airflow made him shiver with fear, and the man began to beg for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, Professor, I was really wrong. It will never happen again." In a cold voice, the man replied, "In my presence, my subordinates will obey only my rules and laws. This will not happen again." Then he turned around and invited Lin to come with him. "I'll take care of you, kid. You've already shown everything you needed to." They walked down a long corridor, and the professor kept thinking, "Show me your strength, kid. I want to use this method to develop your abilities." Meanwhile, our hero followed him, constantly looking around, but his gaze was lifeless. He wanted to see his brother as soon as possible. "Well, we're here." The man placed his hand on the biometric sensor and opened the heavy bulletproof door. The door swung open with a bang, and the professor entered first. "Congratulations, guys. In this room, you will be able to unlock your full potential. Have fun." Looking around, Lin was a little surprised and whistled. The place was indeed very strange, more like some kind of huge server. They were standing in a large hall surrounded by countless monitors and various graphs. "This is the largest data center in the world. Welcome." The professor smiled with satisfaction. "Whether you are a poor man from the slums or a nobleman, here you will find everything your heart desires. You will like it." Looking at the guy standing next to him, Yoon smiled again. "If we work together, you'll get all the information you need about your brother in a split second," Lin replied calmly. "I don't care who I have to kill. My only goal is to see my younger brother. I'm not interested in anything else." The professor smiled. "You're not under his control yet, but I'll send someone to take care of him, so calm down. An anomaly with a large number of mutants has been discovered in one of the districts, so you'll have to show me what you can do. Don't let me down." Hearing about this area, the blonde raised her eyebrow in surprise. "Wait a minute, isn't that area under Mr. Yujin's control?" In response, her father simply said, "We have to prove our strength, that's all. Besides, it's a great chance to see what this young man is capable of." Without asking any more questions, our hero moved forward. Finally, the professor said, "Take someone with you for support and behave yourself. Don't let me down, kid." Meanwhile, in the designated area, one of the huge zombie mutants was rampaging, scattering people in all directions. Panic and horror spread. The monster opened its wide mouth and fired a beam of red energy directly at the group of people, incinerating everything around them. There were two mutants standing next to them, and their master, clad in the same exoskeleton, seemed to be responsible for this. Several fighters exchanged glances. Hadn't the commander's help arrived yet? It was time to send someone here. Suddenly, a cry was heard from the side. Reinforcements had arrived. It seemed they had asked for help. The men immediately turned around. In front of them stood Lin and the rest of the team. They had arrived just in time, otherwise things would have been even worse. But the man in the helmet shouted, "Why did you come here to interfere with us again? Mind your own business and get out of here." Pan approached him and smiled. "Listen, if I were you, I wouldn't be so loud if you're such a weakling. Just shut up and let me finish the job." The man in the helmet didn't understand and looked at him with surprised eyes through his mask. "What are you talking about, you madman?" Meanwhile, our hero had already put on the assassin's clothes and ran forward toward the monsters, ordering the others to deal with the minor anomaly. "I'll take care of the leader myself, buddy." He already swung his sword to strike one of the monsters, but he had a strange premonition all this time. Another zombie king appeared behind him and swung his blade to strike. The guy saw it all, but didn't have time to react. The monster was standing in front of him, but it had managed to attack from a distance. The guy couldn't understand it and just shook his head from side to side. Another notification from the system appeared. Lin looked at it with surprise. Was it another task? How annoying. He just wanted to deal with the monsters. One of the enemies attacked him with lightning speed. It turned out that it could split its body into several parts. It was dangerous, of course. The guy's eyes lit up with rage, and he prepared to fight back. "No, you won't get away that easily." Using his engineering skills, Lin immediately donned an exoskeleton. His arm became metal, and he began to transform on the spot. "Okay, let's see what you're capable of." Already prepared for battle, our hero moved forward. The battle will be difficult, but it is still possible. After analyzing the monster, it turned out that it had one interesting ability, namely hypnosis. It could suggest anything to its victims. Now it was clear. The guy took a closer look. He suggests to his victim that the enemy is not moving, but in fact is already attacking. Meanwhile, the monster was already moving towards the guy from behind, swinging its huge clawed paws to strike. Its single eye glowed in the daylight, and its hand was ready to crush anyone who stood in its way. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. Reacting in time, Lin swung his huge hammer and delivered a crushing blow. There was a crunch and a dull thud. Then a heavy fist flew straight into the monster's face, throwing it back to the ground, and knocked out teeth scattered everywhere. Armed with his hammer, the guy looked at the defeated monster. That was much easier than I thought. Now let's take care of the rest. The masked guy looked at Lin with surprised eyes. This man's strength is comparable to that of an executioner. Who is he anyway? The fat man threw back the head of one of the monsters. I didn't even strain when I destroyed him. It's surprising that you weaklings needed help. The masked man still couldn't believe it. When did their strength grow so much? He's a real monster. Who are they anyway? Looking at Yunki standing nearby, the man was surprised. You were a member of the Gecko Squad. Did you really switch sides? Not surprising. A sphere of electricity appeared in his hands. Well then, I'll take you to the master and get my reward. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, Lin appeared and said calmly, Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Step aside so you don't get hurt. The man had already launched a beam of energy to incinerate his enemies once and for all. There was a loud bang, and the air filled with energy. With a single movement of his hand, our hero stopped the attack without even moving from his place. Everything around him began to shake from the excess of power. Absorbing his opponent's power, the guy released a beam of the same energy, only now it was red. Well, now you're finished, said his friend standing behind him. The enemy jumped aside at the last moment, but his mask still cracked from the shockwave, and he even had to cover his face with his hands to avoid injury. The man couldn't believe it. Where did you get such strength? If I hadn't jumped back, there wouldn't even be a wet spot left of me. Who are you? Looking to the side, the enemy saw that a huge furrow had appeared where the beam had been, and the wall there was almost completely destroyed. Did he miss on purpose? The man flew into a rage. Are you mocking me or what? Lin looked at him calmly and said quietly, Take your people and get out of here if you want to live. He began to point his fingers at him. You have the same power as the zombie king. You are definitely a monster. You are not human. Turning around, he began to run away with his henchmen. This isn't the end, kid. We'll meet again, and you'll regret your decision. A fat man stood nearby and smiled. The captain dealt with the monsters in literally a second. You know, sir, I have gained respect for you. Even the girl who looked like rubber smiled, sticking out her long tongue. You know, my attitude towards you has also changed a lot. The fat man smiled and winked at her. You know, I still couldn't imagine what the captain was capable of, but now I saw it with my own eyes. He really is a monster. But our hero paid no attention to all these sweet words. He just looked at his hand with new interest. A blonde girl stood nearby and stared at him strangely the whole time, as if trying to understand what was wrong with him. While in the residential area, they talked. The guy asked, Can you help me find information about myself? Yunka hissed, Speak more quietly or they'll hear us. Our hero looked at her with serious eyes. Listen to me, I really need your help. You're the only one who can get into this archive. She thought for a moment and said, Listen, I know the old man will use an unusual code, or rather a genetic one. That's the trick. After these words, Lin lowered his eyes and thought for a second. So he's going to protect the genetic code with biometrics. Her friend continued, That's right. Ordinary symbols are easy to crack, but unlocking with the retina isn't very reliable. That's the problem. But each person's genetic code is unique and distinctive, so this way you can really protect what you want. You understand what I'm talking about? Looking at her, our hero snorted. But those are just your assumptions, nothing more. Yunki exclaimed, Why don't you believe me at all? Then why ask? Okay, I understand that you're his daughter and all that, so you basically have a chance to open the door. The blonde snorted. Exactly. Now I finally understand, Lin whispered. Listen, on the way here, I didn't see any guards. In theory, they could be invisible, but then they'll catch us and start questioning us. Putting her hands on her hips, his friend said, Yes, I was caught the other day and I was interrogated, but it's not as scary as it might seem. Interrupting her, the guy said, Listen, I have a plan. We need to discuss everything carefully but somewhere else. They walked down a long corridor. Lin used his invisibility and remained hidden, while his friend was still worried. Hey, are you still here or what? Lin's voice was heard from the side. Calm down, he said quietly. Yes, I'm right here with you. Stop panicking. Well, something strange was happening. They hadn't encountered a single guard on their way, although maybe our hero was just worrying too much about it. Finally, they stopped at the door. Now, all that remained was to place their hand on the sensor and let it scan their DNA. Yunke placed her trembling palm on the touch panel and the scan began. It didn't take long. The check was successful, the door was open, and the blonde was delighted and even let out a little cry. They moved on and finally reached the penultimate door. Now they had to check the password to open the database. The girl stopped in front of another sensor and was already preparing to place her hand on it, but suddenly something was wrong. The program wanted to scan her retina to grant access. Everyone stopped for a second and looked at the blue sensor. Okay, I'm not falling for such cheap tricks, she said, looking with one eye at the biometric sensor, and the system began scanning. But suddenly something went wrong. The system reported that a genetic mismatch had been found. It seemed that the DNA code did not match the database. Everything was suddenly covered in red. the color of alarm, and the alarm began to roar. Attention! An intruder has been detected in the database. Everything went wrong at the last moment. Looking around, Lin subconsciously prepared to fight back. Of course, who could have doubted that everything would go so smoothly? Someone's unhurried footsteps approached them, and a familiar voice was heard. It was the professor. "My daughter is not obedient after all." The man smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Lin, you understand that the agreement we made is now invalid because you broke the rules." The man moved closer to his daughter and punched the wall. "Now tell me why you snuck in here and are helping a stranger." Yoonki just snorted. "So now he's a stranger?" "Yes." Finally, the girl couldn't take it anymore and looked at him with eyes full of tears, then cried out, "Where were you, father, when he saved me time after time? Where were you when my mother and I were shivering from the cold? In a ditch?" Yoon looked at her with slightly surprised eyes and narrowed them. Turning around, the girl ran away, and the professor pointed his finger at her. "You two, catch her immediately!" Yoonki immediately blocked the way. Pan and Sue made it clear that they would not let her pass. The fat man smiled and prepared to attack. Suddenly, the blonde felt someone wrap their very long, strong arms around her body. It was that same girl, Rubber. The poor thing began to struggle. "Let me go immediately," Sue just smiled. "I'm sorry, sweetie, but these are our orders. We can't disobey our master." She stuck out her long tongue. "Give up. You won't be able to get out anyway. Don't even try." Armed with an axe, the blonde immediately jerked and freed herself. "Listen, I know you're not afraid of shots and blows, but you're afraid of sharp objects, so you try to subdue your opponent as quickly as possible, and the stronger he is, the worse it is for you. Now I understand." Looking at her, Sue narrowed her eyes. Now there was not only anger and rage in her eyes, but also some kind of fear and incomprehension, as if she had just been exposed. But before Yoonki could say a word, a thug appeared from behind and grabbed her by the neck in one swift motion. A second later, the girl was in the air. Pan smiled. "It seems you've forgotten about me, but now you're finished. I've got you now, girl, and I'm not letting you go so quickly. We need to have some fun." But suddenly, something started happening behind him. The fat man froze for a second and looked behind him, where someone very large and massive was standing. Meanwhile, our hero stood near the sensor. "Okay, it won't be easy to know about my power. There are more and more problems, and these two will definitely not stay away from us." He looked somewhere to the side. "We need to figure everything out quickly to take control of the situation. Otherwise, I'll be stuck here for a long time." The system displayed another notification. One of the opponents would soon begin to attack. Another unknown threat. "Oh my god, how much more can I take?" Meanwhile, the blonde flew out of her tormentor's hands because another monster hit him in the back with such force that the man just grunted. The professor watched all this from a distance and raised an eyebrow. Had he awakened again? But finally, a huge titan stood before them, but something was wrong with it. It was clear that the body of the girl with blue hair had emerged from the monster's body. How interesting. The professor looked at her from below. The battle had brought her right here. Had she been listening to us all this time? Sue moved forward. "Professor, I'll save her." The girl was ready to rush straight into battle now, even despite the danger. However, the man simply held out his hand. "No, wait here, it's too early." She looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean, Professor? But why?" A smile spread across his face. "You know, our patient will be here soon to save his girlfriend. We'll see then." Armed with a heavy axe, Yoonki ran forward, swinging her weapon. She had to deal with this huge monster, although no one said it would be easy. The girls gritted their teeth in rage. Damn it, the old man had so many monsters here. A whole laboratory. But suddenly, someone stopped the monster's hand. A mechanical arm pressed against his fist and stopped it a few centimeters away. The girl's cheeks flushed again. She already guessed who had come to rescue her again. Lin was standing in front of her. He had already heard the sounds of battle and simply could not leave his friend alone against this monster. The guy easily blocked the attack. Coming to her senses, the blonde looked up. "You're just in time? Or I would have been finished. Where have you been?" Turning to her, Lin just snorted. "Get up quickly. I'll take care of everything. You need to get out of here as soon as possible." Still frightened, the girl said, "But this candidate looks so strong. Are you sure you can handle him? He's more powerful than the others." Turning back, she saw her father, accompanied by his subordinates already leaving somewhere to the side. It seemed he had no intention of staying here any longer. For a few seconds, Yunka struggled with the desire to stay here and help her friend, but deep down she knew that she couldn't handle it and would only be a burden. Finally, the girl turned around and quickly began to walk away, saying one last thing. "All right, I'll leave you. I'll try to survive." Lin was still holding the monster's hand. Now he could handle such creatures relatively easily, so let's see how strong we are. The girl who had been chained to the monster's body all this time suddenly began to speak, uttering only one phrase, "Help me." Looking closely, our hero caught himself thinking that this girl looked suspiciously familiar. Wait a minute, don't tell me it's her. A terrible thought pierced Lin's mind. Wait, this is the girl from the underground warehouse. They got to her after all. The monster broke free from his grip and swung a blow. There was a loud crash and dust rose into the air, but the guy jumped out of the way just in time. Lin flew to the side and thought, okay, I should have realized from the beginning that this professor wouldn't be able to keep ordinary people in a place like this. It was clear from the start that he would complete the fusion process. I feel sorry for the girl, of course. It will be difficult. Our hero's eyes lit up bright blue, and he prepared to fight. Let's try to save her. A small dagger immediately appeared in his hands. Lin understood that if he destroyed this monster, the girl's younger brother would be left an orphan, but there seemed to be no other option. If he left her alive, it was unknown how many people would suffer because of this monster. He would have to choose between two evils. The monster had already prepared its next attack. It lowered its huge hands and began to concentrate red energy somewhere below. So, the guy had noticed that this monster had the ability to pass through walls, which could be a big problem. Are you trying to catch me off guard? Lin heard a movement behind him and instantly turned his gaze back. A huge, monstrous hand was moving toward him from the ceiling, ready to crush him. What are you doing, you madman? At the last moment, the guy blocked the attack with his blade. There was a crunch and a screech of metal. It was difficult, but he tried to cope. Another hand appeared, this time from below. He had to use his wings to block the monster somehow, but it was getting harder and harder with each attempt. My God, what incredible strength! Lino had to exert all his efforts to somehow hold back the onslaught of this monster. Several claws were already reaching out to him from the wall. He had to react quickly, otherwise there would be nothing left of him. Seeing that Lin was not using her weapon to its full potential, the professor was indignant. Why are you even fighting with the back of the blade? What outrageous mercy! And yes, the professor had once again bound his daughter with energy locks. Didn't you notice the girl's face on this monster? The blonde began to remember. Indeed, it was the same girl that Lin had saved earlier. You are a real monster. What have you done to her? This is just another one of his tricks. He wants to play on pity again. The blonde understood that her father would stop at nothing. The professor flew into a rage and began to boil over. Where did he get such sympathy? There is no place for such feelings in this world. Otherwise, you will go to the other world. All that remained for Yoongi was to sit and watch as his comrade tried to fight the monster without harming the girl. Another blow caught our hero off guard. He barely managed to block the monster's fist. He couldn't remain indecisive any longer. It was time to act. Flying several meters backward, the guy got ready. The monster was already approaching him with rapid leaps. It was time to end this. Lin thought to himself, I wonder if it's possible to benefit from these situations. Save the girl and destroy the monster. The monster had already raised its fist for another blow, opening its wide mouth full of sharp teeth and roaring with rage. The system suddenly displayed a notification. It was recommended to switch to the medic specialty and use the sound wave skill. Accept the skill or not. It was too late to think. The guy opened his mouth and shouted to switch to medic mode. It might be the only way out. The zombie swung and finally struck, and a rumble was heard as flashes of energy light scattered in different directions. A notification appeared that certain magic words had to be used. The guy raised his head and looked at the notification panel. The monster attacked again, its arm flying at incredible speed toward the guy to crush him like a fly. At the last moment, Lin took a deep breath and shouted the spell, Judgment Day of the Gods, listen to my commands. And at the last second, a miracle happened. The huge monster that had just wanted to destroy the guy now knelt on one knee like a submissive servant. That strange sound from cyberspace hung in the air again. The guy looked to the side and raised his eyebrow in surprise. The monster now looked much less dangerous. It simply bowed before its master. But why did the monster want to attack and then suddenly stop? Yoongi didn't understand anything. But why did the monster freeze in place and kneel down? Her father just snorted. It's a survival instinct. Obey the strong or you're done for. Unfortunately, I don't have that ability. The man smiled. You see, my daughter, this monster recognizes Lena as its master and only him. Just watch it. The blonde looked at him in surprise and grimaced. So Lin can control zombies after all. I was right. Now everything is clear. The events moved to Sky City, where Yu Tao was talking to the captain. The boy said he still couldn't believe his brother had such abilities. The man nodded. I was surprised too. But first, we need to see what you're capable of. Let's spar to test your strength. The younger man agreed. He already stood in a fighting stance and was about to use the air slash as he always did, but something had changed. His powers had suddenly disappeared. He couldn't even use the basic magic he had used without any problems in the past. Nothing happened. His opponent was already running at him, swinging his fist. The boy looked up in surprise, unable to understand what the problem was and why he couldn't use his power. But he didn't have time to finish his thought, as his opponent's heavy fist slammed into his jaw. There was a crunch and it hurt incredibly. The poor boy flew several meters backward and rolled across the floor like a puppet. The captain looked at him in surprise. Where exactly was the wind cut? What happened? Where did his strength go? Yutao quickly came to his senses and scratched his head. The boy couldn't understand what the problem was. Where had his abilities gone? Of course, you have a strong punch. The captain approached him and held out his hand. Are you hurt? Let me help you up. The boy said he was fine. However, I'm curious why the hell I lost my power. Yu Tao was surprised and angry at the same time. He didn't understand what was going on. Smiling, the captain replied kindly, perhaps the medicine they gave you at the medical center temporarily suppressed your abilities. But don't worry, we have a good solution to this problem. Just stay here for a few days and get some rest. Another fighter approached the captain and asked with a snort, listen, sir, have you already told him that his own brother is just a deserter? He took off and ran away. The man shook his head. No, it's too early for him to know about that. Yu Tao didn't hear this because he was too preoccupied with examining his body in an attempt to understand what the problem was. Meanwhile, Lin received 2 notifications. He had successfully used his new skill and received an item called a collar, which allows him to control monsters. Now it was clear that he had the same ability. The guy looked closely and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the monster began to dissolve into thin air, and the poor girl was freed. She was wearing only a light dress. She fell to her knees and sighed heavily. Looking up, the poor girl couldn't believe her luck, her cheeks instantly turning red. Could she really be free? Looking up, the girl saw Lena standing next to her. You saved my life again. Thank you, sir. Master, please let me follow you. She looked at him with eyes full of hope and seemed ready to do anything. But our hero calmly replied, no, you're going back? The girl grabbed the collar that was now around her neck and asked in surprise, but why? In a calm voice, Lin explained, you see, this collar cannot be removed without my order, and the zombies will treat you as if you were one of them. Of course, I can't guarantee that high-level zombies won't attack you, so it's better for you to leave. The girl almost burst into tears. Without explaining anything further, Lin turned around and ran quickly down the corridor, leaving her sitting there in complete bewilderment. Unable to withstand the emotional strain, the poor girl buried her head in her hands and began to sob quietly, thanking her master. On the way, our hero reflected, so that's how it turned out. The strange sound that used to annoy me has now become my new skill. Funny? Now it turns out that if I come across a much stronger zombie, I will be able to take control of it. The guy constantly increased his running speed. In his office, the professor was amazed. This strange boy always manages to come up with something new. Yoonki was standing nearby and cried out with joy. That's right, you finally understood. Do you really think everyone is as inhuman as you are? Her father immediately approached her and grabbed the poor girl by the cheeks. The blonde just cried out. Her mouth seemed to be clamped shut. The professor moved closer to her and looked at her sharply. Listen, don't think that just because you're my daughter I can't get rid of you. But there was no fear in the girl's eyes. She broke free from his grip and said, come on, what are you waiting for? Do what you want right now. The professor froze in his place as soon as he felt a sharp dagger near his throat. Lin was already standing behind him, dressed in assassin's clothes. The man looked back. Listen, that was pretty quick. How did you even know she was here? Squinting, our hero said, so that you couldn't lock her up in your prison again, I put a small tracker on her shoulder. Blushing, not out of fear or embarrassment, the blonde asked in a trembling voice, what do you want to do now? Still holding the dagger in his hands, Lin replied, I'll take you to the database, get access to my past, and get out of here with you as soon as possible. Suddenly, the professor's voice rang out. Listen, kid, this is kidnapping. You don't have to be so cruel. Lin was surprised. What do you mean, old man? Wouldn't it be better if you just shut up? And then suddenly, the professor said something unexpected. In gratitude for saving my daughter's life, I will personally unlock the database and give you all the information you need. The man smiled. Listen, if you don't believe me, you can finish me off right here and now. I know it's easy for you. Lin froze for a second, lost in thought. On the one hand, he wanted to destroy this old man once and for all, but on the other, he could give him access. The decision was not easy, but soon they were standing in front of a closed wall. All that remained was to enter the key and open the database. The professor smiled and took off his monocle. The system asked him to enter the code and verify his identity. This time, everything went smoothly, and the database opened up before them, revealing a multitude of monitors filled with symbols. Yoonki, standing behind him, opened her eyes in surprise. That's strange. We're relatives, so why doesn't my retina work, but his did without any problems? Lin was already holding a small test tube with his own blood in it. All that was left was to pour in a few drops for the system to recognize his identity. A second later, a notification appeared in front of him. Top secret information, data is encrypted and currently unavailable. The guy looked up in surprise. What does secret information mean? How am I supposed to understand that? You said everything would work out. For a second, he froze with his head raised. Silence hung in the room, and the tension grew with every passing second. Finally, in a rage, our hero rushed towards the old man and put a blade to his throat, thinking of something, responding immediately. The professor just smiled. Calm down. Do you really think I would give you access to this secret database, even if you were plotting something? You have a rather peculiar character, and you are a mysterious man. The guy still held the blade to the professor's throat. The sphere reappeared in his hands. Enough with the excuses. Now, tell me immediately how I can access this information or I'll leave you with nothing left. The professor just laughed as if he wasn't bothered by the situation at all. You see, boy, power is a combination of restraint and counterbalance. Lennon stepped back and calmed down a little. What does that mean? Try to explain it in simple terms. Folding his arms in front of him, the professor laughed. I have the largest database in the world. To get access to it, you need to consult with the 4 great families. The man adjusted his monocle. So, boy, to gain access to this data, you need to win their trust or conquer them by force. Choose. Become the strongest in this city and then you will gain access. Lin clenched the hilt of his sword in rage and was ready to destroy the professor. But he lowered the knife, and the old man continued. Listen, your abilities are quite well known. Except for me and the commander-in-chief, I think the others will believe you. The man said calmly, if you take my life now, it will be of little use, so why not help each other? It was clear from the beginning that the old man's goal was to expand his sphere of influence with Lin's help, while Tanya used her abilities. When the research is complete, it will be of no use. Instead, the young man will simply participate in battles, gradually increasing his level. He raised his head and looked ahead. At this rate, it would be quite convenient to follow the old man's every move, you know. In the end, our hero turned around and walked away. Okay, you've convinced me. Try to keep your promise or else the consequences will not be long in coming. The professor just watched him go and thought to himself, the secret information turned out to be several accidents. Maybe this guy is a descendant of the one who created them. In the end, they were already home. Our hero was leaning on the balcony, and Yunki was standing next to him. Listen, be careful with my old man. Who knows what he has in mind? The guy frowned. This top-secret information confused me. I wonder what he wanted to hide there. Yes, and what's the point of living in this place? The girl came closer and snorted, looking into the distance. I think it's cool to live in a place like this, don't you? She looked away and smiled. You're much stronger now than when I first met you. You must have noticed that yourself. If I were you, I would strive for more, especially since you're good at it. Lin looked at her with slight surprise. Strive for more, you mean? And then the girl smiled and winked at him. Well, for example, to destroy all evil on the planet. Isn't that a cool goal? These naive yet pure words made the guy think for a moment. Destroy all evil? Sounds tempting. Meanwhile, the screen showed our hero standing next to 2 defeated captains who were lying face down on the ground, not breathing. One of the men in a strict business uniform reported that the surveillance drone had been destroyed and the signal lost. The captain stood in front of him and looked thoughtfully at the image in front of him. He didn't quite understand why the guy had switched sides. The man with glasses became serious. Listen, maybe it has something to do with the fact that Doctor Who is now in the afterlife. The captain looked at him. What do you mean? The man decided to explain. Well, look, these 2 disappeared right after they appeared at Mr. Yoon's place. And there was a case when his people kidnapped Lin during his research in front of the doctor. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Of course, the old man wanted to study the boy and his abilities. Who would have doubted that he would cross that line? The captain thought for a moment. So this mad scientist has something that our boy really needs? That clarifies things a bit. Okay, what about the information about his brother? Is there anything or not? The man in the business suit just sighed. According to the available information, the data is classified. The commander sighed. Top secret, huh? Fine, we can't get to that data anyway. To hell with them. Meanwhile, in one of the districts, there was another zombie invasion. Huge mutants attacked people at breakneck speed, and the capture team was already there. Our hero and his team were busy exterminating the monsters in their usual manner, swinging their blades and easily dealing with the monsters. Lin looked back and saw a small child standing there, watching the nightmare with frightened eyes. The guy said, "Get out of here, quick!" Our hero was about to continue when suddenly he heard footsteps and the click of heels behind him, followed by a voice. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Aren't you glad to see me? Someone smiled their sly smile, and a sweet voice was heard. Stopping for a couple of seconds, Lin turned and froze in place like a statue. He saw someone very familiar, someone he definitely did not expect to meet here. There were 3 people standing in front of him, and oh my god, one of them was Zelan, and next to her were 2 guys, the very same top students. The blonde turned to them and said in a venomous voice, "You know, dear, you're too late. All the fun is over here." However, the former commander smiled. "I'm not here for zombie. I need to take this guy. Let me steal him from you." Lin thought for a moment and wondered about that curly-haired boy. Could this person have already told her everything? Without thinking, Yunka swung her huge axe and was about to strike her opponent, but the commander stopped her with a single movement of her finger. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and her face darkened slightly with fear. How did she even block my attack? But before the poor girl could finish her thought, a powerful punch landed in her stomach, and she doubled over. She flew several dozen meters, Thrown back by the powerful explosion, her whole body paralyzed for a couple of seconds. Fortunately, she remained unharmed and only slowed down with her feet, raising a cloud of dust behind her. Lin looked at her and said in an irritated voice, "You don't have to bother, I'll explain to the commander myself why I switched sides. We don't have to hurt each other." Zilan smiled. Her eyes lit up bright blue. "You're mistaken about that. I came to arrest you and bring you to justice for what you've done." Our hero didn't understand anything. "You think I'm a criminal? What does all this mean? Try to explain." Without saying anything else, the girl gave the order, and two guys standing next to her moved forward to grab our hero. Hearing that Liu was already in the next world, Lin's eyes widened, and he froze for a couple of seconds. The news stunned him in an instant, but suddenly, Sue appeared at just the right moment. She stretched out like rubber and aimed her toothy hand straight at one of the attackers. Pan was there too. The fat man swung his arm and knocked out one of the attackers with a single blow, who did not expect it at all. And now there were two assistants standing next to our hero, although it was a little unexpected why they decided to help. The rubber girl smiled and stuck out her long tongue. "You know what, guys? We won't let you roam around our territory with impunity." Folding her arms across her chest, the former boss smirked. "You're stubborn, you know. If the commander comes, he won't be as kind as I am." Our hero's face changed. His eyes lit up with a bright light. "What do you think? Am I to blame for his death? What nonsense." Pointing her finger at him, Zealand just snorted. "Of course it's your fault. We have irrefutable evidence, such as video footage." Suddenly, the headphones in her ears began to hiss and make strange noises. The girl turned her head with a surprised look. Yujin's voice was heard, and the girl immediately said, "Sir, speak. I will conduct negotiations on your behalf. I am following orders." Lin looked at her with a serious expression, filled with hatred, rage, and anger at what was happening. Suddenly turning to the others, Zealand said, "I have received orders from the commander to return to base immediately." The two guys stood up and looked at her in surprise. Turning around one last time, Zealand addressed our hero and said, "I hope you do the right thing and make the right decision." Lin didn't answer, but just watched her leave. Yunke stood next to him and glanced in her direction with a furious look. And now they were sitting in the command headquarters. The blonde was puzzled. "Are you really going to return to the Gecko to investigate this case?" "Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. This man brought me into the team of punitive forces, and I simply must get to the bottom of this case and prove my innocence." Coming closer to him, his friend said, "It's obvious that this lady is involved in this. Why do you need to prove anything else? What's the point?" Quickly getting up from his seat, Lin said, "If she really did it, she'll soon meet her end at my hands. I won't let this go." Then our hero, transformed into an assassin with the help of invisibility, infiltrated the base, knocking out several guards without much effort. "I'll have to use a lockpick to open the room, and then I'll sneak inside." He was already standing not far from here. But suddenly, the guy heard Zealand's voice. She was already standing nearby and said, "Show yourself immediately. I can see you're here." But why didn't the system warn me of her approach? How suddenly the girl started talking. "Let me explain. I destroyed people because they were too weak. It's like crushing an ant." Our hero flinched a little at such bluntness. Was she really talking about it so directly without even being shy? Folding her arms across her chest, Zealand continued, "Only those who are strong enough are worthy of living in this world. The rest must be destroyed." Hearing these words, the guy literally went berserk and immediately rushed at her. "So you yourself admitted that you destroyed him." Lin approached her at arm's length and swung his sword to strike the girl in the stomach. Noticing his surprise, Zealand smiled. "You must be wondering why I'm not dodging your blow. That's right, isn't it?" A smile glistened on her face. The blade in the boy's hands began to vibrate. He looked down in surprise and noticed that something was happening. Where there should have been an open wound, there was nothing, but several strange tendril-like growths stretched out from the girl's stomach. At that moment, Lin felt his whole body fly away, a strange force that even he was unable to resist. And now the girl had turned into a real monster, more like some kind of plant. Her voice changed when I saw you at school and noticed your strong aura. That's just what I need. She took the guy by the cheeks and looked him straight in the eyes. "Stay with me, and we will become strong enough to enslave the whole world and rid it of weakness." Ignoring this proposal, the guy frowned and began to think. "Okay, if physical methods don't work, let's try magic." He activated the magic of illusions, and his whole body began to glow with a bright yellow light. Zealand looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open. He used his sting, and a small green fireball immediately appeared in his hands, filling with energy with every passing second. Surprised and even frightened, the girl opened her eyes and couldn't believe what she was seeing. It simply couldn't be. She had already lost her true form and turned into a real monster, but there was no one around. Our hero had literally vanished into thin air. Zealand began to turn her head in search of her opponent, but there was no one there. Everything was empty. The guy had dissolved as if he had never been there. She realized that it must be another trick. Meanwhile, Lin appeared behind her in the guise of a real ghost, his eyes burning with bright fire. And then the poor girl felt a strong blow to her back and cried out in surprise. It was the ghost blade. The girl's body fell to the ground, and the sprouts began to evaporate, dissolving into the air. She couldn't understand where such power came from in a single blow. Lin towered over her like a ghost, and the girl began to beg for her life, at least this once, and ask for forgiveness. Grabbing her hands, she tried to remind him of their childhood love and said she would do anything he wanted. But suddenly, a bullet whizzed by and instantly pierced her head. The girl died instantly, her eyes remaining open. There was a dull thud as the girl's lifeless body fell to the ground, showing no signs of life. Turning his gaze toward Lin, he raised his eyebrow in surprise. "Listen, don't you want to explain why you did that?" Standing before him was none other than Zhao. The guy was holding a smoking gun in his hands. "You certainly have a lot of strength, but taking someone's life is simply beyond your capabilities." He came closer, hiding the barrel behind his back. Lin asked, "Who are you anyway?" Zhao laughed. "You see, I'm from the Green family." He leaned over the lifeless body of the girl. "I did this to help you. How can you not understand, or do you have some other explanation?" Our hero arrived. Fury, and how was that supposed to help? She was the only one who could explain what had happened. Zhao smiled broadly and looked up at him. "Do you really think anyone but you cares that the captain is no longer alive?" Lin froze in place and looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. "What are you talking about? Try to explain." Zhao got to his feet and dusted himself off. "Don't you understand yet? All 4 powerful families support you, kid. And even the captain does too. The fact that the captain is no longer alive is just a trick. The professor used this girl's hands to lure you in and use you to make you a criminal." The sudden ally smiled. "But if you need an explanation, let's talk somewhere else. It's too noisy here." Our hero already understood everything perfectly. "So your goal is simply to destroy the commander and lure me into your family, isn't it?" Zhao waved his hand. "No, you're wrong. The 4 families are certainly connected, but ours is a little different. I didn't manage to lure you to my side." The guy smiled. "We're more in the business of weapons and equipment. Everything else, you understand what I'm talking about or not?" His eyes suddenly flashed red. "Our goal is to put you in charge and help you achieve your goals. That's what I want." Lin: "It started. So you just want me to rule over everything?" Zhao smiled. "Exactly. We just want to continue doing our business." The guys stood facing each other and looked straight into each other's eyes. "That's right. The more chaos, the better." He folded his arms across his chest. "You know, our family is interested in new players to balance the forces, so to speak. It's a necessary evil, you understand what I'm talking about." He turned and headed for the exit, saying one last thing. "You'd better think about my offer. If you want, we can get in touch at any time." His eyes lit up red again and his voice changed. "If you want, I can help you achieve your goal." "Lin, why did you start remembering the commander's words, and why did she talk about unrequited love? You should think about it." Suddenly, Yunki appeared before his eyes. Our hero looked at her in surprise. "Listen, what are you doing here? You should be somewhere else." Behind her, the 2 rubber women and the crazy, perverted Hulk immediately appeared, exchanging glances. After waiting a few seconds, the blonde blushed slightly. "Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come here to take care of you." Lin sighed. "Okay, I understand. But what about these people of yours? Why did they come here again to destroy everything?" Sue smiled and flashed her green eyes. "Doing things your own way is better than living in someone else's shadow, isn't it? You know that yourself." Her voice suddenly became more serious. "Don't worry about everyone trying to use you for their own interests. It's a perfectly normal practice." Raising her hands, the girl said, "You see, there's one area that's quite poor, and no one wants to control it because it's too costly." She smiled. "So, you see, this slum area has become a stumbling block. No one can divide this zone of influence." Her smile widened again, revealing sharp teeth, but there is still abnormal activity in this area, and the residents have to fight. Quickly understanding what she was talking about, Lin clenched his fist. "Okay, let's first see what's going on there, and then decide." And now the whole new group was already in that very abandoned area. The surroundings were so-so. Destroyed houses, the smell of smoke hanging in the air, seemingly forever. Lifting his head and looking around, Pan snorted. "The buildings here are more dilapidated than in other cities, and there's a strange smell, like the desert." Coming a little closer, Sue noticed a small glass. It was suspiciously clean, as if it had just been thrown here and never used. At one point, Lin looked down and noticed a red dot on his chest, like a laser sight, and a terrible thought pierced his brain. The guy immediately stepped aside and barked at everyone to take cover immediately, hide wherever they could. Several lasers immediately pierced the space and tried to hit our heroes, but they jumped out of the way in time. The fat man, hiding behind another building, cursed, "Damn it, I thought there was no one here. What the hell is going on?" Looking at the captain with a malicious voice, the man said, "Listen, it's just a bunch of local slackers, so why don't we go and smear them on the walls?" Lin said calmly, "Our goal is cooperation. If we cause even more chaos here, do you think they'll agree to help us or not?" And as if to confirm his words, a voice came from afar. "Strangers, why have you come here? You are not welcome here." Leave immediately. A man stood on a small hill and spoke into a gramophone, and next to him lay a sniper armed with a heavy rifle. The man continued to speak calmly. You have a few minutes to get out of here. I advise you not to engage in combat. You don't stand a chance. Peeking around the corner, Lin took a closer look and immediately realized that this gray-haired man was their leader. Well, first they needed to take him under control, or at least talk to him. The man continued to shout into the megaphone. I repeat, you are not welcome here. Get out of here. Show yourself. He didn't have time to finish his sentence because he felt a cold blade against his throat. Lin was already standing behind him. I apologize for the intrusion, but would you like to talk? The sniper was about to jump up and rush to his aid, but our hero interrupted him. One more step and it would be the end of him. His eyes lit up with different colors. If you want your leader to survive, do as I say and don't make any sudden movements, agreed? The old man froze in place, seemingly beginning to understand the situation he was in, and wisely decided not to move. Moving closer to him, Lin began to whisper. It seems we didn't understand each other at first. Do as I say and order your people to lay down their weapons. The commander realized it was better not to argue and barked in a loud voice. I order everyone to lower their weapons immediately. Silhouettes of people began to appear on the other abandoned houses, and they reluctantly lowered their guns, although it was clear from their faces that they were not particularly happy about it. Our hero also shouted to his team, listen guys, you have to come out now. Don't make any sudden movements. The rest of the trio appeared in the light and were immediately surrounded by armed men. The situation was tense, but so far no one dared to make the first move. In the same loud voice, Lin continued, listen, we all understand that we are now on your territory, but we do not intend to fight you. We are here for shelter. There's no need to be nervous. The old man listened to all this and looked away. It was clear from his eyes that he did not trust this man, but he had no other choice. Lin continued, besides, your weapons are not capable of defeating the monsters that are attacking you. The people exchanged furious glances. Finally letting go of the old man, the guy shouted, in that case, we could protect you with our abilities. The commander couldn't understand whether this guy had lowered his knife because he looked down on them or because he genuinely wanted to help. One of those present pointed his finger and shouted, yes, it's just a hoax. Why should we trust the words of strangers? The system immediately sent another notification with a task. Lin looked at it carefully and began to study it. Then he looked into the distance where black darkness was spreading. To tell the truth, guys, the monsters are already here, so we need to think fast. Indeed, dozens, if not hundreds of monsters were spreading throughout the city. There were flying zombies and ordinary mutants. Moving closer, Lin whispered in the old man's ear again, well, sir, how are you going to solve this problem? The man was horrified. Then he immediately pointed his finger forward and shouted, attention! The monsters are approaching. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. Our hero and his team also moved forward, ordering them to deal with the weaker ones and leave the most important ones to him. Swinging his fist, Pan furiously struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust and instantly destroying dozens of monsters. But unfortunately, the mutants had already surrounded one unfortunate boy who was fighting with all his might, but his weapons were not enough. He was about to ask for help when suddenly someone's long and very flexible arms wrapped around him. A huge mouth began to devour the monsters, and the poor, frightened boy screamed in fear. Sue appeared next to him and smiled, saying, I told you, ordinary weapons are useless here. Run and hide before it's too late. We'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Yunka tried unsuccessfully to destroy one of the monsters. The monster's skull was surprisingly durable. Even an axe didn't work. Suddenly, the girl noticed another flying monster approaching her from behind and turned her gaze, but she didn't have time to react. But that was only at first glance. The girl turned around and struck the monster with her axe with tremendous force. There was a crunching sound. Well, I didn't expect that. It was teamwork. One distracted her while the other attacked from behind. Now it was clear. But inside, she realized that the monsters weren't acting randomly. While the others were dealing with minor details, Lin moved towards the largest monster, a one-eyed mutant that was snapping its toothy mouth. Pushing off the ground, the guy prepared his dagger to strike, moving as fast as a shadow. It took only a second to destroy the monster. There was a crash and a crack of armor. The monster was defeated in an instant. Our hero easily changed his combat modes and destroyed monsters one after another without any effort. Even the strongest mutants were no match for him. He swung his blade, destroying monsters in seconds. In the end, 2 huge mutants fell to the ground with a crash, and our hero just stood there, dusting himself off. His eyes burned with a bright fire. The gray-haired old man had to admit that this guy was quite strong, having dealt with 2 huge monsters on his own. It was impressive. From the side, there was the sound of footsteps and Yunku's voice. The blonde said that these monsters were quite unusual and had tactics. The girl ran closer. They are not like ordinary mindless monsters, but act as a team. They have their own strategy, and that is frightening. Looking at her with burning eyes, Lin thought to himself, So they cooperated and created a kind of team. Meanwhile, in his villa, Yoon received a notification that one of the groups had not returned from their previous mission and wanted more information. Hearing that they were in the slums quite far away, the man narrowed his eyes. Funny that they forgot in this backwater. The girl with glasses suggested sending reinforcements for further assistance. Her voice was shaky, clearly showing that she was scared. Folding his arms across his chest, the professor smirked. No, there's no need for that. Let's just watch from the sidelines. I want to know what they're going to do next. Meanwhile, the blonde girl blinked in surprise. So you mean they've formed a group like real people? Looking at her, our hero nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Monsters evolve. You could even say that they develop intelligence. Thinking for a moment, the girl said, so it turns out that it wasn't those two big monsters that attacked, but mostly small ones. The whole team stood and watched as a huge horde of mutants approached them. The flying monsters buzzed their wings and were already getting closer. It seemed as if someone was manipulating them. The fat man standing nearby said, Captain, there are too many of them. If they don't eat someone, they'll be severely depleted, won't they? Sue stood nearby and said, listen, is it just me? Or have these monsters become smarter? It's even scary. Lin understood that they would be powerless if the monsters kept calling for help. They had to deal with them in one fell swoop. It was worth trying something. Huge mechanical wings appeared behind him, and a buzzing sound could be heard in the air. A strange purple mist appeared around him and began to envelop the entire space around him. An association involuntarily arose in his mind. These flying monsters were also afraid of fire, just like the bugs we had encountered recently. Taking up a fighting stance, Lin immediately ordered everyone to hide behind him. Now you're going to see something. Dozens of monsters, bearing their toothy mouths, were already approaching the group of heroes at tremendous speed in an attempt to devour them. His eyes lit up with bright blue colors. Lin demanded that the system spend a few points and activate a certain ability. It was a predatory beast. A huge stream of magical energy burst from the boy's hand and began to incinerate dozens of monsters in a second. Yoonki stood nearby, closing her eyes to keep the dust out and cowering in surprise. Everything around them began to rumble. The gray-haired old man and his team froze in place in surprise. No one expected to see something like this. Was this really the end? All the monsters disappeared in literally a second, leaving only smoke and the smell of burnt flesh in the air. No one could believe that it had all ended so quickly. Finally opening her eyes, Yoonki looked in front of her. Was it just her imagination, or had he become even stronger? How was that even possible? It was even scary. Indeed, our hero now looked like a real monster. Incredible power emanated from his body. It's good that he is now on the side of justice. I wouldn't want to have such an enemy. Approaching the old commander, the fat man Pan smiled good-naturedly. Listen, we helped you deal with your problem. Of course, we're not asking for anything in return, but still. Now you can relax. You can see that we are not hostile. The fat man smiled and narrowed his eyes, but now he was not so hostile. The old man apologized but said firmly, forgive my bluntness, but you still cannot stay here. Finally, Pan couldn't take it anymore and barked, listen, why are you so stubborn? We helped you deal with the monsters, but the old man shouted that there was no place here for people like you. Everyone fell silent for a second and tension hung in the air. Pan finally shouted, what does that even mean? Our hero stood behind him and remained silent. The thing is, this place used to be protected by fighters just like them, but some of them became too cocky. The old man closed his eyes. They began to extort money from the poor, beat them up, cause anarchy, in short, play God. Listening to all this, Lin caught himself thinking that people can be much more frightening than monsters, and that is what scares him the most. In the end, the old man softened and pointed his finger somewhere in the distance. Listen, since you've come here, there's an abandoned building over there. You can spend the night in it. The man sighed heavily. You're not afraid of monsters and all kinds of creatures as I understand it. That means you won't get lost. Unable to accept such injustice, Pan raised his heavy fist. Old man, you're pushing your luck. But at the last moment, the captain stopped them. Stop talking to them. It's useless. We'll just leave, as they want us to. In the end, the whole team approached a large abandoned building. Pan continued to grumble the whole way. Damn old man, so stubborn. Sue looked at him and snorted. However, I can't understand why their weapons are so weak that they can't even destroy the ancestral monsters. There is only one question left. How did they even survive to this day? Since this isn't the first time monsters have attacked. I see. The blonde standing behind her said, well, apparently they just sat quietly and didn't stick their necks out, as if this area wasn't alive. Her face became serious. So-called safety and rules only exist in big cities that are controlled by the upper echelons. Finally, the whole team turned the corner into a small room. Lin said, this place seems safe. We can relax and rest a little. But someone will stand guard and we'll take turns every couple of hours. Is that clear or not? He looked seriously somewhere to the side. The monsters could attack again, so he had to be on guard every second. Sticking a cigarette in his mouth, Fatso clicked his lighter and hissed, really, Captain, what rules does this old man follow? A bad thought even crossed his mind to get rid of all these people so they would stop getting on his nerves. He stood and pondered, looking up at the starry sky, and didn't even notice when some kind of monster began to appear behind him, its long tentacles peeking around the corner. For a second, the fat man froze and literally felt someone approaching him from behind. At the last moment, he turned around, still holding the cigarette in his mouth, and froze in place, as if rooted to the spot. Literally a second later, his whole body was bound by these tentacles. The poor guy only had time to cry out, "What is this thing? Where did it come from?" Meanwhile, the rest of the team was sitting somewhere deep inside the building, resting. The situation was peaceful for now. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of Lin's face. Monsters of a new level had appeared. Now that was strange. Why were we even told about this? The guy got up from his seat and looked around. So far, everything was quiet, even suspiciously so. Yoonki was lying nearby. Our hero gently touched her shoulder, trying to wake her up, but the girl seemed to be fast asleep. However, she finally woke up. They looked toward the doors and windows, where long purple tentacles were appearing. It seemed that danger was approaching, and something had to be done. Be ready. Lin ordered them to stay where they were while he went to find out what was going on. The others were also ready for battle. All this time, Sue wondered why the captain, who was supposed to be leading the squad, was always the first to rush into danger. Although, on the other hand, maybe I'm thinking too much about it. Meanwhile, our hero was already running quickly toward the scene. The system reported that a new weapon had appeared. He should take it and test it as soon as possible. Maybe it would help in some way. A long spear appeared in the guy's hands. He jumped onto one of the ledges and rushed straight at the huge tentacle. The monster tried to grab him, but immediately received a powerful blow and a crack was heard. Even though the tentacle was separated from the main body, it began to regenerate at an astonishing speed, and now the monster turned its attention to the enemy. The hero's body began to be covered with armor. First, I need to find its weak spots and strike there. That's the only way I can win. The exoskeleton covered his entire body. Now there was only strong armor made of impenetrable metal. That should help. Among the other tentacles, another one appeared, and a large, toothy mouth began to appear and approach the guy. With a sharp blow, he parried one of the attacks. There was a crunch and a discontented growl from the monster. Lin grabbed the tentacles with both hands and pulled it toward him, squeezing it harder and harder. Rockets appeared on his back and arms, lifting our hero into the air at an astonishing speed. It was the maximum level of energy. There was a rumbling sound. The monster's face appeared from the broken stone floor, with a huge mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth. Now, the whole monster came into view. It looked like a huge kraken or an onion with a body on top. The girls looked at each other and realized that defeating this monster would be more difficult than the other monsters, but they had to try. At the top stood a silhouette with human form. Although it had a huge eye on its chest and its face was covered with some kind of strange bandage, the crystal was in the monster's heart. Lin used her invisibility to move in long, large leaps, getting closer and closer to the monster. She had to hit it right in the heart. Suddenly, the guy's face changed. The monster began to wildly swing its huge tentacles, destroying everything around it. Despite its enormous size, the monster turned out to be quite fast, and one of its limbs struck the ground just a few centimeters away. Fortunately, our hero began to think faster and managed to dodge at the last moment before the tentacles slammed down on him. Behind him, he heard the frightened voices of the girls. Yonka whispered, "Are you okay?" The guy whispered back, "I'm fine, don't worry. This monster is very strong, so you'd better stay here in hiding while I figure this out." With its endless limbs, the monster seemed to literally anticipate the hero's every move. This was going to be difficult. At one point, the guy opened his eyes and saw that the monster was moving its limbs in sync with him, completely copying his fighting style. Armed with his blade, Lin moved forward. He couldn't hide his presence, and now what to do? This monster seemed nasty. Suddenly, another appendage appeared from its neck, resembling a flower but with teeth. It moved forward with astonishing speed. Okay, let's try again. Armed with his blade, Lin moved forward. He would have only one chance to strike. Suddenly, the floor split open and a muscular arm appeared, grabbing the tentacles and squeezing them with tremendous force. It was Pan. Fortunately, he had survived the first attack. He had only just regained consciousness. With one movement, the guy split the monster's tentacles in two. There was a crunching sound. The girl sitting somewhere in hiding began to rejoice. "Guys, luckily you survived. What a relief." The fat man barked in response. "No monster has yet been born that can send me to the other world." Looking at the captain, he said, "I'll cover you, sir. I'll go ahead and destroy this monster in a matter of seconds." The guy himself understood that if they couldn't act stealthily, they had to do it as loudly as possible and attack all together. Only then could they win. Looking at his team, Lin said in a stern voice, "Now let's go together and give it our all. We have no room for error. Redhead, you will go around this monster from the side and start attacking." Sue had already prepared her two toothy mouths for the attack and was just waiting for the right moment. Yoongi would attack from the left. She had already armed herself with her huge axe and was ready to deliver a monstrous blow. And Fatso will be on the right. He has almost completely transformed into a monster and is already running towards the main mutant. We need to make as much noise as possible and fend off his attacks. The girl ran forward, swinging her axe and trying to hit the monster's tentacles. We need to try to distract him, so everyone needs to give it their all. The big guy was already holding several tentacles with his huge hands. Even the girl who looked like rubber joined the fight. We had to try to control its attacks and hold the monster back with all our might. Her long arms were already close to the monster's bandaged face and hissed a few inches away. Meanwhile, our hero ran from the side and shouted as loud as he could so that the monster couldn't hear anything and would be confused. Yoongi was surprised that even such a monster could be destroyed in a matter of seconds. I wonder how delicious it will be when we grill it. The others shouted at the top of their lungs, trying to deafen it. The monster tried to break free, but it was getting worse and worse. The arms wrapped around him and prevented him from moving, snapping their teeth around his face. While the whole team was trying to distract the monster, Lin took advantage of the moment and ran forward, using his invisibility. However, the guy suddenly stopped a few meters away, raising his dagger above the monster's head. Something was wrong. The monster suddenly turned its head toward him and looked him straight in the eyes. The guy found himself immobilized as the monster grabbed his head with its hands. The blonde already realized that something was wrong and wanted to scream, but she couldn't do anything in such a situation. A smile spread across his face. Fortunately, our hero was prepared for such an outcome. He had even calculated this. The monster froze in place, unable to understand what had happened. He thought he had caught his prey and was now ready to finish him off. But in reality, it was just an illusion. The real Lin was already standing a few meters away, preparing to strike with his spear. It was time to really fight. The fat man turned his head in surprise. What had just happened? Hadn't the captain just been grabbed by the throat? Where had he come from? But that wasn't the case. Our hero was already moving, swinging his spear. The sharp tip glinted in the sun. All that remained was to strike. A bright flash of light illuminated the surroundings. The blow struck right in the monster's heart. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening. All that was left was to accept his fate. In the end, the mutant's body evaporated into the air, turning into acrid smoke, and in its place was a small blue crystal. Looking at all this, the blonde woman couldn't help but think that this was the technique Lee had used in his fight with the old man. Stopping a few steps away from the glowing crystal, our hero realized that something was wrong with him. He looked somehow different. What the system detected was a spherical shape. Lin froze in place for a second and looked closely, and a terrible thought occurred to him. Suddenly, the sharp tip of the spear approached him at a dangerous distance. Another second, and something irreversible would have happened. Fortunately, the guy reacted in time and flew to the side, thinking that it wouldn't end so easily. Who would have thought? But his face changed when he saw what was happening. Lin froze in place and couldn't take his eyes off it. He didn't understand how this was possible. The red-haired girl also froze in place. She was completely stunned. This was the second captain. What was going on? Indeed, standing opposite Lin was an exact copy of him, right down to his facial expression, and he was holding a spear in his hands. The fat man came closer and barked, "What the hell is this? Which one of you is the real one? How am I supposed to know? Where did the second one come from?" Frozen in place, Pan asked, "Listen, Captain, is this another one of your tricks? It's an illusion, right? This can't be real." One of them shouted, "I'm the real one. Don't believe him. He'll try to deceive you. Don't let him fool you." But the second one, who looked exactly the same, just smiled and said, "How funny. A zombie is trying to pass himself off as a real person, and so badly." Looking at Yoongi, the redhead said, "You've spent a lot of time with the captain, so you must know his distinguishing features. Tell us which one is the real one." But the blonde was also confused. The copy was so well done that it was almost impossible to tell the difference. The girl didn't understand. If this monster could use such a powerful copying technique, why didn't he use it first? He could have easily won that way. Meanwhile, the two guys rushed at each other, grabbing their weapons and starting to fight from a distance. It was impossible to tell who was who. They jumped away from each other in different directions and swung their swords in an attempt to hit each other, but they moved at almost the same speed. In the end, they separated, suddenly standing opposite each other and looking straight into each other's eyes. They were indistinguishable, even fighting in the same way. Sue, watching all this, couldn't even tell which one was the real Captain Monster. It seemed that he had even copied his fighting style. Suddenly, one of the guys said, "Stop standing there. Help your captain right now, can't you see?" The girl looked up in fear and said, "But Captain, I'm afraid I might help the wrong person." But suddenly one of the guys said, "Don't worry, get out of here. I'll take care of everything and then I'll come to you." After hearing this, Yoongi understood everything. The real Lin would have said exactly that because that's how he always spoke. That's why he couldn't activate his abilities at the very beginning. She moved closer to the redhead and said, "Listen to the captain now and leave." The girl put her hand on her friend's shoulder. Turning around, Sue looked at her in surprise. What are you saying? Our captain needs help. But the blonde was confident in her words. Just do what they say. A smile appeared on her face. Now I know where the real captain is, so I can tell him apart. The others moved forward without asking any unnecessary questions. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. One of the guys shouted, "Are you completely crazy? You decided to follow zombies' orders. Do you even understand how this will end?" But the girl was already approaching, armed with her axe. "Don't worry, it will all be over soon." She jumped off the ground and began to approach with rapid leaps, swinging her axe. The girl raised her hand calmly. "Captain, I'll help you now," she said, now completely sure of herself. The axe fell right where the guy was standing, but he jumped aside in time, and there was a loud crash. Lin, or his copy, jumped back and looked at the girl with furious eyes, still clutching the spear in his hands. The girl, apparently a zombie, had thoroughly brainwashed you, so you decided to attack your captain. Do you even understand what will happen next? But Yoongi said, "I've already seen your tricks and figured out who you really are. Look at the purple wound on your hand." The monster looked at his hand, and sure enough, there was a small purple cut from which light was oozing. The blonde continued, "This is the mark I put on you earlier to find out who you really are while I was watching you." The monster stopped hiding behind his back and tentacles appeared. "So that's how it is. I didn't think you had such a weapon." The girl continued, "I figured out who you were a long time ago. You needed to study your enemy to divide us and then defeat us. It's a pity, of course, that this time you've encountered an opponent like our captain." Looking at the guy standing next to her, Yoongi said, "Our captain likes to act alone and never asks for help. That's the point." The monster began to transform and laughed. "In that case, I no longer need to hide. I'll just eat you, and that will be the end of it." Yoongi didn't seem to be afraid of that either. She looked at the captain and said, "Well, now you know what to do, right?" Lin lowered his head. "Yes, I was so obsessed with proving that I was real that it almost drove me crazy. But now everything is fine." He moved forward toward the monster, which continued to copy his movements and become an exact replica. Then our hero decided to use purification magic to finally finish off this monster. And then the copying monster couldn't hide his surprise. "What kind of power is this? Where did you get it?" Without answering, our hero created a sphere of purple fire in his hand. It was purgatory. A second later, a monstrous explosion shook the earth. A huge pillar of light burst out of the abandoned building and shot straight up. Already at a considerable distance, Sue and Pan saw this light and immediately turned their heads away. The red-haired girl looked there, surprised and frightened. Could this really be the end? A terrible thought crossed her mind. Meanwhile, having already dealt with his opponent, Lin just looked at the round crystal that remained after the monster. Now, everything would be easier. But suddenly, he looked surprised at the system notification. It suggested that he used the monster's body. Stretching out his hand, Lin recited the spell again. "Gods of Judgment Day, hear my command." The sphere rose from his hand. A strange purple mist began to envelop it, gradually absorbing the energy that filled the entire space. Suddenly, the monster he had just been fighting appeared in front of him, but now it looked different, with purple flames emanating from it. His girlfriend stood behind him, looking at him with surprised eyes. A strange, oppressive aura emanated from the guy. But suddenly, seeing everything with her own eyes, the girl couldn't believe that these were real zombies. How could she understand this? Looking at his henchman, Lin said calmly, "From this day forward, he is our assistant." His friend still couldn't understand why the monster had switched sides. It was beyond her usual way of thinking. Turning to her, Lin said calmly, "Okay, let's go introduce our new friend to the others." No one argued. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was already talking to the locals, who were sure that they couldn't deal with the zombies and had come to ask for help. The old man frowned again. "I think we've told you more than once that we don't want you here." The fat man looked at them and grimaced. "Don't get me wrong. The captain just ordered us to stand here and wait until he sorts everything out." The old man didn't believe him. "Listen, I saw that pillar of light. It looks like this zombie is pretty strong. Will your boss be able to handle him?" Suddenly, Lin's voice was heard from the side. "Of course he can. The less you think, the better you sleep. So don't worry." Seeing the guy with the zombie, everyone became alert and readied their weapons. "Why did you bring him here? He's a monster." In the same calm voice, Lin explained, "He's not an enemy now, he's our partner, so calm down." Yoongi had already regained her composure a little and asked, "Of course, he looks scary, but can't we change something, even a little?" Looking at his pet, the guy nodded. "You know, there's some sense in what you're saying. Let's tweak him a little." The zombie began to transform, and now, instead of a terrifying monster, a handsome guy with long white hair stood before them. Only now he had another eye in his forehead. Yoongi immediately softened and looked at him. "Well, that's much better." Looking at all this madness, Sue began to slowly figure things out. Why did the old man want to take possession of this guy? He has supernatural abilities. Finally, the local chief approached them. "Listen, why do you want to destroy the zombies?" The guy looked at him, wondering what he meant. The man continued, This monster is quite powerful, so why didn't you just let him eat us? Why are you protecting him? In a calm, stern voice, our hero replied, I think we just had to do it, that's all. A strange energy emanated from his body. So here's what I want to say. We will destroy any monster, and we hope you will soon understand that. The old man narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. It seems this guy really is a knight to the core. There's nothing we can do about it. In the end, they had to agree. They shook hands, and the old man happily welcomed them to the new neighborhood. In the end, a group of people gathered around a small fire somewhere in the middle of an abandoned wasteland and began to get acquainted. The fat man was busy devouring the local food and ate everything he saw. He was impossibly hungry. Yunki constantly refused food, even cookies. It seemed she was watching her figure. The redhead sat somewhere off to the side, sipping tea and looking at everyone with interest. It seemed she was getting used to her new surroundings. Sitting by the fire, Lin talked to the old man. Listen, I see you have quite a lot of supplies, isn't that right? The man smiled and replied, we receive regular supplies and we store them for times like this. Compared to other areas, ours is much more stable. Having calmed down a little and regained his composure, Lin looked at him but said nothing. The young man's gaze revealed his fatigue. The old man continued, listen, you're respected, right? That means you're a good person at least. I want to believe that. Sighing heavily, our hero replied, don't worry, we're in the same boat, so I won't betray you. Their peaceful idyll was interrupted by a man with a shotgun. He ran closer and shouted, we're in trouble! The old man immediately became serious. A big surprise in every sense of the word was waiting for them at the scene. In the middle of an endless field, there was a huge crack that looked more like a canyon. Coming closer, our hero and the elder began to examine everything with genuine interest. Yes, it was unexpected, of course, that it would appear in such a place. The old man took a closer look. It was actually hunting grounds. In a few days, teams from the 4 great families would arrive here. They looked down into the canyon, where several people were walking. See, one of them is the most important, the young boss. His name is Falcon. And indeed, there were 4 people walking below, led by a guy with pale white hair. They kept looking around at everything. As if sensing their presence, the leader stopped but did not show it. He had just felt the powerful presence of someone. One of his subordinates said, young sir, the trap is activated. We can start right now. Excellent, let's begin. As if on cue, a small syringe appeared in his hand, and he immediately began to transform it. A strange bluish liquid glowed inside it. The observers narrowed their eyes. Lin raised his eyebrow in surprise. What the hell is this? The old man looked closely and clenched his teeth. This is the substance that attracts zombies. They play with them for fun. A second later, several enormous monsters appeared in front of the group of people. There were so many of them that in normal circumstances, this would not have happened. The most important one moved forward, a smile shining on his face. Well, let the hunt begin. Now we're going to have some fun. They began to destroy the monsters one by one. The zombies didn't even have time to react. Apparently, these people were strong enough for them, and it was something like entertainment that they could use to simply pass the time. Within a few seconds, the monsters were defeated and simply fell to the ground with a loud thud. Looking closely at these people, our hero noticed that they were attacking quite professionally. The old man noticed this and said, the young gentleman is claiming the role of the next ruler. Looking at him, Lin asked how long we were going to stay here. I'm tired of hanging around here. The old man looked at him and said, if the young gentleman does not take any rash actions, we will simply return. There is no point in staying here. One of the group members looked at his commander and said, sir, there's only low-level prey here. We're out of luck this time. The results won't be very encouraging. Sokol just smiled. Okay, let's wrap it up, guys. We're done here. The observers continued to watch, but it seemed that there were no problems on the horizon, so they could move on. The old man agreed. Looking at them, our hero just snorted. This is what you call surveillance? It's more like some cheap show. The guy got to his feet. Listen, Chief, wait a minute. I think it's not that simple. What do you think? Answer one question. Why were you following them? Lin looked straight ahead with a firm gaze and waited for an answer. The old man, as if realizing that he was suspected of something, shouted, I don't understand what you mean. What are you hinting at? Before he could finish, Falcon appeared behind him and his voice was heard. Wow, I think it's Boss Wu. What a surprise. To what do I owe such a visit? The old man turned and looked at the young man with frightened eyes. Sokol, it's you. Ignoring his question, he looked at our hero. Interesting, so a newcomer has appeared in this place. Trying to smooth things over, the old man scratched his head. You've got it all wrong. He's my distant nephew. He just came to visit, nothing more. Watching this strange scene, Lin tried to understand what was going on. These two seemed to have known each other for a long time. Pointing at them, Falcon smiled. This young man looks good. His expensive uniform is just like your uncle's. The old man scratched the back of his head. Listen, let's go. We've been here too long. However, the young man had already approached with one big leap. His face broke into a smile. No, I can't let you leave so easily. His voice became stern. If you leave now, old man, I will report to my superiors that you are hiding equipment. The elder turned and said in a trembling voice, Listen, just tell me what you want, and we'll part ways peacefully. Sokol said sternly, You will walk along this canyon and meet the zombie. I need a map of your area so I can show you the way. The man smiled. So that's the real reason I came here to this godforsaken place. Are you happy now? The old man waved his hands. All right, I agree. Give me a few minutes to explain to my allies and we'll go. But suddenly, our hero's hand was on the old man's shoulder. Listen, my uncle is very kind and took me in, so I would like to honor him and accompany him for protection.